Rhode Island's on fire. Deb's hair is on fire. Yeah. Robin G, riding through the glen. Robin G, chasing all the men. All the men can never find Robin G's, Robin G's, Robin G spot.
Pulls away, the tail light is well intact. All of that is not going to hold
Elvis has left the building. It's done.
Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Ole, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Ole, ole. How are we, people? I hope you're all well there. It's Monday. Woof. Who likes Monday? Not me, that's for sure. Worst day of the week. How are we? Sue's in the house. Good morning, Dylan and friends. Happy Monday to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Christine Fortunato. Hello, Christine. How are you? Hope you're well. Deb, how are you? Hope you're well as always, my darling. Crystal, good morning to you. I'm waiting at the orthopedic doctor this morning. Best of luck to you. Crystal, hope it all goes well, my darling. Sweeney, Dennis is Speedo Man. How you doing, Dan? Hope you're well, my friend. There you go. Everyone saying hello to each other. Happy days. That's what we like. We got back on the trial circuit today. We're back on it. We are back with Natalie Cochran, day 7. I don't think there's going to be that long left on this trial. I think today, maybe tomorrow, maybe. And then maybe closings and stuff on Wednesday. I forget what they said, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be that much left on this. Just experts, I think. So, there you go. Well, look after yourself, Crystal. No, look after yourself. You're in a good place there to see them. So hope you get a good, favourable result, as they say. And talk about another speeder man. Dana, how are you doing, Dana? Hope you're well. Right, what's got your attention, right, people? Right, is America like the UK? So in the UK, every certain amount of years, right, our money changes, and once it expires, you can't use it anymore, right? So I was last in America about 11 years ago, 12 years ago. So I've still got money from that time. So I wanted to check if they've changed the money. Is that still the $100? I've only got one of those. One of those. 20 looks like this. I thought, did I have no, a 10 I got. I haven't got much money here, but it's some change I had. $10. And then I think I got a 5. It's the same. Oh, so no changes whatsoever. You're lucky because we keep changing. It's a fucking nightmare when they change it. And then most of it's ones, like, so I suppose those don't change, do they? So there you go. Lady Di, hello, my darling. Thank you, Deb. That's good to know that. So you're not like us in the UK. We suck. If you got money from the UK from 10 years ago, chances are most of it doesn't work here anymore. It's a nightmare. I got a lot of Irish money that doesn't work here anymore in Ireland. The punts used to be the punts. Gone. Now the euros. Hopefully that's not changed either. Hopefully, because I got some of that as well for my trip to Dublin's fair city, where the girls are so pretty. Yes, anyway. So yeah, it's been a weekend. Hope you all had a great weekend. It's gone so quick. Gone by so quick. The design changes from time to time, but you can still spend it. Happy days. With us, you see, design changes, you can't use it then. You get an X amount of time to use it up by, and that's it. So there you go. As long as I can use it, that's the main thing. As I say, it's from 12 years ago, so I'm surprised I still had it. And it doesn't matter. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You know what I mean? It's not the end of the world. But yeah. Oh, yeah. Quiet weekend for me. I bought a selfie stick. First one I bought didn't work, so I sent it back. Second one works okay-ish, I think. I need to try it out. I think I'm going to go for a walk on Wednesday if there's no rain. It's pissing down today. We had storms on the weekend. Oh, it was awful. We didn't have it that bad, but other places did. Roofs off, and it wasn't nice for a lot of families and homes out there. A lot of travel was cancelled, ferries cancelled, flights were cancelled, flights to Boston were cancelled, I saw. So there's a lot of destruction, especially in North Wales. So yeah, luckily, touch wood, we didn't see most of it down here. It wasn't as bad as last time for us, but for some people, houses were destroyed. So thoughts out to them as well. There's nothing worse than that. So we're glad to have you back as well, Crystal. Welcome back to you. It's lovely to see you, as always. So this Natalie Cochran trial is a bizarre trial, isn't it? Uh-oh. Go on, Christine. Go on, Christine. Ask away, Christine. Ask away, my darling. Ask away, Christine. Lady Di, thank you for sending me video stuff. I don't find it that funny though. I don't know if it's just me, but I maybe need to listen to the pro thing because I found it annoying. But maybe I need to give her a chance. Like, I don't know. But we also got the Lawyer Lee stuff today. She's got quite a few videos out to play during lunch break as well. I know you all like her, so I'll play those as well. So yeah, here we are. I would be, this is going to be interesting to see what the jury do here because I don't think there's any solid evidence to prove that she did it. I'm not saying she didn't do it, but I don't think they can prove it. So it's going to be interesting. And yeah, I don't know. I'm intrigued because if she gets found guilty, I think this is quite disheartening. I think based on the evidence, motherfucker work. Because it shows you that juries will, like, what do you call it? Convict on anything. You don't need evidence. That's what this will show. You do not need evidence to convict somebody. Now, did she do it? Probably, possibly, but that's not the question. It's like we always say, rather have 10 guilty people on the street than one innocent person in prison. And I don't think the state proved it. I don't think no one near proved it, in my opinion, so far anyway. Shot in the wrist. Oof. I agree that I think the children helped her too. Maybe children were very on her side. Very. Circumstantial evidence is hard to hear. I don't even think it's circumstantial. I just don't see what they got. I think the defense can explain everything away. They can explain everything away. I don't think that there's even circumstantial in this one. Now, normally, circumstantial cases, I totally agree with you. That's hard. This one, I don't even think there's any circumstantial evidence that can't just be explained away. So, I don't know. Sassy, hello, my darling. How are you? Nice to see you, my darling. The husband took a lot of stuff. He was, well, they said he's taking handfuls of pills. Do you know what I mean? Like, what's in that? So, if you take a handful of pills and stuff, and if he is on steroids and stuff like that, then motherfucker, my finger. I felt it in my finger. I felt it in my toe. Love is all around me. It's just the way we go. Do you know that song? Love is all around me. Oh, Dana, he's a something. Dennis and Brenda. They're the Sweeneys out in Canton. Bam, ba, bam, ba, bam, 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 bam. Hey, does anyone know rucksacks? Dylan, who are you rooting for in the Super Bowl? Oh, do you know what, Crystal? It's so hard. I lean towards Kansas City, right? Because I do actually like Andy Reid a lot. And I do like Patrick Mahomes and stuff like that. And, when they won the first one, I was super happy. For them to be the first three-peat, I would love that. I know most people don't like them. And I know people from Boston probably do not like them. But I've got this thing about Andy Reid. I do like Andy Reid. On the flip side of it, I do like Saquon Barkley as well, the running back for the Eagles. I do like him a lot. And I'd love to see him win a Super Bowl. And the O-line and stuff, I like them. But I think my heart is towards Kansas City. But I mean, I'm not sad on either side. I mean, if the Eagles win, then Saquon Barkley, I'd be chuffed for him because he deserves it. So I just think the Eagles supporters are so unbearable. They're so unbearable when they win. If Jason Kelce was on the side, I would lean maybe towards the Eagles. It's just I got affinity for players, and I like Jason Kelce. He's not there. I don't know. I don't really want them to win one without him. So, in terms of hours, Christine, it's a grind, my darling. It's a grind. Keep doing what you're doing. You gotta just stream. It's really, really painful sometimes, but to get monetized, some people are lucky they get monetized super quick and they don't put any effort into it. But trust me, it's the best way is when you put so much effort into it. You care a lot more when you reach the goal. Then, so just keep grinding, keep playing, keep going with it. I know it's tough, Christine. Just keep going. It will come eventually. The hours will come eventually. It just takes time. There's no shortcuts to it. And that's the best way to not have shortcuts either. Just go with it. So when you do reach it, it'll be like a sense of achievement. You deserve it. And it's happy days, I don't begrudge anybody that is monetized and stuff. I just, obviously, some people get monetized like within a couple of weeks, and it's like didn't really grind for that, but they got lucky. So, and you can't really go against anyone that just got lucky. So, talk about lucky. What the fuck? I've not seen this beautiful lady for ages. Hello, Colleen. Where's stranger? I've not seen you. I was thinking about you last month. Or before Christmas, we were listing people. You're one of the people I've not seen for ages. I hope you are well, my darling. I hope you. Oh, hang on, I got an incoming call here. Don't know who it is. Let's have a look, shall we? Let's have a look here. Hello.
Hi, Mr. Davis.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Hi, it's Courtney calling from Consumer Energy regards to your property at 12 Tannebryn.
Yes.
Are you still living there at the moment?
No, I'm not at the moment. No, my family are, but I'm not.
Right. Okay. Where are you living at the moment? Do you own your home or?
No, I'm renting.
You're renting.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it private, sorry, or through the council?
Private.
Okay, I can still apply to it. It's not a sales call in any way. The reason for the call is just regarding the new government-backed eco program for your
Yes.
property.
Yes. Well, so in the 12 the home address, they've already got that.
They've had it done, have they?
Yes, they've done it. Yeah, they've had the
Right,
whole
okay.
whack done.
Yeah.
So they're perfect.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, perfect. No problem. I'll get that updated for you now then.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Right,
Have a
no
great day.
problem. And you.
Ta-ra.
Thank you. Bye.
I don't have idea what she's talking about. I don't rent or anything like that. So, but she doesn't need to know that, does she? But anyway, she is there. Miss you as well. Missed you as well, Colleen. Lovely to see you, my darling. It is lovely to see you. Hippie chick, hello, my darling. How are you? You better meet us now in Boston in May, Colleen. Look forward to meeting you. Look forward to meeting everybody. Hippie chick. Yeah, it's funny. I like doing it for sales calls. Like she, in actual fact, I'm an arsehole because she was lovely. She wasn't normally they're arseholes themselves, but she was actually quite nice. I just lied a lot to her. No, they don't need to know. Always in our business. I know. Yeah, I won't tell them. Like I do not have. I used to rent. Don't get me wrong, but I don't rent anymore. And they don't need to know what I do. Do you reside at this address? No. I don't actually know which address that was. Happy days, Colleen. Happy days. Where? Yeah, because we're about. Are you close to Canton? Are you close to Canton, Colleen? Anyway, yeah. Because do you go out to the Do you go out to the courts? Like, do you actually go to the kind of retrials and stuff like that? I've never asked you that before. I don't know if you actually go out there with the Sweeneys and stuff like that or not. I love messing with them. I do, but she was nice. I hate that when she's nice. Most of them are like foreign, and I hate them, but because they're aggressive. But she was lovely, so I feel like a bit of a dick doing it with her. But I didn't know that anyway. YouTube unsubbed me from, but I have lost 1,400 subscribers, Colleen. 1,400. Do you remember we had a massive celebration? 10K. Well, we're under 10K now, so bunch of a-holes. Yeah, YouTube was a lot of it, and also the other situations as well. My hot mama is here. Hot mama is here. Josie and Mustaf. Carol is busy with my nieces working. Been to a few. I'm going to go. Hey, yeah, please do go to a lot more. Happy days. You need to go a lot more. I'd love to be able to go with that. I'd love to be able to go to a lot of that. So Carol's, I know she's been busy. I spoke to her briefly. She's busy with teaching and stuff like that now. Same with Lisa Reed. I think she's teaching as well. So it is hard. It's tough. They do know. Carol normally pops in every day. She does pop in. Just haven't seen her today yet. What? Why is YouTube doing that? Because there are so some of it's YouTube, some of it's before pre-Christmas. Obviously, some people don't agree with my views. So it's a combination of both of them. But a lot of it is YouTube. Every day I lose subscribers. Every day we're dancing. Bum, 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 bum. What's the song? Every day we're something. Oh, what's that song? Every day we're da, 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 da. I don't have a clue what I'm doing. But yeah, anyway, it doesn't matter. So, you know, I was, first of all, when YouTube started doing that, I was bothered about it because I was pissed. But now I'm not really. I'm just like, whatever. It doesn't, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter if people unsubscribe or YouTube unsubscribes. It is what it is. If people don't want to be here, they don't have to be here. I love it, but they miss out on Hot Mama, Josie, Hot Mama. People are too fucking sensitive. I know they are. I know, but it is what it is. To me, I don't. I'm just going to be myself, and if people don't like me for who I am, and stuff like that, if you can't agree to disagree and stuff, then so be it. I suspect that when we got Sean back on this channel for something, we'll lose more subscribers, but that's up to them. That's up to them. I'm not gonna beg or anything. So it is what it is. People, if you're good to me, I'll be good back to you. That's all I can say. Just because I might not believe and agree with all your views doesn't mean we need to be assholes to each other. So I'm not always this. Like, sometimes people piss me off. Don't get me wrong, like, you know, but I try and, on reflection, I always try and, you know, be cool, calm, and collected if I can be. So, but in the moment, sometimes it's hard because, like, you mofo, fuck you. So, I mean, we all lose it. No one's perfect, but I do like to reflect, and then I go, "Oh fuck, what did I say that for? What did you say that for?" Thank you, Colleen. Thank you, Madame. Thank you very much. Do you stay in touch with Sean? You know, I've not spoke to Sean since New Year. I need to speak to him. Like, obviously, everything went on with him. I've said it many times. I don't agree with everything that he did. He knows that. I've spoken to him, but I wouldn't want him on this channel to talk about Turtle Boy or Karen Reed. You know, he's got his views wherever. But there's lots of other things. I've had such a laugh with Sean, you know, with his stories and stuff like that. So, and if people don't like that, I think he's got a lot to offer. I think he's a genuine guy. He's done a lot, and I like him as a person. He's helped my channel grow so much. So, you know, I am. I'm always grateful. Now, do I agree with his views with Turtle Boys? No, I don't, and he knows that, and I wouldn't want to discuss that. But you know, as long as he can make me laugh, then, you know, he'll be back on. But yeah, not spoken to Sean for probably about 3 weeks now, which is, I used to speak to him every week, but you know, I think we both a little bit like, look, let's just take a little bit of a break here. But he'll be back. I'm here for it. Of course, Sassy, you are always here for it. Not everyone's like that, though, unfortunately, Sassy. Lots of people get offended over the smallest little things. And if you support anybody, like I was told, if you support Sean, then you're against Karen Reed. I'm like, fuck off. Fuck off. You're always an arsehole to me, but I am an arsehole to you. Dumpster Juice as well. I like to be an arsehole to her. I like to be an arsehole to people that are arseholes themselves. So you're an arsehole, and I love you for it. Speak for yourself. Talk about arseholes. Dana, he's got a few of them. Speak for yourself. I'm pretty close to perfect. Sean is Sean. He has a good heart, yes. Dana. Dana's got too many assholes. He spouts shit all the time. He does have a passion heart. And again, we don't, like, Sean's, with me and Sean close, and we just totally disagree with some things. We got heated. We don't disagree. We disagree on a lot of stuff. We do. But we do it privately. We don't have to do it online. Do you know what I mean? So, ask Tracey. Yeah, no, you posted something, and Tracey went, dude. It was a picture of you. Oh, I gotta go get it. Hang on. Is that live yet? I gotta go get it. Hang on. This is Dana for you people. This is why I love Dana. I need to actually like it because I didn't like it, I don't think. Hang on, let me find it. Every day with, what was it, Colleen? Every day with something. All right, if you are easily offended, then please look away now. Look away now, because you're gonna hate this channel, and you are gonna hate this. Hang on. This is why I love Dana. Dana's the bikini man. Dana's bikini man. Oh shit, wrong one. They said I can't be anything, so I became a bikini swimsuit model. You see, that's the way I like it. That's the way I like it. If you can't laugh at yourself, then who can you laugh at? I absolutely adore this. This is fucking hilarious. And yeah, They said they said it could be anything, so it became a bikini swimsuit model. Love it. Hey, here she is. Hello, Delan. Video coming soon. Let's fucking go. How are you, Lisa? Nice to see you, my darling. Hope you're all well. I missed you last couple of days last week. Hope you're well, and I can't wait for this video. Let's go. Hang on. Yeah, Tracy's like, dude. And I love that. I love that. Right, what else has he got? He got that one. Hang on. Oh, I posted this one. I should have cropped the heads a little bit better. I didn't think about cropping, to be honest with you. I just didn't crop. I just put it on. But the stud muffins here coming to a show close to you. Dennis, Dylan, Dana, and Kurt. I stuffed some socks down my pants. Lisa Reed said, it's too small. You need to enhance it. So I did for our video. So there you go. I should really crop this. I did try and crop it a little bit, but I gave up. But yeah, the 4 Speedo monsters, as you can see. What else you got, Dana? Because there's a lot of stuff you got here. Dana's a Speedo man. Dana's a Speedo man. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. This is so true, right? I love this because this is so true. Hang on, share. Tips on how to fall asleep in a living room chair. Be old, sit in a chair. You don't have to be old. I just fall asleep all the time. So yeah, just go through my photos. I know. Yeah, shouldn't I? Shouldn't I? But I got to be a little bit careful because obviously, this is Mr. Rhode Island. This is Mr. Rhode Island. He's like, right, let me sit down. When Dev comes in, right, I got a list for you, Mr. Rhode Island. I got a list for you. I did say yes. That's my hubby. I did say yes. I love it. I love it. Right, let's get back to court. Court's just arrived, so fuck. Hang on. Share screen. Let me just go back. I've just paused it for a second. And let me get my logo so that Lawn Crime can't cry when I use their thing. Here you go. And then I'll mute myself and play the stream. Let's go, people. Let's fucking go.
Are there any matters that we need to take up out of the presence of the jury on behalf of the state? Anything on behalf of the defense?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Bring in the jury, please, bailiff.
Do you have the phone number?
Oh, there's more phones and stuff now. He said, have you got the phone line set up? Oh, that must be the son. This must be the son. So, for those of you that were wondering, he obviously testified. He's 17 years old. He was told by the judge, and he was told that either your identity has not been posted online. However, if you sit in court, it will be posted online, and there he is. He looks like his mother, wavy hair. So that's the son, 17-year-old one. He's the one that testified the other day. So there you go, everybody. The son you were cock blocking, I was. If people don't remember, they zoomed into his crotch. I'm like, fucking hell. You don't do that to anybody, but not to a 17-year-old.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'm so glad to see you all. You came back, and I appreciate it so much. You can see we're still having a few problems. That's why we're a little bit late this morning. We're trying to work out all the bugs. Thank you very much for the fudge. I will eat all the fudge that I can get, as you can see, and I appreciate it very much. And don't be despondent that you just got donut holes this morning, because I've decided to declare a pizza day today, and I'm going to have pizza for you for lunch. So you can count on that, and that'll be a little incentive for you to hang around and to look forward to lunch. Doctor, is that you on the line? Can you hear me? We can hear him, but he can't hear us.
He bought the jury bought him fudge. I've never heard of jury buying the judge stuff before. They bought him fudge. That's nice. I like that stuff. I'm sure people will be like, "Oh, you can't do that," but I love it. And donuts and pizza. Happy days. Yeah, that's really good. I love that. He brings all the food. He's great.
We somehow need to get word to him to pick up the phone. Can you text him?
Data, you and me, we like pigs and shit. Every day we talk about it. I've never had Chick-fil-A. I've never had it. Is it any good then, Chick-fil-A? Good morning, KD. Hello, my darling. Nice to see you. Nice. Shout out
sure
to
that he can see us. Maybe he can.
As well. Shout out to Leslie. She's not here, but she's got some illness in the family. So thoughts and prayers to you, Elsie, or Leslie, or Les, however, whatever name she is this week. But yeah, we're thinking about you, my darling. If you're watching this on replay, Godspeed to you and your family. But she will be back once everything's okay again.
Okay.
I need to boost it for Deb. I forgot to boost it. Sorry, Deb. There we go. Boosted.
I can't hear them. And it was.
Okay. I need to try it though. Shake Shack is in Boston. I need to try that as well. I think you just got to try stuff, don't you?
That's
Lamb's the only thing. The only thing that I'm discriminate against is roast beef when it's that red, that pink.
now he does.
No
have
worries,
his phone. Can you call again, Colleen?
Colleen, call again, Colleen. If you're still here, call again. Is it our Colleen? Colleen. She's supposed to call into court, but she hasn't. Oh, doctor, where are you? This is why courts don't like.
Can you hear us, Doctor, now?
This. Oh.
I can hear you on the phone.
Okay, that's what we're going to do, is use the phone for audio.
Okay, our microphone is muted.
Okay. You can turn the speaker phone on and put the phone down, and we can work it that way.
Oh, this is why courts don't like to do this kind of technology. In fairness, it's because of all this stuff.
Hello, can you hear?
Yes, we can hear perfectly well. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
All right.
There's probably a small matter we need to approach the bench on before we take Dr. Jacobs.
All right.
Oh, can't operate here. I think a lot of it as well is technology in court. You think now that more courts will be open to doing this, but they're not really. This guy said, the judge said last week that the last time they upgraded the technology was 2011. 2011. And, you know, come on, technology has, you know, surpassed what it was in 2011. That's like 14 years ago now. Especially after the vid and everything, it should be much better technology. But I suppose it's to do with the Wi-Fi and stuff like that as well, I suppose. Sidebar.
All right, members of the jury, as you can plainly see, we are still on the defense case in chief, and I'd ask Mr. Selden to call the next witness.
Your Honor, I would like to call Dr. Dragovich, and I'm not even going to try and pronounce his first name. I will let him do that.
All right, doctor, would you please stand and raise your right hand?
I agree, Deb. I agree.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may be seated, sir.
Thank you.
You may proceed, Mr. Selden.
Thank you. Would you please state for the court your full name and how you spell it?
I am Ljubiša Jovan Dragović. That's Ljubisa, middle Jovan, last Dragovic.
Where do you work, Dr. Dragovich, and what's your title?
I work in the capacity of Chief Forensic Pathologist and Chief Medical Examiner for County of Oakland in Michigan. And I work here in this building. This is my building, building 28B in Oakland County Government Complex. And this is one of our conference rooms for this purpose and other purposes of meetings and or whatever other needs.
Now, from your testimony, you're a doctor. What areas are you designated as a doctor? And by that question, do you have the title of a neuropathologist?
Oh, yes. Well, I'm a physician, MD. I graduated back 49 and a half years ago at Medical Faculty, University of Belgrade. And I went through multiple training as far as pathology. I'm trained in anatomical pathology, board certified by the American Board of Pathology. I'm board certified in neuropathology by the American Board of Pathology and board certified in forensic pathology by the American Board of Pathology. Those occurred back in 1982, 1985, and 1987, respectively.
Are you licensed to practice in any states?
Yes, sir. I'm licensed to practice in the state of Michigan, and I'm licensed in the state of New York, where I originally obtained my license back in, I believe, 1982.
I believe you said you were board certified, and once again, for clarity, what areas are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in anatomical pathology.
So, just because most of you have probably never seen this before, mince pie. This is a mince pie. This is a dessert, right? So you got pastry all around it. And inside it is mince, like fruit. Fruit. Oh, gorgeous. Fruit you leave to soak overnight and stuff like that. Put some tea bags in it and stuff. So you put that in. This is the pastry on top. You put it together and you've got a mince pie. This is a delicacy. This is lovely. This is what we eat during Christmas. It's called mince pie. It's very popular over Christmas if you've never had it in America. Love it.
neuropathology and in forensic pathology.
Thank you. Do you have any publications, or have you authored any publications of any kind related to your field?
Yes, in both fields, both neuropathology and forensic pathology. I've done some original research papers with some of my associates over time, and I have also authored several chapters in textbooks addressing the areas of the neuropathology of trauma in infants and children, and in the textbook of essential forensic neuropathology. Also, I have authored the chapter in sharp force injury and separate chapter in blunt force injury in an international textbook of forensic pathology.
Do you have any teaching experience?
Yes, over time, I've been involved in various capacities. I've served as clinical associate professor at the Department of Neurology at Wayne State University Medical School in Detroit, Michigan, from, I believe, somewhere in 1988 to 1987 through a few years ago when I effectively resigned because of the geographical distance that became a problem, because my office is about 25 miles away from the campus of the university hospital, and I basically could not run there, attend to the rounds and teaching sessions, and continue my work here, my day-to-day work here in the city of Pontiac, where my office is.
Okay, now you mentioned your day-to-day work. What is that day-to-day work?
My day-to-day work is medical legal investigation of death. That is a statutory obligation, and my position here is governed by the state statutes. The state statute is called the Medical Examiner's Act of the State of Michigan, and it requires me, among other people who are involved in this, to open up medical legal death investigation and any sudden suspicion or unexplained death that needs to be addressed at any given time. The purpose of that is to establish the cause, why someone died, and the manner of death, how death came upon this person. So those are the two critical issues that ought to be addressed as compliance to the statutory requirements, and also to review those findings to paper. Over time, of course, we have electronic database and everything, but we still follow the letter of the law here and review things to paper.
All right. And in your job as a medical examiner and also a forensic pathologist, you conduct autopsies, do you not?
Yes, I actually conducted 6 of them over the weekend. 4 on Saturday and 2 yesterday.
All right. Can you estimate, and if you can, fine, if you can't, can you estimate approximately how many autopsies you've done over your career?
I can't, but roughly it will be in thousands, because I've been in this line of work for almost 40 years, and in the earlier days, when I worked in Detroit for County of Wayne, I was very, very busy. I remember that in 1988 I performed approximately 1,200 autopsies that year only. So it was in those days, many years ago, it was 36, 37 years ago now. But things have slowed down, and obviously I moved to a different jurisdiction. But bottom line would be how many? It's
All right.
10,000, 1,000, 8,000. I can't tell because I don't keep track of that.
That's sufficient. As a forensic pathologist and a neuropathologist, have you testified in any trials?
This is the first this week, but yes, in a direct in person, in local court, district court, circuit court, throughout the state of Michigan and coast to coast, from the East Coast to West Coast and down to Alabama and Louisiana and Florida and wherever I was subpoenaed or requested to come in and to provide the interpretations that may be needed.
All right. Your Honor, I submit at this point that Dr. Dragovich is to be certified as an expert in the fields of neuropathology and forensic pathology.
Mr. Truman, Ms. Acord, do you wish to engage in voir dire of the proposed expert witness?
No, Your Honor, we accept him as an expert.
All right, Dr. Dragovich is considered an expert in the fields of forensic pathology and neuropathology.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Now, Dr. Dragovich, because of the wonders of technology, I cannot hand you this report, but do you have a copy of the report you submitted? At the top, it's identified in the top as Oakland County, Michigan, and there's various information there, including your name and Chief of Forensic Pathology. It's dated January 6th of 2025. And do you have that report, which numbers 3 pages?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to ask you questions related to this report. All right?
That's fine.
I want to set this here so I don't forget it.
Okay.
Now, on page 1 of that report, and if you would, follow along with me. At the bottom, it has a section called Materials Reviewed. Would you please tell this court what materials you reviewed in preparation for this report and your testimony?
Yes, I will. Thank you. Number 1 would be Ceredigion General Hospital records regarding Michael Cochran. Number 2 would be Charleston Area Medical Center records regarding Michael Cochran. Number 3 would be a report of the postmortem examination, case number WV-2019-0 4, the autopsy photograph. Number 5 would be report the re-examination and examination of the remains of Michael Cochran, deceased, performed by Dr. Paul at WVA, MD, on July 11, 2023. And then medical report of Diane R. Krieger, MD, based on record review issued on April 13, 2023.
Do you believe that the totality of those records informs you enough to make an informed decision and to give your opinion and testimony here today in this case?
Yes.
On page 2 of your report,
Yes, sir.
you have a section titled Brief Case Synopsis and Issues to be Addressed. Would you give a brief synopsis of this case as you understand it and the issues you were to address?
Well, this is an unfortunate death of a 38-year-old man who was a bodybuilding enthusiast, and based on the information, took an excessive amount of clomiphene sulfate supplements that he purchased in Mexico. Subsequently developed seizures, and that same day, which was February 6, 2019, as indicated, and lost consciousness or lost his balance and struck his head during a fall at home. Then became.
Let me stop you right there.
Yes, sir.
Did this information about the circumstances come from your review of the medical records?
This was the account provided throughout and matched with other accounts from the records and from the authorities as well, I believe.
Okay.
Because that was the statement provided by the spouse of Mrs. Cochran.
Right. But what I'm getting at is you have, start that. That's sufficient. Thank you. Would you please go on with your synopsis?
She was taken to a local medical center and emergency room, and subsequently where he was documented as suffering from hypoglycemia, and then he was taken to Charleston area medical center for continued treatment, but in the comatose state. And then because of the profound encephalopathy, he was transferred to hospice care and pronounced 5 days later, that is on February 11th of 2019. What
is encephalopathy?
Encephalopathy, in simple translation, means suffering of the brain. And encephalopathy can be caused by various unfavorable factors that may negatively affect the brain function. So it might be lack of oxygen, it might be lack of glucose, might be traumatic encephalopathy where there is interference with the adequate blood supply to the brain, or various toxic encephalopathies upon exposure to either poisonous gases or poisonous substances in so many different ways. There may be also endogenous encephalopathies from in a person suffering of
One moment. What's endogenous? Would you explain that to the jury?
Endogenous coming from within the body, from alien organs from within the body, which generally would happen as a result of liver failure, and kidney failure or combination thereof. They can also come from various other endocrinopathies, meaning the diseases of endocrine system, diseases of the glands with internal secretion that control our metabolic functioning day to day in any of our bodies worldwide.
Can you state that encephalopathy has occurred in this case, Mr. Cochran's brain, from a physical examination of that brain?
Well, it would be based not on not so much on inquiry, but the fact that there is disturbance of consciousness, and that was the critical part that was documented throughout. That Mr. Cochran was first of all brought from one hospital in semi-comatose state to another hospital where his unconsciousness.
Okay, so can I interrupt you there for just a moment? So it's a combination of your physical analysis of the body as well as his history, which is contained in the medical records. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, but primarily the fact that there was loss of consciousness and continuously occurring, deepening, and finally being complete, and leading to life support and hospice care.
Can a person have an anatomically normal brain and still have seizures?
Of course, the seizure activity is an abnormal electrical activity, and oftentimes in individuals who have cellular level problems or very localized problems with the brain tissue, there will be creation of abnormal electrical activity without necessarily identifiable focus physically. One examines the brain and does not find any such reasonable substrate, as we call it, or change in the tissue to account for a occurrence of abnormal electrical activity that we refer to as seizure. However, in many other situations, that is possible and that can be clearly identified. So you can go either way depending on each and individual case. Every single individual on this planet is slightly different than anybody else, and one cannot generate some statistical projection about one person vis-a-vis the other person until there is complete examination and a full assessment, a full examination of this person's brain.
Okay, now I have another question at this time. Can a person suffer a brain injury without external signs of injury? For instance, can a person lose consciousness, fall to the ground, and not have an actual observable injury on the outside of their skull?
Yes, that is possible.
Okay. Now, in this case, Mr. Cochran had seizures. That's documented in all the records, correct?
Yes, sir.
From your review of everything in this case, could Mr. Cochran have had seizures due to unknown medications or body enhancement drugs in his system?
Of course, it's possible. Yes, there are quite a few drugs that can create compromised brain function and actually start the abnormal electrical activity.
Okay. You talk about in almost the middle of page 2, you say that there were vague circumstances that triggered the investigation into Mr. Cochran's death, exhumation, and autopsy in September 3rd, 2019, the first autopsy. Could you explain or elaborate on what you mean by the vague circumstances?
Well, there was somehow generated a suspicion that the demise of Mr. Cochran was not what was represented at the time of his demise, and then the investigation was opened up, carried out, and ended up with an exhumation of the remains.
Okay. Now, the first exhumation was done September 3rd of 2019.
Correct.
Mr. Cochran passed away, I believe it was somewhere around February. Sorry, do you remember the date that he passed away?
Yeah, Big 11th, yes.
Okay, February 11th of 2019, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So the first autopsy was done 7 months after Michael Cochran's death. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this autopsy was done by Dr. Kubitschek, who was the West Virginia medical examiner. Did you
Yes, sir.
Did you review Dr. Kubitschek's report of the autopsy and exhumation?
I did.
Was Dr. Kubitschek's ultimate findings and conclusion that the autopsy findings themselves were inconclusive and the cause of death was undetermined and the manner of death was undeterminable?
Yes, sir.
What is the cause of death?
The cause of death is anatomical finding in the body or on the body that explains why a particular individual died. This may be the finding of an infarct, finding of blockage of the major blood vessel or the coronary blood vessel, major bleed in the brain, tumor with metastases that stops the vital function of the body, a wound by firearm, wounds by sharp force, injuries by blunt force like 2x4 used to hit someone's head, and et cetera, et cetera. So a demonstrable, understandable autopsy findings, anatomical findings within the body or on the body of a particular person.
So, is it your job as a forensic pathologist to look for the anatomical evidence of why someone dies, the cause of death? Is that your function? One of them.
Yes, it is. That's the basic function, and it is in the most statutes throughout the union. It calls for a forensic pathologist or medical examiner or coroner to establish the cause of death based on such endeavor.
Just as an aside, what exactly is a forensic pathologist?
A forensic pathologist is a public pathologist. Word forensic comes from Latin word for, which is a place of public gathering, and in such way it depicts a forensic pathologist, whether a man or a woman working in that capacity on behalf of the public and being called upon to interpret any such finding for the benefit of the public, like in a court of law or in the media or any place where such need exists.
So there's some degree of interpretation in this, which is based on your medical knowledge. Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
What is the manner of death? What does that term mean?
Manner of death is how death came upon a person, meaning the physical circumstances combined with those findings on the body or within the body. And there are worldwide 5 categories of manner of death. There's a natural death, where there are causes from within the body that result in someone's death. Then there is homicide, where there is death resulting from a purposeful act of another person or person. Then there is a very narrow category of suicide, where death is the result of purposeful act by self and self only. If anyone else is involved, it's a homicide again. Then there is accident as a category of death, where death is the result of untoward effects of someone's act or action, acts of nature, floods, fires, earthquakes, tornadoes, or a person driving a car at a high rate of speed and impacting another vehicle, causing death, or striking a pedestrian somewhere where death results as an untoward effect of death.
Untoward effect of what? You kind of faded out there.
I didn't hear you, sir.
You said an untoward effect of something, and what did you say? You kind of wrote it out there.
Untoward, the unpredictable and untoward effect that cannot be interfered with or something along those lines. So, like I said, these are something that for the most part, the result of basically unwilling or unwanted result of someone's act or action.
Okay. Now,
and there is also a last category that provides the opportunity for forensic pathologists to say that they don't know, and that's the undeterminable manner of death.
So undeterminable means they've looked at everything, they can't come to a conclusive determination of the manner of death, so that's called undeterminable, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you may have covered this in your explanation, but as to manner of death, it's how death comes upon a person, including the physical circumstances surrounding that death. Is that a fair statement?
Yes. Yes, sir.
I want to concentrate on the term homicide. Okay?
Okay.
Would it be a true statement that in determining homicide, which is one of those categories that talk about the manner of death, that homicide, if that's a forensic pathologist's conclusion, it has to be demonstrated by their findings, not assumed? Would that be a correct statement?
Yes.
And when I say demonstrated, that is the actual physical findings, and that's the only possible conclusion. Would that be true?
Yes, sir.
I believe towards the bottom of your page, you're talking about Michael Cochran's nervous system. Okay? And you talk about, and this information came from Dr. Just a moment. Okay, there we go. That information that you described was from the first autopsy done by Dr. Kubitschek. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you summarize or describe your description there, or Dr. Kubitschek's description, in layman's terms, so we can understand it? I'm not sophisticated enough to actually understand all of these terms. Can you dummy it down for me?
We are talking about the brain of Mr. Cochran at the time of autopsy, the first autopsy, after the first exhumation, and the report says that everything is fine, that the hard covering of the brain are intact, and the soft coverings are thin and delicate, and cerebral hemispheres are symmetrical, meaning that the parts of the brain are fine. The description basically is referencing the standard appearance of a normal brain when it is taken out of the cranial wall.
Okay.
However,
I want to ask you specific questions on that. Okay?
yes,
Dr. Kubitschek essentially says that Michael Cochran's brain on autopsy was normal. Do you agree or disagree with that?
well, I have to disagree with that because this was a decomposed brain we know it was decomposed brain by the photographs that were provided from that examination.
Okay,
So-
and I want to ask a specific question there.
Yes, sir.
A person's brain on autopsy after death, and after 7 months of death and burial, what would you expect that person's brain to be? And by that, does the decomposition affect the brain so it shrinks?
A decomposition means falling apart. The tissue is disintegrating. The tissue is breaking up completely. So the brain itself gets fluidy and falls apart. So it is not the same as when it's freshly removed from someone's a cranial ball, someone that has passed away within hours prior to that or within a couple of days prior to that.
Okay, now I want to ask you a question there. Would a decomposed brain that's falling apart, would that be expected to weigh less than a normal brain?
Well, probably it will, and it's relatively low to mid brain weight. I cannot say specifically on the account of the documented brain weight, but it has the tendency to decrease the actual brain weight and to blur the distinction between the gray matter and the white matter of the brain, which would be the areas to look for any changes in a history like this, in this particular case.
Okay, now, it was documented in the medical records that Michael Cochran had, I'll call it an enlarged brain. Do you recall that?
Yes. Swollen brain.
Swollen, expanded.
Yes.
Would these results that Michael Cochran's brain appeared essentially normal, even though it had decomposed over 7 months, would that be likely to confirm that he had an enlarged brain or swollen brain prior to death?
Well,
Would it be an
we
indicator?
cannot.
Would it be an indicator?
It's not a situation where you can make an inference from the decomposing brain about something that is being reported objectively documented by radiographic imaging.
Okay, all right, so you can't really make that determination based just on the post-mortem autopsy. Wouldn't that be correct?
Well, it's not on this post-mortem examination.
That's what I'm getting at. This post-mortem autopsy.
Of course not, because of the inevitable change, the breakdown of tissue throughout the human body over a period of 7 months.
Okay. Is the timeliness of an autopsy important in conducting your medico-legal investigation of someone's death?
Yes, sir. It is of critical importance.
Okay. Would it be a fair statement that in Michael Cochran, his body, which was examined 7 months after death, was too decomposed to rule out important anatomic findings such as infection, pancreatic tumors, and in doing a complete toxicology report. Is that a fair statement? It's too decomposed for those things.
Well, it has to be, the answer has to be slightly modified. Decomposition definitely creates a serious impediment. However, sometimes one can find presence of a tumor because tumor tissue is not sometimes as conducive to falling apart as the rest of the normal tissue. So there are exceptions all the way, but as a general proposition, the decomposition of the remains is a major impediment for adequate diagnostic findings.
And in this particular autopsy of Mr. Cochran, the decomposition made it pretty much impossible to determine if he had such things as pancreatic tumors. Would that be a fair statement?
Well, it would be a fair statement, and I concur there with the conclusion of the doctors that performed the autopsy, the first autopsy at the time.
And is it true that the pancreas, under normal circumstances, provides the body with insulin?
Yes, it is specific parts of the pancreas. The islet provides data cells from the pancreatic islet provide insulin for the general functioning of the body.
Now, if a person has pancreatic tumors, that affects their production of insulin. Is that a true statement?
Well, different tumors of pancreas give different, basically different effects. There may be a tumor of the islet cells, like that we refer to as insulinoma, that can provide large amounts of or abnormal amounts of insulin to the body. Now, there may be cancer of the head of the pancreas that may break down the pancreas completely and cause pancreatic necrosis as well throughout. I mean, there are all kinds of variable possibilities.
I want to concentrate on this particular analysis of Mr. Cochran's pancreas post-mortem. Now, as a general proposition, insulin controls the body's blood sugar levels. Is that true?
Yes.
Would you explain what hypoglycemia is?
Hypoglycemia means, in translation, low circulating sugar in blood.
Okay. So some sort of pancreatic disorder in a normal person produces insulin, which controls the blood sugar. And if the blood sugar in the body is low, isn't that a definition of hypoglycemia, HYPO?
Yes.
And is it also true that when a person dies and decomposition sets in, that the pancreas, being an organ, an internal organ, is one of the first things to decompose.
Well, yes, because pancreas is also a very active exocrine gland producing procteolytic enzymes. And when the circulation stops, those cells break down and those enzymes leach out, and there is rapid autolysis and decomposition of pancreatic tissue.
Okay. And as a general proposition, internal organs, of which the pancreas is one, are the first things to break down or decompose post-mortem.
Well, it depends on the rate of preservation due to the ambient temperatures and other factors. But if you're looking at something that, like in this case, this will be the likely pattern of relatively progressive decomposition of internal organs and tissues primarily, and by that meaning the internal organs, and then ultimately what is left of the skin and subcutaneous tissue, and then the bony skeleton, because that lasts the most.
Okay, so internal organs break down first, then the external skin, things like that, and then last is the skeletal system. Is all of that correct? Okay. Did Dr. Kubitschek, in his report, mention anything about embalming?
No.
I want to kind of switch gears here and go into a discussion of Dr. Uribe's findings and his reports. And you address those at the bottom of page 2. All right?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Uribe's exhuming of Michael's body and his subsequent report is based on the exhumed remains of Michael, which took place July 11th, 2023, about 4 years after Michael's death. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you comment on the greater or lesser extent of Michael Cochran's body? Was it more decomposed, less decomposed, or the same as when Dr. Kubitschek did his examination?
Well, certainly the decomposition progressed, and one would expect it to progress over so many years. And I believe that good Dr. Uribe said that the samples of decomposed human tissues cannot yield any reliable analysis.
Okay. So there was less to work with, less to examine in terms of toxicology, things like that, than there was about 3 years before when Dr. Kubitschek did his examination. Is that correct?
Well, I would say that there was nothing good, no good information coming from Dr. Kubitschek, and there could not have been any better coming from the second exhumation and autopsy that Dr. Uribe did.
Would it be a fair statement that when Dr. Uribe conducted his examination and findings, Michael Cochran's body was too decomposed to rule out important anatomic findings? Again, like infection, pancreatic tumors, and doing a complete toxicology.
Yes.
Dr. Uribe goes through his examinations, his reports, his reliance on other reports, especially Dr. Krieger's. And he comes up with Michael Cochran's death was a homicide. Can you comment on that?
Well,
Let me ask you, first of all, according to your examination of everything, do you believe the evidence obtained through autopsies, reports, etc., would substantiate a finding of homicide as opposed to undetermined or undeterminable? Do you think Dr. Uribe was correct, or do you think Dr. Kubitschek was correct?
I sincerely believe that Dr. Kubitschek was more correct because he did provide the objective assessment and provided also the delimitation of forensic pathologist capacity to make a determination on the basis of nothing. I think Dr. Uribe tried to marry the report with, again, negative findings, completely negative findings from both autopsies, and it made a claim of he might have believed what he said. However, for every such belief, there ought to be a factual evidentiary substantiation.
Okay,
In order to-
let me stop you right there. So, any manner and cause of death has to be substantiated by what? What did you say? Objective clinical findings, correct?
Anatomical findings,
Okay.
because we're talking of the autopsies here.
All right.
Objective, demonstrable anatomical findings that are tangible and understandable to everyone, leaving no doubt.
Do you believe that Dr. Uribe's opinion that the manner and cause of death are substantiated and resulted in a homicide, do you believe those findings, those ultimate findings in Dr. Uribe's report are based more on assumptions than the objective findings that you talked about?
I believe that there are no objective findings to substantiate Dr. Uribe's determination. That his opinion is an attempt to bridge the gap of the unknown, and that bridge has to be created properly so that there is complete responsible understanding of everyone that is to use such a report.
Is Dr. Uribe's report and opinion based on acceptable anatomic and toxicological findings?
No.
So it would be your statement that Dr. Uribe's findings as to Michael's death being a homicide, quote unquote, was not based on actual anatomic and toxicologic findings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In the middle of the page, you discuss Dr. Krieger's report. And her investigation, reasoning, etc., resulted in her finding that Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia, in her opinion, was due to insulin administration, and she classifies that as a strong possibility. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Does the basic medico-legal requirements, do they require accurate determinations of the cause and manner of death that are not based on a definite maybe, as Dr. Krieger states, but rather on a threshold beyond reasonable doubt? Isn't that the correct standard in this report?
Well, it is, because we're talking about death investigation, and also the discrepancy is, as I pointed out, Dr. Krieger is a phenomenal clinician, but Dr. Krieger is not burdened by the duty to define the cause and the manner of death. So the option that she provided is, in all fairness, a good suggestion for furthering the investigation, but the buck stops with forensic pathology, and the person has to provide to the public textual evidence as far as the cause of death and textual evidence about the manner of death. Because the administration of insulin being a strong possibility can come as a result of self-administration, administration by someone else, and then administration by self for the purpose of other things like bodybuilding and other combination of various substances, and resulting in accidental outcomes.
And her report doesn't include who might have injected this insulin, when it occurred, or how it occurred. Would that be a fair statement?
Well, it's a fair statement, but we have to understand that Dr. Krieger is not in the business of examining dead bodies.
Okay. On page 3, there's a paragraph that begins, when classifying the manner of death as a homicide, you state one has a professional obligation to substantiate that determination by reasonable, tangible evidence as someone's purposeful act. Would you explain the rest of that paragraph and your findings?
Well, you know, there has to be evidence about anything, and then that evidence has to be interpreted in a reasonable manner for everyone to understand. For example, it's very simple to say, well, gunshot wounds was the cause of death, and someone discharging the purposefully, obviously, that's a purposeful act of firearm, caused it. Then you have a reasonable conclusion of the homicide and a reasonable demonstrable evidence. If someone takes a 2x4 and that is someone's head and they die, then you have blunt force head trauma caused by 2x4 has obviously a demonstrable purposeful act because someone bashed someone's head, or if someone has a knife and stabbed someone, thrusted the knife into someone's body once or multiple times, that's a purposeful act. If the individual dies of bleeding caused by that sharp force injury, it's very simple and demonstrable. But in a case like this, there is no information about all those critical circumstances, and one cannot make a certainty about the claim that there was injection, was it self-injection on to render someone dead, or self-injection to render someone more powerful, build up the greater muscle or something like that, which first would be a suicide, second would be an accident, or injection by someone else, about what we don't have any evidence that would be a homicide. And if we have to be certain about that before we issue a reasonable, congruent forensic opinion. And forensic opinion is a critical document that can provide the basis for further legal action or for no further legal action.
So in summary, do you believe Dr. Uribe's conclusion that Michael Cochran's death was a homicide is the correct conclusion?
If it cannot be substantiated, and he could not substantiate it by physical evidence, then it's not correct. And it is under a grave degree of doubt.
Okay. So you agree with Dr. Kubitschek that the correct findings and conclusion is that the cause and manner of Michael Cochran's death is undetermined and undeterminable. Would that be a fair statement?
At this point, yes. And at the point of exhumation performed 7 months later, as they did at the time. I don't know what the results might have been had the autopsy been performed a day or two after his demise.
But as we sit here today, after reviewing everything, do you believe Michael Cochran's death was the manner and cause were undetermined and undeterminable?
Yes, sir.
Just as an aside, now your report is coming about 5 years after Michael Cochran's death. Would it have made any difference or been any benefit to exhume Michael Cochran's body a third time after all this passage of time so that you could personally conduct an autopsy? Would that have been of any benefit at all?
If I believed such a thing, I would have brought it up a long time ago whenever you called me to ask me to look at this case. But I don't think that would be just a waste of resources for no good purpose, no valid purpose.
So that wouldn't change any of your findings that you've testified to today? Would that be good?
That is correct.
Have all of your findings and the testimony you've given here today, do they meet the standard of others in your profession?
I firmly believe so.
They're to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If there were questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take our mid-morning break at this time. Members of the jury will break for 10 or 15.
He just like that could have taken half the time. He just takes forever. He got what he wanted out of it. Happy days, and he goes on more stuff. Oh my, it's painful. But if it's effective, then fine. But I'm not sure. Maybe it's effective to the jury. I don't know. To me, I'm just annoyed. I was like, yeah, you got your point. Come on. Da, 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 da.
Your Honor, I probably should have done this before the jury left, but I did not actually move for the admission of Dr. Dragovich's report. I would like to move for its submission at this time.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, defendant's number 11 will be admitted into evidence. Doctor, we're taking a 10-minute break, and you're welcome to take a break too and to wander away from the camera. Just be back, if you would, in 10 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're
I
welcome.
will do that.
Oh, right. Question for you all, right? Is anyone here an expert on rucksacks? The big ones, rucksacks. I'm looking to buy a rucksack, all right? But I don't know what size I need. Because, you know, bigger isn't always better, or so they say. I don't know, personally. But I don't want it to be too small, obviously, for obvious reasons, because that would not be enjoyable. But if it's too big, that won't be enjoyable as well, because it'd be too heavy. Rucksack. One of those rucksacks you put on your back to, you know, backpack. Or do you call it backpacks in America? Suitcase? No. Right. Right. You guys call it backpacks. Fine. Okay. We call them rucksacks. Fine. Backpack. So you've obviously got, like, I think 40, 50 liters is too little. Then you've got like 120 ones. 120 ones measures the same size as cases. But I'm just thinking that's probably too much, isn't it? Rucksack. It's not rucksack. Ruck. R-U-C-K. Ruck. It's like you and me going to have a ruckus before long, Lady Di. Lady Di 2 and me have got a ruckus. So I don't know how big it should be. What's the preference, ladies? How big should it be? So yeah, because I wanted to go out to Boston, so I'm trying to look at like secondhand stores and stuff like that. But I'm not sure what size to get. Get a fanny pack. I might have to get something. Yeah, fanny pack. Jeepers. If I said that here, I'm just going to get a fanny pack because though you what? I'm going to poke that fanny. What? Where's your fingers? Oh, it's in the fanny pack. The what? Your fingers are in the fanny. What the fuck? So yeah, I'm just wondering if anyone's an expert of backpacks, as you guys call them, and what sizes. Because I've got, you know, because I'm yeah, I don't know. I just thought I'd ask if anyone here is an expert on backpacks to see what sizes you need to get, because they range from like, you know, fucking 20, 30 to about 150. But 150 is way too much. 120, I think, is an average of a suitcase. I'm taking a suitcase as well, so I just want something on my back. You know, as you would know, ladies, it's nice to have something on your back sometimes, isn't it? Is there such a thing as an expert to that? Do I need to make a report to for it? It's more of a case of, do you own a backpack, or do you know any? Do you know what I mean? Have you ever owned a backpack? And if you did, have you travelled with it? The size of a TSA approved backpack depends on the aid and carry-on policy. Most airlines allow carry-on bags that are no larger than, including wheels. Yes, so this would be going to the stow, as in I would check it in, Stacey. So I would be. So I think 120 liters one is fine for checked in bag. So I'll be checking it in. I will be. I won't be. So I got a rucksack ready for carry on. But I need something for um my back for the clothes, my back, my sack, my crack. Do you know what I mean? So I need something there because I'm sure I want to buy lots of stuff in America. So the dies in the middle. I just a medium would have been nice fit. If you check it in, the size won't matter then. It's more of a comfort thing, Stacey. I know the size doesn't matter for you, but I think it's a comfort thing because if you put a 120-liter one on, is it gonna be super heavy? Do you mean because it's not just the airport? I've got to carry it on my back for a long way. Do you know what I mean? Walking and stuff like. So I don't want to get something that's going to be hugely inconvenient for me to carry. Heavy is it all right? Okay, it could be heavy because my case is on wheels, so that's fine. It's a big one. And I'm a big boy, so it's fine. It's just I don't want it to like because you can only take 23 kilograms in it. So it would 23 would 120 be too much? Can you use the one for carry on for that? Well, the carry on one is going to be for my laptops and my chargers and all that. And that's restricted to about 10 kilograms. And that is a small one because you're restricted in the size of it. So if I just take a suitcase, my suitcase could be full going out there anyway. So because I need enough clothes for 2 weeks, So and I want to buy stuff when I'm out in Boston. I actually want to buy a lot of stuff. Dennis is taking me to the pro shop, so I want to buy some Patriots gear and stuff like that as well, and bring back my native gear, some snacks and everything. Heavy, you better start. I thought I was saying something else, not working, but something else there. Out and strengthen your back. I know. Right, but for walking around with use that one, yeah, no, that's the one I'm using. Yeah, I'm gonna have a small pack to walk around in. Yes, why not just another suitcase? Because the problem with two suitcases is, like, you got to remember, people. I'm not gonna be dropped off at the airport. I've got to. I'm gonna have to walk. I'm gonna have to take trains. I'm gonna have to. Do you know what I mean? To get to London, I have to take multiple trains. So and I've got to like leave. I got to go upstairs. I got to go downstairs to the tube. So I've got to carry these things. So that's why I can't get two cases. If I was getting dropped off at the airport, I just had to lug it in and check it in. Happy days. But in my end, my side of things, I got a journey and a half of lugging everything together. So I don't feel like I can take two cases. That's why I thought one case and then just a massive rucksack and then my carry-on bag as well, if that makes sense. Try 60 to 80 litre. Yeah, maybe space. Maybe that's fine then. Just buy a backpack here. I could do buy a backpack there. I'm looking at Vinted here because it's cheaper. That's the only reason I'm looking now. Just saying, I thought us women were indecisive. I'm not indecisive. Well, I am indecisive, but I'm more asking for advice because I've never owned a large rucksack. I'm more into the small ones. I don't like them being too big. Do you know what I mean? So 60 to 80. Okay, that's good advice. Thank you, people. That's good advice. That's what I wanted to ask. That's what I want to ask. Thank you so much. Yeah, because I can. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Because I'd rather. It's one of these things that you know. Whenever you pack to go over, like, what's the weather could be like in May in Boston? Is it 100% going to be nice weather, or will it? Is it going to be cold? Is it? Oh, That's what worries me as well, because I want to know which one he wants, and they could order it and have it there ready for him when he gets it. Yeah, absolutely, I could do that. Come to Florida, nah, just Boston, unfortunately, Tim. T-shirts and light to medium sweatshirts. Okay, so no need for hoodies or anything like that then. I mean, my T-shirts are all going to be alternate corner T-shirts anyway, so it's fine. Sorry, you got the mind of me. Do you know what I mean? Here, so apologies. I'm not worried with the whole luggage when I'm in Boston. I'm not worried about that because whatever. I'm more worried about this end, the UK, because I got a trek and a half to get to the airport from my end. One hoodie just in case weather is unpredictable, but it's generally nice in May. There you go, and bring some trousers. Go commando if I run out of boxes, isn't it? That's fine because I can't wash or dry there. So, do you know what I mean? I've got to bring enough clothes for 12 or whatever it is, 14 days plus my end. So technically, I need enough clothes for about 16 days. So, the life of a traveler. But yeah, that's been bugging me, this whole rucksack business, because I could probably get one for like $20-$30 on Vinted. So, but yeah, that's also an idea. Maybe getting one when I'm out there. Like, I'm not fussed about getting a brand new one. I'm just like, I want to get one. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I mean, as Lady Di says, I'm indecisive, so I'm the wrong sex, right? Yeah. Anyway, let's move on from this because I'm sure you don't want to hear about my packing woos. No, I can shower with it. I can't wash or dry, as in my clothes. There's no washing machine in my place. Tim, that's what I meant. Don't woman no cry, no woman no cry. Hi hi. Like, yeah, that's why I have to do it now because I'm so indecisive about stuff. I'm looking every day for everything. I've just bought a small rucksack just now, so that I'm sorted with. It's just everything else now. My OCD, I'm so bad with OCD. It has to be right and have the right feeling, and I hate my life sometimes. Hate it, and I worry about stuff. My OCD makes me worry. Right, what, whatever. Anyway, no one wants to listen to my woos, but my life isn't perfect, people. Hey Jude, you make me smile. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-da. Do, 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 do. Yes, I have visions of everything. I have to vision the whole trip. My condition is awful. I hate my condition, but you have to live with it. Live, ha ha, live with OCD. Bam 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 ba da 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 da. Hey hey OCD, Lady Di too. Do you have OCD? I'm terrible with it. I'm terrible with OCD. Maine just had an earthquake at 3.9. I have no idea if that's big or small. But Mark said 4.1. He didn't see anything. It reminds me of myself. Yeah, I hate it. I don't hate. I live with it, obviously, but sometimes I hate my life because I worry so much about stuff. I hate it. But the cards you dealt with in life, innit? No point whinging about it. I am what I am. Am what I am. Look at that. Two fingers there. Get that in. with 3 fingers there for the UK. And then back to the 2 fingers in America. There you go. I am opposite. I can wait till last minute and get my stuff together, and out the door I go. It depends what it is. It depends exactly what it is. For this kind of stuff, I can't do that. Don't worry, Dylan. It's all good. Oh no, it is all good. But like, it's a perspective of why it takes me forever. Why I have to plan now. I have gone better as I have become older, though. I realize there are many things in life that are beyond my control. Yeah, I understand that as well. And also, medicine helps as well. Popping pills helps me to ease that. But yeah, I got a fucked up brain, Lady Di. Honestly, you wouldn't believe half the shit. But yeah. Morning, Aya Trucker. Hello to you. Hope you're well, my darling. Yeah, Trucker. Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh. Oh. An earthquake felt in Boston, Massachusetts. The Monday morning was centered in New York Harbor. Maine, according to the United States Geological Survey, is also felt in New Hampshire and Rhode Island. Oh, was it an earthquake or was someone bang bang, bang bang in the bedroom? Boom boom boom. Was someone like boom boom boom? Everybody say way oh way oh way. That's an earthquake. Boom boom boom. Roll with it. Roll with it. Everybody say way oh way oh. Lady Di, same here that I have messed up too. I know. That's the other thing. I got to remember to take my meds with me, otherwise I'd be fucking loopy. And the earthquake with a magnitude of 3.9 happened at 10:22 a.m. So 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. Oh, it just happened. It was initially reported as a magnitude of 4.1. Hope you're doing well. I am with you, Trick. I hope you're doing well as well, my friend. I didn't feel anything. We had one. I felt in 2017. Now, poor Mr. Rhode Island. You shouldn't say that in public. I didn't feel anything. Mr. Rhode Island, she's not talking about you. She's talking about the hurricane.
I don't want to do that.
Ashley McNamara, I didn't feel anything in New Hampshire. Oh, you're New Hampshire. Tax-free New Hampshire, isn't it? I have to go up to New Hampshire.
Are there any matters that we need to discuss out of the presence of the jury?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right.
Daddy Sweeney.
Reading the jury.
Hey, it's the Sweeneys. We love swinging around. We love Dennis and Brenda. Obviously, Brenda more.
You're still with us, Dr. Dragovich?
Can't come and make my house for the ocean.
All right.
I hope that's not a joke. Was the earthquake actually Brian Albert butt dialing Higgy? Higgy boy. That's it, Tim. Yeah. Oh. Dennis Sweeney's in the house, everybody. Oh, we got a nice little crew here today. Look at this. A few people. Well, wait till Potty Mouth comes in. Like, you women give guys a complex when you're like, hey, I didn't feel a thing. It's like, cheapers. All right, don't beat me down. That's the worst thing you can tell a man. Yeah, I didn't feel anything. He did not move me. Hey. They look like her, to be fair. Bow, 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 bow. Is it in yet? Fucking been in for 20 minutes, for fuck's sakes.
Very well. We continue now with cross-examination from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dragovic, can you see me and hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Sure.
In your report, you stated that Michael took an excessive amount of enclomiphene citrate. Is that right?
I couldn't hear this part. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Okay. In your report, you stated that Michael Cochran took an excessive amount of clomiphene citrate. Is that correct?
yes.
Where did that information come from?
From the material that I reviewed. I believe that was the account that was provided by his spouse.
Okay. Were you aware that that substance was tested by the FBI?
Again, it's something I've learned. Was I aware of what?
That substance had been tested by the FBI?
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. That hasn't been established yet. There's no reference to what substance, how it was achieved, anything about the specifics.
Your Honor, that has been established. It has been brought into evidence already with both of the FBI gentlemen that testified here. And you heard Lieutenant Bledsoe testify that he received that bottle from Donna Bolt, who advised that she received it from the defendant.
Objections overruled. Pose the question again so that the witness can hear.
Dr. Dragovich, were you aware that the bottle of clomiphene citrate provided by the defendant was tested by the FBI?
No.
So you were not aware that that bottle was actually found to contain letrozole and not clomiphene citrate?
No. Yes,
Your Honor,
that's correct. That's correct. I do not know.
In
May we
your
approach the bench, Your Honor?
All right.
Hello, Rehab. Yeah, did you see the motion for Karen Reid trial about video evidence gone? Yeah, if that's the same one as last week. Yes, we covered it on Friday. Yeah. I streamed about it a little bit on Friday. I think it's the same one. Just waiting for the motion now from the Karen Reid lawyers about dismissing the trial. That should be incoming this week, hopefully, to get that process going. I think when's Karen in court next? She's in court before long, isn't she? Is it end of this month or? Hang on, I got it down here somewhere. Hey, yay. Let's look at my doc. Can't read. 31st. So oral arguments 9 o'clock. So that's just this week, isn't it? So 7th, 8th, 9th, or Friday. Okay, we'll be streaming that then. Hey, Dennis came in Friday. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, everybody. No, Lee, you're wrong. Ha. 31st. And there's another one in February. Ashley and Dennis got it. Yeah, don't worry. We're used to it. Yes. Teaser piece. Let's, yeah. Amy has, I remembered Amy. 31st, yes. Good shout out, Stacey. That is also correct. Much love to Amy on the 31st. Rehab. As long as you're okay, Rehab. Yeah, we'll need to remember to pray for Amy on Friday, and we will also so we got 31st for Karen. We got then on the 3rd we got Jim Farris and Jill Daniels. On the 4th of February is Matthew Farrell. On the 6th we got the big man himself, Peter Murphy. Peter Murphy's on the 6th, and so is Karen Reid. Karen Reid's one is the Daubert hearing for Richard Green and possibly Arca, and Peter Murphy's on at 10:15 for the ridiculous charge of trespassing. So we will stream that for Karen, because obviously there's no stream going to be for Peter, but hopefully Dana's down there. He'll be streaming, I think, as in outside or whatever. And if he is, happy days. We might be able to watch a little bit of that. Yes, remember, everyone remember, please, let's do a prayer for, we'll do a minute prayer for Amy before the hearing on the 31st. We just need to remember. Friday's hearing is about evidentiary. Hang on, let me just have a look. It just says oral arguments, evidentiary hearing. It might be something else as well, I'm not sure, but I'm out the loop. I'm out the loop on it, to be quite honest. But yeah, we'll be back streaming that to see what's going on. So 31st and the 6th. So that's 2 Fridays. No, 6th is the Thursday, following Thursday. Okay. Just to remind people that if we do watch trials, I will, I'll always cover trials, but I will always stream the Can Read hearings as my number one priority going forward. So if this is not finished by Friday, which it will be, but if it wasn't, then I will I'd put this on the back burner. I'd be watching the Can Read hearing, just for people to know and for them to stop, not to shout at me and be like, "What the fuck?" What's going on sidebar? Yeah, God, that's lovely, Ashley. Pray and pray for Amy every day. Happy days. Got an alert for earthquake off the coast of Maine, 3.9. Do you guys get earthquakes then, do you? You make my bed rock. Can you imagine? There'd be someone in bed, sleeping, doing the business, and they probably were thinking, they were the ones making the bed rock. It's like, no, mate, it's out the coast somewhere. You make my... Right. Hopefully they cover what's going on in sidebar. You, Sarah P's not here today, have or Hack. Not seen them today. Mexi Texi, not seen her. Jonathan. What is going on? Hello? Can you tell me what's happening?
Certainly.
No worries, Crystal. Look after yourself. Hope the injection went well, my darling. Look after yourself. Nice to see you anyway. My family's doing well, thank you, yeah, Trucker. Hey, Cha, I don't know what is going on in court right now. They had a sidebar, but we don't know what they're doing.
All right, let's continue now, please, Ms. Acorn.
Dr. Dragovich, in your review of the records, did you see any evidence that indicated letrozole or even enclomiphene citrate overdose or usage?
Not that I remember, no, ma'am.
And where did you get the information that Michael had a seizure?
Hospital, right?
Do you know where that initially came from in your review of the records?
Well, it would be also from the account that the spouse provided at the time of the admission.
And were you aware of any seizures being observed in the hospital setting?
It seems to me that there were some, but I don't remember specifically every page from the medical records, man.
That's okay. I understand it was a lot of records. Did anything in the medical records substantiate that Michael had a seizure that you recall?
Again, I don't have the materials in front of me, so I can't recall specifically. There was multiplied reference of encephalopathy, but it seems to me that there were references to seizures, either as historical, being presented at the time, or happening there. But I cannot. It's all blurred now in my mind. I'm sorry.
Okay. In your report, you stated that there was evidence that Michael had a head injury. Is that right?
Yes, that was also from the account upon arrival to the hospital.
Was there any evidence that you recall in the actual medical records that indicate that a traumatic head injury had occurred?
No, that was not addressed in the medical record.
And in your report, you also stated that the defendant was the one who took the deceased to the hospital. Would it surprise you to know that that was not accurate based on the testimony we've heard?
I lost the couple of words there. You got blurred. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
Sure. In your report, you stated that the defendant was actually the one who took Michael Cochran to the hospital. Do you recall that? I think we might be having some connectivity issues, Judge.
Are you having difficulty hearing the question, Doctor?
Doctor, I'm looking at my second page there, and yes, that was my impression that Natalie Cochran brought him to Raleigh General Hospital, emergency room.
Would it surprise you to know, Doctor, that based on the evidence we've received, the defendant actually allowed Mr. Cochran to lay on the couch for 7 to 8 hours, and a friend actually transported him to the hospital later that day?
That may be the case. I mean, I was not there. I only put what I read was the information I had in order to kind of gain what was happening at a time.
We'll go back into the medical records. Your report indicates that Mr. Cochran's initial blood glucose at Raleigh General was 76, followed by a next reading of 24. Is that right?
Yes.
However, the evidence actually indicates that the initial blood glucose on arrival was 21. So where in the records did you locate that information?
I can't tell you off the top of my head, but I know for the fact that there were references to low blood glucose. And when what particular level was at the time of particular hospital admission, I cannot recall now.
Doctor, did you review the MRI of Michael Cochran's brain that was obtained at CAMC on 2/8 of 19?
No, but I read the report and there was evidence of encephalopathy there.
In that report, isn't it true that the diagnosis was actually diffuse hypoglycemic encephalopathy?
Yes, that was written in, yes.
And what does that indicate to you, doctor?
I'm sorry?
What does that indicate to you, that diagnosis?
An diagnosis indicates that there is a hypoglycemic encephalopathy, and that's the point of organization of trying to treat the condition and also to find out why and how this encephalopathy occurs.
Doctor, in your professional opinion, is a blood glucose of 21 compatible with life?
It may or may not be, depending on how fast one reacts to correcting its level of circulating glucose.
And just very briefly, was it your testimony that, just so I understand, that tumor tissue would decompose more slowly than normal organ tissue?
Well, certain tumor tissues that are so-called solid tumors in certain tissues and organs of the body may be undergoing slower decomposition because they're harder than the surrounding quote-unquote normal tissue. So that can happen. And I've seen that in my practice pretty regularly. I've seen extremely decomposed body of an individual falling apart, and yet tumor nodules sticking out because they decompose slowly. It depends on the nature of the tumor.
Now, Dr. Uribe and Dr. Krieger were not given the benefit of reviewing one another's reports prior to creating their reports, but you were able to review both of their reports in creating yours. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were hired by the defense, is that correct?
I was contacted by defense. That's correct, yes. And
It's not a trick question, doctor, I promise. I'm not trying to trip you up in any way. Were you compensated for generating a report in this matter, or will you be?
No, I was not. I am certainly not compensated for the time here because this is my taxpayer's time, and my government will send a bill to the lawyers for today. But I think I had about 14 to 16 hours of time put in this, so that was obviously my work after hours. So I will bill for that at my government rate, which is $250 per hour.
Now, when you were creating the report that you generated in this matter, did you initially provide defense counsel with a draft report?
I believe I sent a draft to see if there was anything else that needed to be added to it.
And did you make changes to your report based on commentary that you received?
Your Honor, please note an ongoing objection to this line of questioning.
Very well. It will be preserved.
I am not sure that I made much in a way, some typo errors because my secretary made some typographic errors, but there might have been something added. I will have to look back and try to compare that and give you the exact answer. But substantial changes, no, of course not.
Is it true that you were asked to go into more detail as to how Drs. Uribe and Dr. Krieger were wrong in that draft report?
No, let me explain something. I don't believe that I ever said anything about Dr. I don't want to butcher her name, Krieger. Dr. Krieger's report is clinically accurate report. I have no arguments with that report. Well, I have no arguments with Dr. Uribe except for his opinion. If Dr. Uribe, who is my colleague, presented any tangible evidence, I would have not if there is no evidence, there is nothing to interpret, man.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like this to be marked as the state's next exhibit.
It will be State's Exhibit number 32, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would also move for the admission of States 32.
$32 is the draft.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Any further objections?
Yes, Your Honor. Just a moment. I object to the admission of this exhibit.
All right, I'll admit it over the defense objections, and I'll preserve the defendant's objections.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dragovich, in your professional opinion, what killed Michael Cochran?
I don't know.
So you don't believe that the profound hypoglycemia or the swelling on his brain caused by the hypoglycemia contributed to his death in any way?
I'm going to object to that question. There's no evidence that his hypoglycemia caused the swelling of his brain. That's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
Your Honor, the diagnosis on that MRI is diffuse hypoglycemic encephalopathy.
I'll overrule the objection. You may continue. Ask the question again, Ms. Akron.
Dr. Dragovich, the question was, you do not believe that the decedent's profound hypoglycemia or the significant swelling on his brain caused by that hypoglycemia led to his death?
I would think that's one of the components, but why and how it happened and what the approximate causes are have not been defined whatsoever. So the autopsy did not reveal anything along the lines, and it did not show that on brain examination that there was anything but decomposition changes according to the autopsy report.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I have no further questions.
You're welcome, man.
Redirect, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Your Honor. Can I have just a moment?
Sure.
Just a moment. It's one of those times. This guy's so fucking slow. It's going to be going home time by the time this guy finishes. Whether you like the other attorney or not, at least he's straightforward and he's quick and stuff. This guy just drags it out, man. What I'm getting from all this is no one knows what the cause was, as in how it happened. No one knows. So he could have done it for himself. It could have been her. It could have been any. You know.
Your Honor, procedurally, I believe that I would like a continuing objection to the last state's exhibit, the alleged draft report. And I believe that there were questions as to whether Dr. Dragovich had received it, what information was exchanged, and Dr. Dragovich, at this point, has not seen this particular exhibit as entered by the state. I believe procedurally he would have to see this exhibit before we proceed further on it.
Well, he referenced it in his testimony, and I've given you a running objection. I've preserved your exceptions, and I'll continue to do so.
All right. First of all, I would like to get the state's last exhibit.
All right. It should be up here with the clerk.
Oh, let's see. This is getting spicy. Getting spicy, people. Not Spice Girls, just spicy. To the left, having a good time. To the right. Whoa.
Dr. Dragovich, I'm going to ask you some questions on this last state's exhibit, which is stamped draft on it. Okay?
Okay.
And I admit that I prepared this, or you prepared this draft report. I received it and I made some notations on it. Given that, I'm going to go through these alleged changes. I circled your initial submission date of December 12th of 2024, and I asked you to change the date to January 6th of 2025 because that's when you submitted your final version of this report. Would you remember that, or does that seem correct to you?
Yeah, that seems correct, yes.
Okay. On the second page of this draft report, I circled a date that you had listed as February 16th, 2019, as the date when Michael Cochran's seizures first started around noon. I corrected that because that was an incorrect date. I notated that the correct date was not February 16th, but February 6th of 2019. Do you recall that?
Yeah, that was a typographic error on the back of my type here.
Okay.
They're trying to type up a load of record daily, and these things happen. So anything that's wrong tends to be corrected.
Okay. And I circled the word ALL and pointed out that was a typographical error. It should be FALL for fall, not all. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In one line, you're talking about some information that was relayed. You put your client, and I circled that and asked you to clarify it to Natalie Cochran. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. In the second paragraph on that page, I circled a representation in that report that Michael Cochran's suspicious circumstances of his death triggered an investigation that resulted in an exhumation and an autopsy, and you had 8 months. I corrected that to 7 months. Was that correction proper?
Yes, sir.
On the last page, in the third paragraph, you end that paragraph with the word infant. I circled that and put a notation to admit it. Michael Cochran was not an infant. Is that correct?
Yes, I was puzzled by that word, but I didn't want to go back to my secretary and criticize her for putting
Okay, and that correction, you said it was because your secretary maybe was in a hurry, whatever. That doesn't change the substance of your report at all, does it?
No, those are the typographic errors. They are, I suppose, inevitable when one does the work. Only people that don't do anything do not make any mistakes. Mistakes tend to be corrected. That's it.
Okay. And in the next to the last paragraph, you're talking about Dr. Krieger and Dr. Uribe's mischaracterization, or their findings are not credible or well reasoned. I simply made a notation in that paragraph and I asked, can you go into more detail as to how Doctors Uribe and Krieger are wrong? You did make that representation in your report earlier, did you not?
I did.
Okay, so am I asking you to change your report? Am I asking you to do anything that would affect your conclusions?
No, sir.
As to your eventual final report, do any of these changes affect your conclusions, the validity, anything in your reasoning?
Absolutely not, sir.
All right.
You were not present when there was witness testimony or Drs. Uribe and Dr. Krieger gave their testimony. You didn't hear any of that testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. There were some questions directed about the enclophamine vial. I submit that enclophamine vial was given to the FBI by Michael Cochran's mother, Donna. Does that information change anything in your report or cause you any concern about your conclusions?
No.
And it's true, is it not, that Michael Cochran's medical records contain previous seizures that occurred in October 31st through the first week or two in November. That's documented in the medical records, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And I believe there was some mischaracterization about Natalie Cochran driving Michael to the hospital and some misrepresentations about that. The testimony
To characterizing the prosecution's questions as mischaracterization and misrepresentation.
Sustained.
The previous testimony that in this case shows that although Natalie Cochran herself didn't drive the car to the hospital, she was in the car with Michael, with other people, when Michael was taken to the hospital. Would that information change anything in your report and your conclusions at all?
No, sir.
One moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Hi, Raoul. How are you doing, sir?
Dr. Drakovich, there were some questions by the prosecution about who hired you, who's paying your bills, etc. Would it interest you to know that Natalie Cochran's representation is court appointed and the state of West Virginia would be paying any of your billings? Do you understand that?
I did not know the particulars. There's no difference whatsoever. As I said, in criminal cases, I apply for my time after hours, my government rate. My government rate is $2.50 per hour, and for this testimony, you'll be getting an invoice from my government for these several hours, and for the rest of the hours, I'll be sending you the invoice for that same, based on that same rate.
Would any of the questions on cross-examination change your conclusion that the cause and manner of Michael Cochran's death is undetermined and undeterminable?
No, sir.
And in answer to the prosecutor's question, what killed Michael Cochran, you simply stated you don't know. And all of that reasoning is in your report. Is that correct?
That is correct. And consequences are also correct in the medical records and in the radiographic images. But the cause and the manner are not and cannot be defined on the basis of that.
I have no more questions.
Anything further, Ms. Acorn?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any
Oh,
reason to hold
thank-
Dr. Dragovich?
Not on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Not,
Thank you very much, Doctor. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
It's a pleasure. Ching ching. He's like, that's $500. Thank you, Your Honor. Can we stretch it out a bit more, Your Honor, so I can make $750?
All right. Come up, please.
Right, let's have a look. So, just to remind everyone, she is testifying. Natalie is testifying. In case you didn't hear that on Friday. So, she will be testifying at some point. I'm not, I think I'm not a big fan of that, but it's up to her. It's up to her what she does. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, yawn in there. How rude of me. So yeah, she will be testifying at some point. I'm not sure what good that will do. I don't think she needs to, but I mean, it's her life, so it's a party. She can do whatever she wants to, anything she wants to. It's her time. I wonder how long she's got left in federal jail as well, federal prison.
Members of the jury, we're going to take a little bit of an early lunch break.
No
If
foes.
all goes well, your pizza will arrive a little bit before noon. So you'll have a few minutes to get ready for it. And this will not be cheap pizza. This will be top of the line pizza from Pasquale's for your enjoyment. And there will be several types of pizzas to accommodate your various tastes. So it will be along, and we will have the bailiff deliver it to you in your jury room as soon as it arrives. Just be patient if you would. We'll start up at maybe 15 till 1, and that'll give us some time to relax for lunch. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, and you may go with the bailiff to your jury room.
I like that as well, Spacious Stacy. I love it. So we're back at, what does he say, 1:45. Live in a box, a mighty big box, and it's hairy.
All right. Are there any further matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Nothing on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Nothing on behalf of the defense, Your Honor.
All right. We'll start back up at 15 till 1.
I don't like how he says 15 to 1. There's a game show called 15 to 1. So I get very confused. I'm very confused and stuff like that. So that means 1:45, right? So that means me banner, lunch break. Excuse me, till 12:45 then. I have got loyally teed up for you people, so don't worry. Don't worry. Be happy. Just get the banner up first. UK time. Deb is hungry. Munchy munch. Munchy munch munch. All right. I will play this then. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, that means, right, I need to make my... Hey, y'all. She said, hey, y'all. I need to make my pizza. Talk about, hey, y'all. Where's Sarah P? Sarah P. Sarah P. Sarah P. 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 Sarah P. Sarah P. Sarah P. is lovely. And where's Erin Hack? She drives the bus. Yellow bus. Yellow bus. Erin Hack, she drives a bus all day long. Right, so here it is. Merry Christmas. Everybody's having fun. Right, loyally for you all. This is from Friday. So Friday. She's got a couple of videos, but this will take you up till lunchtime, and I'll be back. I won't be listening. I'm going to make some pizza. It's so early. I can't eat right now, but anyway, I'll play here for you now, and we'll be back in an hour and 8 minutes. Anyway, there you go, people. Hope you enjoy. And I will leave.
Hi, y'all, and welcome to tonight's live stream. Well, I have finally, after 30 years of my career, seen the perfect witness. The witness who said everything possible to help one side and frankly did pretty well. And that would be Natalie Cochran's daughter. She was amazing today. It was just a picture perfect day for the defense with maybe one or two little exceptions. Everything the daughter said was pretty much exactly what they needed. And today was the start of the defense case. As you know, Natalie Cochran is accused of murdering her husband. That's what this trial is about. She also has already been convicted of running a Ponzi scheme in which she ripped off her own parents, her in-laws for everything they had, her own brother, and friends and family all around. So that she's serving 11 years and 3 months for. And there are lots of other little allegations, like that she faked having cancer, like that she gave out fake scholarships to students who got super excited at award ceremonies with their parents present, and then there were no scholarships. And of course, the Ponzi scheme. So that's the general case. Why on earth more people are not following this? I don't know. It is a dynamite case. It is wild. And so today, the defense started its case, and the defense did extremely well, a much better day than any I've seen so far in the case, and it was the defense first day. So I want to get into what happened today, but I also want to talk about the elephant in the room, because Natalie Cochran is going to take the stand. That's what we've been told. So the question is, you may remember I told you that a case never gets any better after you finish presenting your case. That's the highlight. When the other side has time to poke holes in it, it can get worse, with the one exception of if the defendant testifies, and then all bets are off. It all comes down to what the jury thinks about Natalie Cochran's testimony. So she is putting it all out there. That is going to be a completely wild day. You absolutely do not want to miss that day. But so that is a big open question mark in this case. What will happen when she takes the stand? So as for the murder case, that's the case here, the one we're talking about. The allegation is that Natalie Cochran injected her husband with insulin and let him lie there on the sofa for about 6 hours, not calling 911, not getting any help. He was in a coma the entire time, finally went into the hospital, died 5 days later. So today, in addition to hearing what the defense case is, we finally met the elusive Mr. Treadway. He's been talked about. We've been hearing a little bit about what he would say. And the state has been talking about how they really, really wanted to talk with him. And so we learned two things today. First of all, why the state wanted to talk to him so much, and why he did not want to talk to the police. And neither one was at all what I thought it was going to be. So I've got some video clips for you tonight too. So shout out to the first 5 in the chat tonight: Michael Lalonde, Irish Amy, Teresa, Ambi Love, Sky Goddess 87, and number 6 was the Princess. So shout out to all of you, and I'm so glad to have you all here tonight. Be sure to hit the like button and subscribe. If you're not a member, we would love to have you come back for more. Sorry, a subscriber. Also, if you're not a member, join. Let's go ahead and start with the first witness of the day, Brianna Hawley. She's a registered nurse, worked PRN, that means sort of as needed, as a school nurse for the Raleigh County schools. Now, we earlier heard from the neighbor of the Cochrans, Natalie and Michael's neighbor. We heard from Jennifer Davis. Her son has type 1 diabetes. Well, it just so happens that Natalie is a pharmacist and also a diabetes educator. So she had helped Jennifer Davis and the family sort of cope with and figure out how to deal with the son's type 1 diabetes. And Natalie said that the insulin in her refrigerator was there in case the neighbor's child were to suddenly need it. That's why it was there. It was his medication, and she had it there for him. Now, there's a lot more to that. We've covered that in other videos about the fact that that very morning she asked for some insulin from the neighbor, which was a little strange. And we've talked about the dispute over whether it's full or empty, the bottle itself. But in any event, this witness's role was to say, look, I was a school nurse, and it just so happens Natalie is my husband's first cousin also. And I knew this kid, I knew the Davis family, and they told the school that Natalie would be the backup, that if ever the parents weren't available, Jennifer Davis or her husband weren't around, call Natalie. Natalie will be our backup. The reason and the point of this testimony is that Natalie had the insulin for a reason, that she was in fact authorized to pick up the medication, to administer the medication, to help the boy with his type 1 diabetes. So that's what the argument, that's why this witness was presented. Now, there's a little bit of a problem with that, which is the child had an pump and a continuous glucose monitor. So he didn't need shots of insulin. I mean, unless something went wrong with his pump, he wouldn't normally need that. Plus, it's just sort of strange to keep medication for your neighbor in your house in case they need it. That is a weird circumstance. But then we hit the witness I was talking about earlier, the perfect witness, Nicole Cochran, Natalie's daughter, now age 20. And she was picture perfect for the defense. And I'll just go through some of the themes they hit, and she supported all of these themes. And I'll talk about how. Okay, theme number one, huge issue in the case is whether or not Michael ran the Ponzi scheme businesses, or whether Natalie did, or whether both did. And the reason that matters is the prosecution's theory of the case is the whole reason that Natalie Cochran murdered her husband was because he was about to find out that these companies he was so sure were really doing well, that he was doing a little preliminary work at the front end for, but she was really running the companies. He had no idea they were a Ponzi scheme. He was about to find out. He was about to go to the Bank of America, where he thought 1.4 billion was about to drop, or even should already be there. And he was going to read them the riot act, be angry. Why are you not releasing our money? And he was going to find out it was all a scam. Now, frankly, the Bank of America testimony didn't really support that. But the argument that Michael ran the company or Natalie ran the company is a huge issue. If Michael ran the company, then the prosecution's theory is hopeless. If Natalie ran the company, it could be possible. So here's what Nicole said, the daughter. She said that she saw Michael working on his computer, and he said he was filling out the federal and state contracts, and that Natalie did not do that. So suggestion he was more involved, although he was the one in charge of finding the contracts for them to bid on, is what we were told. So it's not completely contradictory to that. She also said that the dad said, I'm doing contracts with the government, but he wasn't very specific with her. He didn't really explain to her. She was only 13 at the time. She said they were pretty wealthy at the time, 2017 to 2019. They had a new, very fancy car, some boats. There was talk of buying a hangar for a plane that their dad, Michael, wanted to buy. They had new ATVs. His new car was a Cobra. They had a house. They bought another house and renovated it and rented it to someone. There was talk of buying another house for the family that would be bigger and nicer. They went to Paris, where the dad insisted on shopping at luxury stores like Louis Vuitton. And the father said that their money came from the contracts. Now, the next theme that she hit was that Michael was sick. And that is probably the most important theme in the entire case. The prosecution has argued that Michael was a generally healthy 38-year-old. And the defense says it's anything but. He was a bodybuilder. He was throwing down massive numbers of pills. He was taking things like steroids, maybe taking insulin, because he was so committed to the bodybuilding, and he was becoming very ill as a result. So here is what this witness had to say about that. He was a bodybuilder, very concerned with his body. That's the topic. And she said that in 25 to 2016, he was pretty normal, and he participated in bodybuilding, not so much maybe competitions, except in one case, he did get 6th place pulling a Hummer at the county fair. So he considered himself a bodybuilder, without the competition side of it. And he worked out a lot. He cared very much about his outward appearance. He wanted everyone to think he was strong, perfect. He took steroids and supplements to gain muscle. So he took massive numbers of supplements, she said. Every morning he would lay out 40 pills on the counter. It would be about the size of a dinner plate when they were all sitting there. And he would take handfuls at a time and drink sink water as he just gulped these down. She said he got them from GNC, the local store. And he also told her he got steroids from Mexico. That's been an issue in the case, and she confirmed he did. He also had vials of steroids that he took, and he usually took them through a dropper. She couldn't say for sure if he sometimes injected them. That's been an argument that maybe he injected the insulin himself. It is a bodybuilding substance, or can be used in that way. So what Nicole, the daughter, said was that around 2017 to 2018, Michael got way worse. He got agitated, irritated mentally, that he was eating less. He was complaining all the time about headaches. He had back surgery at some point, and we got more about that from the Sun. I'll save that. In October of 2018, that's a huge time frame, because Michael dies on February 11th. He keels over in the kitchen on February 6th and dies by February 11th. So this is just a few months before October 31, and then the first half of November. So he was having headaches and dizziness. He did go to the hospital. As far as she knows, he didn't lose consciousness in her presence, but she did think that that had happened. Then that was late October. Then on November 2nd, he had to go back to the hospital for the exact same thing. He was there for 5 days. She said she visited him in the hospital, and he seemed kind of out of it, but that he was really nice, and her whole face kind of softened as she talked about it. She said he said really kind things because he didn't think he would get another chance. So in fact, I'm going to go ahead and play this for you. It's a real, you'll be intrigued. It's very good.
He had to go to the hospital on November the 2nd, right?
Yes.
What was wrong with him then?
I believe it was the same thing.
He stayed 5 days in the hospital?
I believe so, yes.
Did you visit him in the hospital?
Yes.
Obviously. What did you observe when you were in the hospital?
He seemed kind of out of it, but he was actually really nice. He said some kind things to my brother and I, because he didn't think he would get another chance to.
Is that what he told you?
He told me that he always appreciated my intelligence, and that he never told me that, but he wanted me to know it now just in case he never got to say it again.
Did you take it as a farewell to life for him?
I've always considered that to be kind of like my goodbye.
Isn't that's really, really moving, in my opinion. And she went on to talk about how he got home from the hospital and things kind of went right back to normal. He was angry, he was dizzy, he had the headaches. Then that happened through January, right before his death in February, that he was acting crazy, he was upset, he was angry all the time. He forgot little things throughout the day, like the date or what he was doing, and talked about those headaches, was irritable, slept in, forgetful. She said, quote, many around him were concerned for him. And she said several people wanted him to stop taking platefuls of medications and vials of steroids, but he kept them in the house. He had his own cabinet, his own larger cabinet, and they knew they weren't allowed to touch it. It was for him. She was just a phenomenal witness, in my opinion. She went on to say that Michael hated hospitals. That fits with the theme the defense has been pushing about the reason Natalie was reluctant to take him to the hospital, even though he was lying on the couch, he fell out in the kitchen, she thought he was sleeping, and it was because of a seizure like he had back in November. So he would just sleep afterwards, and then later, after this deep sleep, he would wake up. So that was her thinking about it. And then on top of that, they really believed that he would hate going to the hospital. She confirmed, he this must be the 10th witness to say he hated hospitals. He made it very clear he never wanted to go back to one. So Natalie had cancer, right? That was a big issue throughout the case. Remember how we have heard there was in the sentencing hearing of the federal case that Natalie invented a cancer diagnosis. She didn't really have it, but she would tell people, oh, I'm getting chemo. Oh, I'm getting radiation. I'm so exhausted. I'm so sorry that I'm not able to write you this check for this money I owe you, or come up with some excuse for why this wouldn't allow her to pay them back as part of the Ponzi scheme. The federal judge talked about it. He actually talked about what was happening and things like that. But it's been really unclear in this trial about whether or not Natalie did or didn't have cancer. We've had plenty of people come in and say, Natalie told me she had cancer. Here's a text message where she says, I'm real sick because of the cancer. That was why she wanted to borrow the insulin, because of the cancer. Now, yesterday, we heard from a prosecution witness who said he was an investigator who looked at the case and said, I haven't been able to find anything about her having cancer. And the defense said, well, did you get oncology records, or what did you do to figure this out? And this witness came right in on that. She said her mother did have cancer, that she also had problems with her heart and is on a monitor that she's still on today, that she believes her mother went to, it was the Cleveland clinic, she thought, but she wasn't aware if maybe it was that they rejected her due to a lack of insurance, that she thinks that she also went to Duke, and that Duke believed her mother had blood cancer. So the day before Michael collapsed, Natalie was pretty sick and throwing up, but Nicole, the daughter, wasn't really sure if she had a fever. She stayed in bed, and that was really common after she got cancer, according to Nicole. So that afternoon, Nicole had been to school. They came home, and she confirmed that there were lots of people in and out of the house. That's an important argument for the defense. They're arguing that Natalie couldn't have given Michael a dose of insulin at 11 in the morning to cause him to have a crash, fall out on the floor, and still have his blood glucose be 21 8 hours later when he got to the hospital. It wouldn't last that long. So the prosecution has sort of hinted, well, maybe she gave him more shots in the afternoon. So the defense combat to that is, well, how is that possible? There were all these people in and out of the house. So when would she have had a moment alone to secretly inject him with this insulin? And so Nicole said, yeah, there were a lot of people in and out. That doesn't necessarily prove the defense point. It's just some evidence toward it. She said that her mother was absolutely distraught when her father died, and she loved Michael with Natalie, the mother, loved Michael with all her heart. So the cross, you really can't touch a witness like this. Someone with a really young, she's very young. She's lost her father, her mother's on trial. It's just, anyway, I thought you would be interested to see what happened.
How many times did he tell you did that?
Anytime I asked.
How many times did you ask?
The question he's wanting to know is, she said Michael Cochran, her dad, told her, I'm working on contracts. And he said that all the time. So the prosecutor, and I understand the frustration, he wants to break into that and say, okay, really, how many times did your dad tell you that? But it came out way too aggressive. So here it is.
Frequently.
Okay. So you're intimately involved with your dad's conversations over his contracts. You don't know what he does for a living, but you know about him doing contracts. And your mom had nothing to do with that business as far as you know. Is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, she went.
So it was like, yep, you pretty much got that right. And let me scoot this back just a little bit so we start at the right spot for the next clip. So it's really hard to cross-examine a witness like that. It's just almost impossible. And it obviously didn't go particularly well. That was kind of how the cross went. She was an excellent, excellent witness for her mother. The one thing they maybe got on cross-examination for the state was that Michael had asked Natalie to leave her job to stay at home and to assist with the company. That's what the witness said. That still implicates Michael, but also includes Natalie. She's already pled guilty for the Ponzi scheme, so that's a done deal. She's already in federal prison for that. She also added that she saw him constantly on his computer every day. She saw him making calls, and he always said, "I'm working on contracts." So the state really couldn't do a lot. The one thing they maybe did is they suggested, well, maybe your dad was having all these physical troubles because he was under stress. And she would say, well, I did consider him agitated. Yes. I think the defense is going to argue through an expert we're going to hear from next week. I think the defense is going to argue that he had an effect from steroids, and that's why there was this issue for him. But the prosecution was kind of hinting, well, maybe it's that your mom was running this insane Ponzi scheme. Maybe that was stressing him out. So the state also has a theme that they believe that there were gaps in that period of time when Michael was at home with Natalie, when she could have given him that insulin. And so the numerous people were listed as being there. There was a small dispute over what time the dad actually got taken to the hospital, but I mean, she was only 13 years old, so I don't think she would be really held to knowing exactly what time it was. So the state did ask questions. So, well, if there were messages from your mother writing to people and asking them to invest, I mean, you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? And she said, well, no, I wouldn't know about that. But the thing about it is we don't know about that either. That's not in evidence in this case. So I don't know exactly where that question came from. It's too late for the state to put that on unless Natalie gets on the stand and testifies. And then I think they probably will be able to open up a lot of that would not have been available to them if she didn't take the stand. And that is utterly insane in this case. That was a huge mistake. So let's move on to the next witness, Penny Carrico, Natalie's older sister by 12 years. And she said she was really close to both Natalie and to Michael, to their family. So she said she did see Michael injecting himself with something. They were all on vacation one time and she walked in and Michael was injecting himself. She didn't know what it was, but the significance of that is maybe he injected the insulin himself. Then she also said Michael took a lot of supplements. He was very interested in bodybuilding and he had a counter full. He had a cabinet in the corner, and she doesn't know exactly what all these pills were, but she tried to get him to stop. She also was really concerned that his son would pick up and start doing this. So she also said, don't ever do what your father is doing. And they both were like, they just dismissed her concerns about it. So she confirmed that Michael had been sick, that he was dizzy, sick, that the problems all got worse toward February 2019 when he died, that sometimes he just couldn't think clearly, even in the middle of a conversation. So he would get angry. She said one time she asked for some money back that they owed her, and he got really angry. He complained of headaches. He was throwing up a lot in the months before he died. She confirmed Michael absolutely hated hospitals like everyone else who ever met Michael. And that she said, even as they were deciding, because she was there as they decided, let's take him to the hospital, that she said, boy, he is not going to like that when we take him, and said, we got to do it again. We got to do it anyway. It doesn't matter. We're going to have to do it. But she confirmed he was going to be mad. She said that she confirmed Michael was living high on the hog with this luxurious lifestyle. Now, that's not absolute proof for the defense, because it could be that he thought Natalie was running a really great company making this money. The state says, yeah, not so much. Really, all she was doing was collecting money from investors. She didn't actually have any contracts with the state or federal government. She wasn't really selling them arms. She was just collecting investor money and keeping it. That's all that was happening. So all the promises to them that they would get their money back were untrue. But we haven't heard a lot about that now. The court has ruled in a way that would limit the ability of the state to use that crime, because although she's pled guilty to it and it's in the case, they haven't been allowed to go into it too extensively because she's already being punished for that. This is a separate crime. And of course, although the fact that she would lie might affect her credibility, the fact that she would run a Ponzi scheme is not the same thing as murdering somebody. It's possible you could murder someone and never run a Ponzi scheme, or run a Ponzi scheme and never murder someone. So that's why the judge is being really careful about not allowing too much in, but frankly, pretty much is in. But it could get significantly worse if, in fact, Natalie takes the stand. So on the day that Michael crashed, Natalie texted her that now infamous picture of Michael lying on the floor in the kitchen. The prosecution has said, that's crazy. Who would send out a picture of your husband sort of collapsed on the floor? And she said that she sent a picture to her. She received this picture, this witness did, Penny Carrico, received this picture, and with a text from Natalie saying, Michael's really sick and he won't get up. And her initial thought was, well, she said she was really busy. She was in the middle of getting kids ready. And she's like, what am I supposed to do about that? And so she said later on that day, though, she got a call from Nicole, her niece, Natalie's daughter, who testified earlier. And Michael had slumped off the couch. By the time she got there, two men had picked him up and moved him to the couch from the kitchen floor. And Michael had slumped off the couch and lost control of his bladder. She kind of helped Natalie as Natalie cleaned it up. And the defense made a very important point, which is that this witness has every reason to be angry at Natalie because she lost $50,000 in the scam. Like many other people, she is one of the people. Natalie's older sister was also scammed and also lost $50,000. So she said that Michael would write the checks to her, but Natalie was the one who gave her the checks that returned some of her money that she was in and out. Like she would invest some, she'd get a little bit back, but reinvest or invest more. So that was kind of how the course of it went for her. So she said that as far as she knew, Michael never, this is on cross, Michael never woke up. As once he passed out, he never was awake and talking. She never saw him talking. That there were a lot of people in and out. When she got there, there were a number of people. In fact, she was over twice that day, I believe. And she came back over in the evening because she got a call while she was on her way out to dinner with her family. And she said when she got there, she thought there was maybe the Treadways were there. Also, another friend and son came in right after that. And they all decided they were going to take Michael to the hospital. And that Michael was going to be very mad at them, but there you have it. So the defense ended with a bang, which was in the fact that in August of 2018, Michael brought Natalie to the school where this witness, Ms. Carrico, was a principal. So this Michael brings Natalie into the school where her older sister is the principal, and said that from now on, he wanted Miss Carrico, the witness, the sister, to deal with him about the business, that no longer would he deal with Natalie, would she deal with Natalie. From now on, Natalie's sister would deal directly with Michael. Now, this is exactly the same time that Natalie sent out those sort of bizarre texts that we looked at yesterday. Those were text messages where she said, I'm sorry to people who had invested. And she said, I'm sorry that I was not completely transparent with Michael about the business. It didn't know. It was totally unclear why she said that. And it didn't make sense as to why she was saying that to these other people. They just received these out of the blue suddenly. So it was a strange circumstance. The state obviously thinks the reason she did that was because she was hiding from her husband that it was a Ponzi scheme. This was August of 2018, a full 6 months before he died. So the state's theory is, why murder him? Well, the reason to murder him is he's going to find out about this Ponzi scheme. But clearly he found out about something 6 months before, if he's the one insisting that Natalie step back from the business and that he take over. All told, I think it's really unclear. Maybe Natalie will shed some light on it if she gets on the stand, but it's very confusing what's happening. It's hard to even know which side it helps. But I think the fact that he knew a lot 6 months beforehand makes the state's argument about why he had to be murdered less clear. That's their reason, their motive that they say is she killed him. So the state did make a point that Natalie initially said that Michael had fallen and hit his head, at least in one of 3 interviews. She had some sort of different stories, according to the state, in these 3 interviews she had. And that she said, well, he fell, he hit his head. And the witness said, well, she might have told the police about that. She didn't really remember that, whether or not that was something that Natalie had said at the time. They also pointed to a divot on the countertop, or talked about one. And that's where Natalie said he hit his head, which is crazy. I don't understand how it wasn't even more of an issue if he literally knocked out a piece of the countertop when he fell. So there was no indication by anyone they had a head injury or anything like that. The CT of the brain was fine. So there was no belief at the hospital that he had any kind of significant brain injury. And then we heard from the elusive Thomas Treadway, the long-awaited Thomas Treadway. He's a freelance graphic designer, met the Cochrans through youth sports, and did graphic design work for the Cochrans. He invested a significant amount, he said, he didn't give a number, in the Cochrans company, but he was testifying on behalf of the defense. So we found out in the course of this why the state wanted to talk to him so much. One of the witnesses said, I wanted to talk to him. He wouldn't talk to me. He refused to talk to me. We found out why, and we found out why the defense wanted to bring him. So what he said Michael was in charge of the business. He always dealt with Mike, and mostly it was for graphics contracts, which would be doing graphics for the company. But there were also government contracts. He said there were never any promises of huge returns to him. But he wrote the checks out to the companies. He agreed Michael was sick. Michael was out of it, wasn't focused, was confused. He talked about one incident right before Michael died, where they went out to eat at Panera. And after they got there, he realized he wanted to eat at Panera. And then they got there and he remembered that he hated Panera with unbridled passion, they said. And there was also a comment, he said, you have a hat on, to his friend, Mr. Treadway. And Treadway said, well, I always wear a hat. And he just seemed confused, also visibly agitated. And he hated hospitals, so we got more confirmation about that. But here is why the investigators wanted to talk to him. So the question from the prosecutor was, what'd you do for the Cochrans? He said, well, I did like their sign out front at their business. I did T-shirts. I did baseball uniforms. And they said, you never did letterhead? And he said, no. And the prosecutor pulled out a document and said, this is a fraudulent document that the defendant sent around on Bank of America letterhead. There was an objection. We don't even know what the document is. And it's already been labeled a fraudulent document by the prosecutor. And the judge said, yeah, take a little more time. So it turns out we never did really find out much about the document, but the question was, would a graphic designer create this document? And apparently it was altered in some way from what otherwise would have been said. And he said, I would guess. And then the prosecution asked, but it wasn't you? And he said, no. He also said his wife did notary work for the Cochrans. So my guess as to why the state wanted to interview him, why the investigator wanted to talk to him, was they thought he might have been involved in creating this document that they believed was fraudulent, this fake document. They thought it would take a graphic designer to change it. I don't really see why it would. It seems like you could pretty easily, I don't know what the document was, but usually it wouldn't be all that hard. I don't think you would have to hire a graphic designer to commit fraud. So I imagine there would have been easier ways, but they thought that's what had happened. And so my guess is maybe that's why they wanted to talk to him. But the reason he wouldn't talk to them was a big surprise. Why wouldn't he? He said he was asked to give a statement. He did some research and told them, no, thank you. He was very clear on that. And we went back and forth, one side to the other. And here's the bottom line. He looked up, did some research, and found an article. After they contacted him, he's like, who are these people? He Googled it, found an article in the Charleston Gazette that was specific, he said, to the officers named in this case. And he said that they were being accused of witness tampering, that they were not trustworthy, and he was pretty sure there was a settlement involved. And the state said, so all you know is what you read in the Charleston Gazette, which means you may not know anything. And there was an objection from the defense, and the judge overruled it, which was hilarious. So basically, there was a little shade going on for the Charleston Gazette there in court. But it seemed like it never occurred to him that they might think he was involved, but that he just thought they were a little shady and he didn't want to talk to them. So that was what the end of it was. But there were also some more very sketchy text messages that probably made the state really suspicious about him. So in a text, Natalie wrote somebody, it said, Thomas thinks he's getting worse. And Thomas says, well, I don't know. I'm not a medical person, but it seemed like he was kind of there and involved. I think that's the point they were making. And he recommended in a text message that Natalie make a timeline, quote, so when you do go get a lawyer, you'll be ahead of the game. He also says, quote, you were checking his vitals and blood sugar after I came in. They weren't elevated. And she then, after Michael died, she asked him to help her by breaking into Michael's phone. She said, quote, I need to see if you can crack it. So all of those things made them think there was some kind of relationship where he was assisting Natalie or had some connection with Natalie and was offering her help to try to get away with the crime. At least that's what it sounds like they wanted to imply. And I don't know if they got very far on it, frankly, but they did at least have that today. I would say that would be the highlight of the day for them, those text messages. I don't think they necessarily proved Natalie did anything wrong, but make a timeline so when you do go get a lawyer, you'll be ahead of the game. Obviously, she was worried at that time, and I don't know the date, that she was worried maybe there would be some kind of inquiry, some kind of investigation. So he also did testify that Michael had locked his phone so she couldn't get into it, and that was why she needed help getting into it. There was no explanation as to whether he actually managed that. I don't think he did. And then we came to a very dramatic close to the day. And this is where Natalie lost it. And I'm going to show you that clip, okay, because she got very emotional. Her son testified. He was only referred to by initials, MAC, because he's still just 17 years old. He explained to us that back surgery that Michael had in 2017 was because he lifted a light pole to move it to a different location. And quote, he wanted to do everything by himself. He affirmed he hated the hospital. Michael hated the hospital with a passion, and said that his dad did start to change around 2018. And he was forgetting stuff all the time, like things he'd planned to do, things he was supposed to get done. He would leave things at the house, which he never did before. He was usually a very organized, kind of put together person, and suddenly he wasn't, that he was more aggressive toward everybody. He was the same when he got home from the hospital. It didn't change. And in fact, he began to get worse and worse. And he stopped being as active. He didn't feel like doing anything anymore. His father took supplements. He fully agreed with everybody else. He said 30 pills a day every morning and anabolic steroids. He said he didn't personally see his dad take insulin, but his dad did inject, not just use a dropper, but inject steroids. He said his dad had seizures that personally MAC didn't witness them, but he at least was told about them. And he said he hated doctors. He would never take anything prescribed by a doctor, and yet had a cabinet of supplements and medications he would take. And he said he would get down every bottle in the morning and take a handful at a time, and he'd drink it with a protein shake he would make. And then, he'd take a sip, take a fistful of pills, sip, and so forth. He confirmed they came from GNC, and also the steroids were brought in from Mexico. Or sent in, I guess, ordered. That he talked about the contracts with the government, that's what his dad's business was, having contracts with the federal government. He remembered one time in particular, he was lying in bed between his mom and his dad was working on contracts on his computer. His mom was watching a movie, had a book in her lap, and was paying no attention to this. This was what the defense believes is evidence that Natalie was the one, not the one involved in the company. The dad, Michael, was. So the son, MAC said, well, he was looking at this spreadsheet of contracts, and there were all these thousands and thousands of dollars on these contracts, and that he found a 50 cal contract, 50 caliber. I don't know what that meant, 50 cal contract, and that the son, MAC, helped him with it. And they kind of kept going from there. He said, we were in the hunting stand and he's still working on contracts, and that mom had nothing to do with the contracts. That the father was kind of secretive about the business, at least when it came to his children. But the father did say that it had to be a woman-owned business, which was why Natalie owned 51% of the company, and there was only a 49% interest in the dad, Michael. And there are special carve-out and cutouts for disadvantaged business enterprises, woman-owned business enterprises. And for that reason, he's saying that she was trying to get the contracts as a woman-owned business, and that's the reason that she was involved. Not so much maybe that she was actually personally involved in the day-to-day work. So he went on to make a few comments. We all know who wore the pants, meaning his dad. And the question, your father was the dominant figure in the marriage? Answer, of course. And he talked about one incident where a coworker hit on his mother back when she was still at the pharmacy. And the coworker somehow had a baseball bat, and the dad took the baseball bat away, and he was very controlling and monitored everybody's phone. All of that was a little confusing to me, but the general impression was that Michael was very protective, very controlling, very domineering. That was what he was trying to suggest. That Michael repeatedly took Natalie's phone. Remember those strange text messages where Natalie sent them out and said, I didn't disclose everything to Michael? Well, they're trying to suggest maybe Michael himself sent those text messages. But the fact that Michael and Natalie went together to the sister, and Michael said, you're never to deal with her again, you're to deal with me with the business, that says to me that, Michael, it at least says Natalie knew and acquiesced in that because she was doing it in person with her own sister. He talked about the high life they were living, the motorcycles, 2 Yukons, the hangar. We had a plane, and they bought 2 boats. He never saw his mom give his dad medication. He did watch his dad inject. And now we have, I want you to hear this next segment, because this is the part where Natalie really lost it. So here we go.
And in fact, she went into the vehicle that took him to the hospital, right? Leaving you and your sister with the Treadways, right?
This is when he went to the hospital.
When your father went to the hospital that day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she was holding his hand as they were leaving, right?
Yes. Crying.
Crying.
Yes.
after your father's death, what was your mother like?
I feel like she was very strong.
She still did her business.
care.
She still did her business. True.
Yes, sir.
Was she brokenhearted because of the death of her husband?
Very. We all were.
If I may have a second, Your Honor.
Certainly.
These are all the questions I have of this witness, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, cross-examination, Ms. Akert.
I just have
All right, so we'll get ready for the next segment. Okay, so at that point, we hit the end of the witnesses for the day, and it was a very emotional end to the day, at least that section of it. So she clearly seemed to be very emotional hearing her son testify and talk about her reaction when Michael died. I would be very interested to know your opinion about that, and what I wanted you to see it so you could form an opinion for yourself. I'll be upfront. I thought it seemed very genuine, but I'm curious about what you think. So at this point, we had no further witnesses, not just for the day, no further witnesses until Monday. So the court is taking tomorrow off. I really do feel for the jury because they've had such a chopped up, every day 2:00 or thing. They've had a schedule where they haven't just been able to knock it out. Let's hear the case, let's get it over with. But it's going to be Monday, so they get the day off tomorrow. They'll be finished. The judge told them by Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. So at that point, I guess the jury will get the case. Now, I did want to show you this one little clip. I just love this judge. I think this judge is awesome. And I wanted to show you this little clip. It's just an example of why I think this judge is so great. Now, and you've seen many a judge tell people, do not check the internet, don't look at anything, don't read anything, don't talk to people. You've seen many a judge say that if you watch some of the trials on Court TV or Law and Crime. So this is his version.
And we have done everything possible to get this case ready for you. Please do not endanger the process by talking to folks over the weekend. Maybe some of you will go back to work tomorrow and your coworkers will attack you. They'll want to know what's going on. People have been watching this on TV. They've been seeing it on the news and reading about it in the newspaper. And so they will come up to you and they'll want to find out the juicy details of the case, and they'll want inside information. Please refrain from talking to these folks and with your relatives and with your friends who will all accost you and want to know about the case. And you can certainly put the blame on me. You can tell them that I'm a hateful old judge and that you're afraid of what I might do, and that I have warned you and threatened you, and that you just can't take the chance of going to jail. You don't have to worry necessarily about going to jail, but you can say that if you wish, to get people off your back so that you don't have to put up with folks hounding you for information.
So anyway, that is right there in a nutshell why I love this judge so much. He also brings a treat for the jury every day. He was doing donuts, and then he brought Chick-fil-A biscuits, and then he was going to bring another biscuit this on Monday when they meet again. So he's always got something going with the jury. Like, would you like chicken biscuits? I'm going to Chick-fil-A. And, so he's always got something going. But it's really just, he's a great judge, I think. I think he's really fantastic. All right. So if you have any questions, throw those in. I'll give you a few other notes. We will not be going live tomorrow night. Tomorrow night it's possible I'll be able to drop a video maybe on Coburger, or maybe we'll do one on this case, because maybe we will. In fact, I'll probably drop a video. It won't be live, but it'll be a video, and we may do it as a premiere. Hopefully I'll be able to do that for you tomorrow. So this case is absolutely incredible. I do not know why it's not getting more attention. I will ask you this. Please hit the like button on this, and also send this out to your friends, a link to it, or post it on your social media, because I'm telling you, this case is absolutely remarkable, start to finish. It is remarkable. So I did forget to say thank you for reminding me. Please put question marks at the beginning of your question, because that'll help me spot it there in the chat. I forgot to say that, so I'll look for some real quick here. Tennis girls asking about the charges. That I know of, the only charge is the murder charge. I don't believe they have a lesser included, but that may come in the form of the charges, which we don't have yet. So we will find out more coming. Connie Presley, do you think the daughter was telling the truth? I really don't think she could remember all that. Connie, it's always hard to know exactly what people remember. It's possible that because it was such a big day to her, I mean, her father goes in the hospital and dies 5 days later. So this is a very important time in her life. So she may well remember some things. She was a very, very perfect witness. And sometimes a perfect witness is questionable, because every witness has a little bit of yin and a little bit of yang. You know, there's a positive and there's a negative. It's just never all the way 100%. And this witness was really, really good, but she never came across to me as disingenuous. But again, I would be so interested in the opinions of y'all. Please put that in the chat or in the comments. I'm curious what you think. Peppermint is asking why something was kept. I am not sure what that question is. You have to write a little bit more about that, Peppermint. I may have missed a comment you made earlier. Irish Amy, why do you think the prosecution didn't object at all this morning? Yes. Was it to be sensitive to Nicole? Some of the statements seem to be conjecture, and a lot of them were leading. A whole lot of them were leading. And so I think the reason is the same reason that it was so difficult to cross-examine her. And it's pretty much what you've guessed right there, Irish Amy, which is it's very hard when you've got a young woman like that with her mother as the defendant, her father as the victim, and you're going to go at her real hard with a hard cross-examination or a lot of objections. It's a tough time for the attorney. There's almost no winning for the prosecution in that case. So yes, there were a whole lot of questions that might have led to requested conjecture that were leading. There was a lot in there. They could have maybe done a little more, but throughout the case, they've been very reluctant to object on the state side. Clearly not as much on the defense side, but on the state side, they've been reluctant to make those objections. So I think that's why. I think that they are just, that they in general don't want to object. And particularly with Nicole, they just thought this is not going to work well. Carol, if he was non-responsive the whole time, how could he dose himself with more insulin throughout the day? Indeed, good point. I think there's only one person that could dose him. So what Carol is referring to is the defense made this argument that if you were dosed at 11 a.m., when you get to the hospital that evening, you wouldn't still have a very low blood glucose. Your blood glucose would have come back up by then. It would have dived earlier in the day, and the insulin wouldn't have lasted that long. It would be out of the system, out of the body sometime in there. So, and this is kind of the reverse argument. That was what the defense wanted. But then the state came up with well, maybe he was injected again in the middle of the afternoon. And up until then, the argument really had seemed to be he was injected that one time. But if he was injected more than once, well, then that would have to be by someone else. And it really probably couldn't have been by him because, as everyone said, he didn't wake up. He seemed really out of it throughout that period. Mary asking me, do you believe the son saying Michael was dominant personality and he ran everything? Actually, yes. And part of that would relate to sort of the way he's described as being very obsessed with his body, taking all these pills, wanting to be really strong, wanting to win at bodybuilding, like that one place where he came in 6th. But, and other than that, he didn't enter competitions, but that seems to me like somebody who's very masculine and possibly a very dominant personality. What do I know? I never met him, but when I picture what he would be like from the picture people have given us in the courtroom, I do picture someone who seems fairly dominant. We haven't really heard that much about him personally, so we don't have a lot to give us a different view of. Francesca's Orchid is asking about the lipstick, and it is just Garnett, Wet and Wild. So there you go. All right. Kim Lady, the son sounded like a spoiled rich kid who was a sexist to me. Both kids sounded very rehearsed. And I would agree with that, Kim Lady. Both kids sounded very rehearsed. And I thought the son was very, very rehearsed. But I agree. There's nothing technically wrong with that. An attorney is allowed to talk with them about what they are going to say, about what the questions will be, without giving them the answer. But you would work with them over, okay, so here's my question. What would you say to that? And then you pick and choose the questions based on what they would say. I mean, that's kind of how you prepare. And you talk to the witness in advance. Here's what you would tell me if I asked. Is that correct? And not so much you tell them, but you say, if I ask this question, what would your answer be? So there's a lot of work that goes into that as you just discuss the case and what the person knows. And so they had obviously done that, I would say, a fair amount, because the attorney knew very well what they were going to say. And they seemed to understand what he wanted for the most part. A couple of times where there was a little bit of a mix up. But so I did think both sounded very rehearsed. I thought the son's statement about the dominant was a little bit surprising. It was very strong when he said, so he was dominant? Of course. Well, okay. In any event, I thought that was interesting. Mandy Strong, do you think the jury wants to see proof other than testimony of Natalie's cancer and Michael's Mexican steroids? Well, it would be nice if there were some additional proof. I think the judge said when he dealt with the defense motion for acquittal that came at the end of the state's case, he said, look, the state told us this is a very circumstantial case. That's what we got. So we're just going to head out there and let the jury figure this out and decide. Why is everyone hateful to the defendant and the children? Asked Jennifer. Well, I hope that is not something that is happening here in our chat. And I feel sure it's not, because we have the world's best moderators. Marlon, Mama Pinks, and Denise Pelton are phenomenal. Very grateful to them. And so I feel sure it's not happening here. But in general, I think that there's a natural tendency of people to believe that a defendant must be guilty and to feel that they probably they've done something wrong, and to be angry and to feel like they should be judged. And I think that is something that often happens despite the presumption of innocence. And the more evidence we have, of course, the more we can make a better and more informed decision. All right, Peppermint, thank you for the super chat. Peppermint has a question. This is so interesting. Alec Baldwin's irreverent gun handling was kept from the jury, as was his role as producer. Murdoch's financial crimes kept in. Cochran Ponzi scheme kept in. Is it defense attorney skill, luck, or arbitrary? The answer, Peppermint, to that is yes. That is a yes. There are 1,000 different reasons, and I'll add another, the judge and the way the judge rules. And it's very easy to think of our judicial system as a system that is completely even-handed, always the same result, same facts would yield the same result. And that's unfortunately really, really not true. There are a whole lot of issues that come to play, like who is the judge, who is the defense lawyer, and as you maybe some luck as well. There is And sometimes it's just arbitrary. Sometimes there might be different decisions for reasons that you can't even predict. All of those things are reasons that you get different decisions. And it's not always fair. And that's a fact. And the defense attorney skill is exceptionally important, but often not enough. But it does matter. It matters a lot. You look at Karen Reed's attorneys, and I will tell you that's huge, absolutely huge. Neuropsych Zena says, an observation, there's a theme of medications and substances being dealt with in unusual ways by Natalie and husband. There definitely seem to be a lot of weird stuff going on with medication, like her calling up a friend and say, hey, can I borrow some insulin? Because I'm feeling ill. I don't even get that. Why would you take insulin because you're feeling ill? That just is weird to me. But she got some. The day before, she tried to get some from a physician's assistant. There was some kind of issue, so I don't think she ever got it there, or maybe she got two. But it did seem weird, picking up medicine for the neighbors, all these pills, this medicine cabinet, all of his own. It definitely is outside my normal experience. So I agree with you that this is very unusual. And the fact that he used a dropper, according to the testimony of his daughter, to take these substances that he ordered from Mexico, there's a lot in there throughout the case. You're absolutely right. And thank you, Bird. I appreciate the super sticker. Thank you very much. We will do a couple more questions. And I will be looking for those with question marks at the beginning. Could the steroids have a high insulin? Or could she have been supposed to give steroids and she gave him insulin? Typically, we have not found a single witness yet who has said she gave him medications by injection. But we have had now somebody say he injected himself with medications. That's the son. Now, as far as and that's kind of important, because the question is, if she was giving him medications, if she was giving him a shot, maybe instead of giving him that, who knows what, just some ordinary vitamin or supplement, whatever she was supposed to give him, the steroid, instead she gave him insulin. That would be a way that she could do that without him being alarmed. He would have no idea. He would think she was doing something really normal and regular. But we have not heard any witness say she did that yet. So far, that hasn't worked out for the state, that particular argument. But could the steroids have had a high insulin? I would assume they shouldn't have, but we already do know that of the 3 vials that they tested, that they got from the home and tested, well, 2 were from the home, 1 was from Michael's parents, and they got that from Natalie. One of those vials did not contain the substance that was on the label. Now, the hint of that was that Natalie did that herself, and she did that to throw the investigation off, that the reason it wasn't the same is because if the investigators believed he had taken that medication as a supplement, as a bodybuilding purpose, then they would not know that would have actually caused the drop in insulin, and they would think that was what it was. So that was the hint from the state without us being actually told that. Mandy asking me, says, what discredits the kids is Natalie pled guilty to running the Ponzi scheme, yet the kids say dad did it. And Mandy, you're right in a sense, because if she so strongly believed the dad had run it and she wasn't involved, then why plead guilty? But I will tell you, regardless of what the state suggests, if both of their names were on the company, the feds are not letting that go. There would have to be unbelievable proof that she was absolutely unable to understand what was going on. And obviously she was intelligent and there was no reason to believe that. And her name was on documents. So she would have been prosecuted even if he had run the business for the most part, at least in my opinion. That's really how it tends to work. The feds are usually scooping up all the conspirators. It's not just the one person who was in charge. They're looking for the other people who were involved too. So I really do think they would have pursued her, and she might have decided to take a plea deal anyway, because I don't think she would have gotten out of it by saying, oh, I had no idea. I just don't think they would have bought that. I don't think that would have happened. So that's my thinking on it. I understand your point. Okay, boy mom asking, I'm married to a pharmacist and live here. We are both new to the area, but we can't wrap our heads around insulin death. The steroids are actually more believable. Okay, interesting. Thank you. And married to a pharmacist. So I appreciate the information. Thank you, boy mom. And let's see, looking for those question marks at the front. Mandy asking, is it wise for a convicted liar and fraudster to take the stand? Right. And this is so obvious. I mean, they had a picture perfect day for the defense. There's nothing she can say that they didn't say for her. What she could say, he took steroids. They already said that. She could say, I loved him. They already said that. No matter, they said all of these things for her. I don't see what's left. I guess she could look remorseful for the Ponzi scheme. So if the jury is ready to look at her and say, we hate you because you're a fraudster, she could say, look, I grieve that every day. I can't believe I stole from them. And maybe they would believe her. That's all I can think of. But they will, boy, it's going to be brutal. And I do not get it. The cross will be very easy. So I don't know. It seems nutty to me. Very difficult to understand. Okay, we'll take our last question or so. Jennifer thinking Michael made her go get the insulin for him. Interesting, and I don't know what would cause her to suddenly go out and try to get this insulin, but there was no other indication that she was getting drugs for him other than, and maybe that's what she would testify to is, yeah, he insisted he wanted this. But what we have heard is that he got these medications on his own. He got these supplements and these steroids from Mexico. And thus far, she hasn't really been involved in procuring it and giving it to him. She's been kind of separate in terms of the testimony. So maybe it's possible. And I'm not saying to no, but we haven't had anything that would support that yet. So we'll just have to see, does that come out? Remember, we won't be going live tomorrow night. There's not trial, but I will probably drop a video on this very case. It'll be a premiere, so everybody can be in the chat and watch it together. And then we will be live again Monday night at 7 p.m. when the trial resumes. So have a great weekend, and I will see y'all soon.
Hello. I caught like the last 5 minutes of that. That's all I managed to catch on that one. Hopefully it was good for you people. I agree with what you're saying about why is she testifying. Hello, Karen Heatley. Who else we got? Rule said hello to Rule. Sue's back in the house. Hello, Sue. Daffy Dill was here somewhere. Hey, Daffy. And everyone else. Jonathan, hello, sir. How are you? Right. Thank you, Yaya Trucker. I'm back with my pizza. Sorry. I'm hungry. I got like a half. The old favorite. Ham and pineapple pizza, and then the other half was pepperoni, sugar and spice, all things nice. Hang on, let me come back now. 2 seconds. So here we go. Yeah, well, I probably should have a small piece of chicken and hummus, Deb. But you know, I lost nearly £3 so far. But yeah, without much of an effort. So I go to the gym tomorrow. But I didn't have breakfast today. I had some cereal for lunch, and I had that mince pie for tea, and this my dinner. That's all I will eat all day. You know, it's not exactly the best diet in the world, of course not. But we will get better. And also, it's hard sometimes to have dinner when you're streaming, and you don't got much time to make dinner, get it, cook it, get ready for it, eat it, and all that. So yeah, sometimes fast and easy. That's the way I like it. But yeah, your controversy, ham and pineapple, I love it. What's in your mince pie? It's mixed fruit with this like soaked overnight in like old tea bags and stuff like that. So it sounds disgusting, but it ferments and it's gorgeous. You know, it's obviously got some cinnamon. You put some spice on it and stuff, and it's gorgeous. I took a bite of my mini carrot cake, but it has nuts, so I can't. Oh no, you're a nut allergic. Oh no, that's not good. That ain't good, Deb. That ain't good, my darling. So yeah, that's essentially what I'll be eating today. I'm semi trying out the fasting thing, whatever you call it, intermittent fasting. Yeah, trucker or not rum. No, I'm not. Lots of people do. With lots of people with whiskey in it and stuff. I'm not a fan. Also, my mother made it. It's homemade. I didn't make it. My mother made it. It's one of her favorite things to make, and you know, it's for the children as well and everything. And yeah, it's not good for your intestine. That's fine. Yeah, fair enough. That is fair enough. That's fair enough. Nuts won't be good. No, it would rip it apart a little bit, I think. Right, what else we got, people? It's quiet on the streets. Oh. I'm not like a big rum whiskey. I don't like it. I do not like it. I don't like brandy. I like cherry brandy with Coke. That's the only thing I do like. But I prefer Malibu or gin and tonic and stuff. But I don't drink. I'm not really a drinker. The only thing I'm looking forward to trying in Boston is a high noon. But that's only because of Dave Portnoy and Barstool Sports. Apart from that, I don't really want to drink. Not really my cup of tea anymore. I struggle with hangovers. So it ain't easy. What's that? It ain't easy. You're my brother. Mm-hmm. Here we go. Oh, no good. No for my, no my. Don't drink. It's just the way they make mince pie filling here. Oh, really? I don't think. Yeah, I wouldn't like that. I don't think then. I wouldn't like that. The alcohol texture of it. I don't like anything with like Christmas cake. So Christmas cake, people make Christmas cakes. They always put like whiskey and stuff like that in it. Never have enjoyed it. Never have. Like my father now loves it. but he's a big whiskey drinker. It's just spicy. I'm not a spicy guy. Spicy. Yeah, I imagine you're spicy. I'm not spicy. I don't do spice. I don't do spice. I'm a mild. No, when it comes to Indian takeaway, I'm a korma. I'm a korma guy. I'm not a vindaloo guy. Dana will drink it. Whiskey. I hate whiskey, Dana, with a passion. Whoa. No. The one I have gone back to drinking most recently, and actually when I went to the Celtic Man, I started drinking again. I've had the taste buds for is Heineken lager. I've not had Heineken for years, and I'll sink a couple of Heinekens, but that's as far as I go. High Noons and Heineken's the only. When I'm in Dublin, I might sink a birthday drink out there, a Guinness. I'll have maybe 1 or 2 pints of Guinness, but that's about it. Top of the mornings here, I'll have a Guinness, but that's about it, really, for me. I say I used to be big into gin and tonics when I was in Glasgow, but not anymore. Shake, shake, shake the room. Everything's shaking. Look at it. I got my own. This is just me tapping the floor. Shake, shake, shake. See my mic shaking? Hey, hey. This is a 3.9. My pizza's going cold. Ham and pineapple. I love you. I'm sorry. Margaritas. I don't think I've tried it. I stick to beer. Whiskey would make me fight my best friend for no reason if I drink too much. Yeah, that ain't good then. That ain't good. Not good at all. I'm a Pepsi guy. I just love drinking Pepsi. I can go to the bar and drink Pepsi. I don't need to drink alcohol. Pimm's another one. For me, it's not the alcohol anymore. It's just it's a hangover for me. I hate it. I hate it, and it's a wasted day for me. The day after, I drank enough and had enough hangovers when I was younger. And I can go to the pub, not drink, and enjoy the same as everybody else. I'll do karaoke sober. I've got no issues. Do you know what I mean? Doing stuff like that. The only time it's bad is when someone's super drunk, and then it's like, oh fuck, here we go. Do you know what I mean? No whiskey for me. You'll be fighting, Dana. I'm eating. I'm sorry. That's what I hate about streaming sometimes. I hate about streaming is, trying to eat and because it's stone cold now. Hey, how are you doing, Karen? Ireland here. Hey, I'm out in Ireland with my family in April in Dublin. How are you, Karen? Apologies for seemingly like I'm lurking. Don't be silly. Working and popping in and out to listen. Thanks for covering the case. Hey, don't worry. That's all, Karen. It's all good, my darling. It's nice for you to pop in. It's always lovely to see people. And it's lovely to see you, my darling. Slauncher to you, Karen. Good crisp on that pizza. There's good crisp on that pizza. But it's getting solid now because it's getting too cold now. So, Jonathan, Job. I will only drink if it's a famous draft beer. somewhere with dinner, and it's not very often. No, we're similar, Jonathan. We're similar. But you're a young pup. You're barely 30 now. Although, also thanks to whoever gave me the membership. Probably Erin Hack, or there's a few people that did it, didn't they? But you're more than welcome.
All right, are there matters to take up at this time?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you. Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, bring in the jury, please, bailiff.
I hope she changes her mind and does not testify. Please don't testify. You don't need to testify at all. Hey, Job. The other thing I want to try in, boss, is Cynthia's cookies. I could do with them when I first arrive, I think, because jet lag and everything. It's been fine, Jonathan. Very, very positive for the defendant. The witness said basically, he's like a medical coroner and stuff. Can't say how he died. There's no one can, he said.
All right, we continue with the defense case in chief. You may call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Dr. Zachary Halsey.
You'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may have a seat right there.
Good afternoon, Dr. Halsey. As you probably know, I'm Stanley Selden. I'm one of the co-counsel for the defendant, Natalie Cochran. First of all, what is your full name, and would you please spell it for the clerk?
Zachary Tyler Halsey, Z-A-C-H-A-R-Y, and then Halsey is H-A-L-S-E-Y.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by Access Health in Daniels.
How long have you worked there?
Approximately 10 and a half years.
What's your title?
Family physician.
Are you licensed in the state of West Virginia as a family physician?
Yes.
Approximately how long have you been licensed as a family physician?
Approximately 7 years, plus then 3 more for training. So roughly the 10 years.
That's fine. Do you have any certification as a family practitioner?
Yes, through the American College of Osteopathic Family Physicians.
And briefly, what's your training as a family physician? Briefly.
So I had 3 years of family practice training also at Access Health.
Okay. Are you familiar with Natalie Cochran as a pharmacist?
Yes.
And how do you know her as a pharmacist?
She also worked for Access Health as well as gave lectures occasionally for the residency program.
Okay. And if you would speak up a little bit, I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
I
And
got you.
speak into the microphone.
Sure.
Thank you. Approximately how much contact did you have with Natalie Cochran in her capacity as a pharmacist at Excess Health?
Approximately 10 to 15 times, probably somewhere like that.
Okay. And over what period of time did that occur?
4 to 5 years. I don't remember when the exact end of the work part was.
Do you know how long Natalie Cochran worked at Access Health as a pharmacist?
I do not know.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to February 5th of 2019.
Okay.
And I will inform you and everybody else that was the day before Michael Cochran's collapse. Okay.
Sure.
Did you have occasion to see or treat Natalie Cochran on February 5th of 2019?
Yes.
Did she make an appointment?
Yes.
Why did she make an appointment with your office?
On that day, she was having some flu-like symptoms, cough, congestion, shortness of breath, things like that.
Did she complain of body aches?
Yes.
Did you test her for flu and possibly strep?
Yes.
Do you recall what those results were?
Those were negative.
And that doesn't positively rule out those ailments. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you give her a shot or a prescription on February 5th of 2019?
No, not on the 5th.
Did you at that day or the next day give her a steroid burst shot for inflammation and other symptoms that she was expressing to you?
It was an oral steroid, but yes, on the 5th.
Okay. Does possibly that a steroid increase the body's blood sugar?
Yes.
As a physician, would it be advisable for Natalie Cochran to take insulin to lower her blood sugar if that was the case?
It is possible to take insulin to lower blood sugar. Yes.
Okay. And just to sum up, on the 5th, February 5th, 2019, she simply didn't feel well.
Correct.
Okay. I call your attention to February 6th, 2019, the next day, and that was the day of Michael Cochran's collapse. Okay?
Okay.
Did Natalie Cochran on that day make an appointment and come into Access Health?
Yes.
Why?
On that day, she had been having some nausea and vomiting overnight.
Okay. Was she still complaining of the previous symptoms?
Yes, they were still present.
Was she, or did she ask for, or was she retested again for the flu?
Yes, she was.
And again, what were the results?
It was also negative at that time.
Okay. And again, that doesn't absolutely prove she had the flu. It's a test to indicate that.
Sure.
Okay. On February 6, 2019, what treatment was she given that day?
On that day, she was given an injection of promethazine as well as a prescription for oral promethazine.
what's promethazine for? What's it used for?
It is for nausea.
According to your recollection, what time did she come in on February 6th, and approximately what time did she leave?
It was approximately, somewhere between 8 and 8:30 that she was there, and left, probably around 9:30 to 10, somewhere through there.
Okay. Was she there in the early morning for when you opened up?
Yes, so we open at 8 o'clock.
Okay. Now, on these 2 days, did you have any reason to doubt Natalie Cochran's sincerity about being sick?
No.
Did you conclude that she was sick?
I felt like she was sick at that time, yes.
And as a licensed family physician, if you didn't think she was sick, you wouldn't have prescribed or given her promethazine, right?
Correct.
Because you don't give medication to people that aren't sick or you think they're sick.
Right.
Okay. Now, is one of the side effects of promethazine sleepiness?
It can, yes.
Given that promethazine can cause sleepiness, given Natalie's symptoms and complaints, would you deem it advisable for her to travel, say, on a plane, go to meetings with bankers, etc.? Don't know how long they're going to last. Or would it be more advisable, or would you recommend that she go home and go to bed?
I would certainly say if you're not feeling well, especially with vomiting, to go home and stay in bed.
Now I'd like to kind of change things up a little bit. Did you ever treat or have Gavin Davis as your patient?
Yes.
Did you know that Gavin Davis had an insulin pump for his diabetes type 1 disease?
Yes.
How does an insulin pump work?
So it will secrete insulin based upon the body's needs of how much glucose is in the body.
Is it possible that an insulin pump can run out of the insulin in it or malfunction?
Yes.
How do you fill an insulin pump? Can it be one of two ways? You attach a vial of insulin to it, or you directly inject the insulin?
Yes, that's accurate.
What type of insulin was Gavin Davis's pump filled with?
His was rapid acting insulin. I believe it was Humalog.
Okay. Humalog Lispro insulin, right?
Yes.
Okay. Once Humalog insulin enters the body, either by the pump or by injection, how long does it take it to start to work?
Approximately 15 minutes or so.
Okay. How long is it active or working in the body after it's introduced?
4 to 6 hours, somewhere through there.
Were you aware that Natalie Cochran was a diabetic specialist?
Yes, she was in that role with Access Health.
Did you know that the Davises, Gavin's parents, especially Jennifer, designated Natalie Cochran at one time as an emergency contact for Gavin if they couldn't be reached in an emergency?
No, I do not know that.
Would it be reasonable to have a backup supply of insulin if an insulin pump failed or needed refilling?
Yes.
Would it be reasonable if Natalie Cochran was a neighbor of the Davises and at one point an emergency contact for Gavin? Would it be reasonable that she keep a supply of Gavin's Humalog insulin at her home?
It would be reasonable if it was Gavin's. Yes.
And would that be further reasonable if Gavin Davis often visited there or ate food at the Cochran's home?
It would be reasonable.
Now, a person afflicted with diabetes type 1, when they eat food, you have to carefully measure what food they're taking, carbohydrate intake, etc., so you can regulate the insulin to control the blood sugar that comes from their eating. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Now, is it your understanding that in a diabetic, insulin works to lower blood sugar?
Yes.
Because diabetics, most of them, don't process sugar like normal people. They have an excess of high blood sugar in their system. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
Does insulin work to lower blood sugar when it's introduced in the body?
Yes.
Now, wouldn't you believe that if a licensed pharmacist would have access to or be able to get insulin?
I think it would be reasonable that they would know how to get insulin. Yes.
I need a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
I believe that's the extent of my direct examination, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Truman.
A few questions, Doctor. There's been a lot of discussion about reasonableness of having Gavin Davis supplied with insulin at the defendant's house. And your answers were that would be reasonable. But if that wasn't the stated reason why that insulin was in the house, would that change your opinion as to how reasonable it would for a house that has non-diabetics?
Sure.
Okay. If you were shown a message from the defendant to Jennifer Davis saying she was going to borrow a bottle for her own treatment, would that change your opinion as to how reasonable it was to have insulin in her house?
Yes.
You were also the treating physician for Michael, or the primary care physician for Michael Cochran?
Yes, at one time.
Okay. You're aware of his allergies?
Yes.
And he was allergic to benzodiazepine?
I believe that was in the chart. Yes.
Okay. And he was also allergic to some of the medication you gave to the defendant on February the 5th, right?
I believe so.
Now, the defense asked you about steroids and how that could increase blood glucose, and insulin would counteract that. And those were fair questions to ask.
Yes.
As her primary care physician, were you treating for any kind of cancer?
No.
I'll object to that, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
We back. Colleen, she may well have. I've no idea, to be honest with you. All I know is that the state haven't proven it without. There's just too much doubt. Everybody says the same thing. The state say, yeah, she killed him. But it's like, how? Well, we don't know how. This is now the prosecution asking these questions. I'm now in a situation where it's like everything we're hearing. It's not. Yeah, I couldn't tell you if she did. All I can tell you is this: that if she does get jail, then I fear for our justice system again, because it means that juries will convict on anything. Hey, Mark. You're right. It's crazy, Sue. She's been in jail for last year, 5 years for fraud.
Truman.
She admitted to fraud.
Doctor, as her primary care physician,
With 6 years to go.
were you ever treating her for cancer?
No.
Did you try and verify her statement to you that she was diagnosed at Duke by having cancer?
Technically, no.
Okay. When you say technically, go ahead and explain.
So we were trying to refer to Duke. It was, there was an office visit where cancer was discussed, and then we were trying to refer to Duke for that.
Did you ever get any results indicating that that was correct?
No.
So from your perspective, you were never able to verify the defendant's statements to you that she had been diagnosed with Duke with cancer?
Correct.
You tried, correct?
Yes. And
Duke provided you with nothing.
Right. We never got records from that.
Nope. Doctor, the defense asked you about February 6th, and I'd like this marked for identification, please.
States Exhibit 33, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So yeah, just she's in federal prison at the minute for Ponzi schemes. So she could have 6 years to go. Well, she'd be out in probably 3 years. What sucks is this trial is in the sense of the prosecution's evidence sucks. And this lawyer fucking sucks. He's so slow. She writes super fucking quick though.
Dr. Haney, for what's been marked for identification as states 33. Take a moment and glance at that for me, please. Dr. Wood is states 33
That is the visit from February the 6th.
of 2019.
Yes.
And on the bottom of page 2, oh, I'm sorry, not the bottom.
Okay.
What does that indicate that you provided in the way of medication?
So that was the injection of promethazine as well as the oral tablets for promethazine.
So the defendant got an injection, and that was administered at your office on the morning of the 6th of February, 2019, correct?
Correct.
But you sent her home with some tablets as well.
Yes.
Or are they tablets or capsules? Or
The ones in the chart here says tablet, so
tablet.
they can come in both.
Okay. Doctor, if a patient was allergic to the particular substance that you've been talking about, what would be the anticipated reaction?
It varies depending on the severity.
I believe he needs to be more specific as to what substance he's referring to.
Fair enough. Hand you what's been marked as states 33 and call your attention again to the medications that day. Let's talk about the injection. That would have taken place in your office, correct?
Correct.
Now, the tablets that you sent out.
Yes.
That's if an individual patient was allergic to that particular substance, what would you anticipate the reaction to be?
Again, depending on the severity, it can be as simple as upset stomach, rash, you're just feeling ill.
I'm objecting. And again, I believe we need to approach the bench.
Okay. Wow. What will you be thinking if you're a juror with all these objections? What are they going to hide? What's the defense going to hide? Maybe, I don't know. You just hope that there's 12 jurors there that have got common sense. But you just never know with jurors. They're so fickle. We don't know what we get with jurors. It's the most important. People underestimate what's the most important thing in the trial is selecting the correct jurors and reading the jurors throughout, because they're the ones that are going to decide at the end of the day, no matter what the evidence says.
All right, ask the question again, please, Mr. Truman.
We were discussing the likely reaction from a physician's point of view to an allergy to the particular medication you prescribed that day. And you couldn't be specific, but you were telling us in general terms what you might anticipate.
Yes, it could be anything from just nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, things like that, all the way up to potentially anaphylaxis.
What's that?
So that is when essentially your throat starts to close, can't breathe, and can potentially be fatal if not treated.
In between those two extremes, would passing out be a possibility?
Unlikely to be a allergic reaction side effect there.
Okay. Move for states 33 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, states 33 will be admitted into evidence.
Can I have just a moment, please?
Indeed.
I think you're right.
Back to the defendant.
You're right
in
there.
your treatment of her. Review of her chart indicates you prescribe Xanax for her.
Yes.
What is that?
That is an anti-anxiety medication.
And part of the family known as what?
Benzodiazepine.
And in fact, you had a prescription from just a few days before that for her, correct? For that?
If you say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't keep all your patient stuff in your head?
Not that far back.
If those records do reflect that she filled a prescription a very few days, early days of February 2019, you'd have no reason to doubt that.
I would not have reason to doubt that.
I think that's it. Hmm? Doctor, thank you. The state has no additional questions. Dr. Halsey.
All right, redirect Mr. Selden.
Can I take just a moment?
Yes.
This guy's moment is like, fuck it. This is my moment. This is my moment for you. I like this witness. I think so.
One additional question while
Go
we're
ahead.
thinking about it. Did on February 6th of 2019, did you prescribe any medication for Michael Cochran, or was it just the defendant?
Just Miss Cochran. I did not see Michael as a patient that day.
Thank you.
I think you're right, though, Deb, about the diabetes things. They're going to say that she administered any kind of medicine into. This is bullshit now because they're introducing new theories potentially. Prosecution is reach for the stars, climb every mountain higher, reach for the stars. My desire. How do you know what my desire is?
So I guess from the cross-examination, you're familiar with Natalie Cochran's medical history.
Yes.
Were you aware that Natalie Cochran had a history of heart problems and that she had heart surgery in September 2018 at CAMC?
I'm aware that's in the records, yes.
And her records reveal that she had a problem with the electrical impulses in her heart, that her heart beat too rapidly, and that was what caused her to have heart surgery. Is that correct?
I believe that to be correct.
Were you aware that Natalie Cochran, and let me ask you, when someone has heart surgery or they're going to undergo surgery, they do a vast number of laboratory tests prior to the surgery and even after surgery?
In general, yes.
Were you aware, or does it appear in Natalie Cochran's records, that CAMC had done lab tests in connection with the surgery that revealed that Natalie Cochran's white blood cell count was low? Do you have any knowledge of that, or does it appear in the records?
I don't have knowledge of that since that was prior to establishing with me. So I can't answer that.
So would you have any knowledge that as a result of those lab tests, Natalie Cochran was instructed to undergo further laboratory tests?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Now, since the door's been opened and I feel the need, I have to go into it. I want to address Natalie Cochran's possibly having cancer. Okay.
Okay.
Did Natalie Cochran make an appointment with you or your office at Access Health on January 15th of 2019, approximately a month before Michael Cochran's death.
Yes.
Did she make that appointment because she had some suspicions as to whether she may or may not have cancer?
My understanding was that she was told that she did have cancer and that we were trying to proceed with that.
And you don't know specifically who or what entity told
Correct.
her that, right?
Correct.
Okay. In her appointment, did she tell you she had made an appointment with the Cleveland Clinic to discuss the possibility of her having cancer, and specifically leukemia, which is a low white blood cell count?
Yes, at the time we were advised about an appointment with Cleveland.
Okay. Did she formally ask you to refer her there, or did she just give an indication she'd already made an appointment?
Just an indication.
Did you discuss her symptoms and why she suspected she might have cancer?
We had talked about various symptoms at the time, yes.
Mm-hmm. And in those discussions, she told you that she was always sick, always tired. She had cough and congestion that went on for a long time. She had body aches and diarrhea and symptoms similar to that.
Yes.
Now, did she call your office the next day, January 16th of 2019? Did she call or make contact with your office?
I believe that was the case, yes.
Okay. And in that discussion, Natalie said that she had to cancel her appointment with the Cleveland Clinic because of insurance problems and coverage and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
So subsequently, because she didn't actually was seen at the Cleveland Clinic, you don't have any records from the Cleveland Clinic, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Did Natalie ask for and did you give her a referral to Duke University for possible further cancer diagnosis and or treatment?
Yes.
Do your records reflect, or do you have any knowledge that Natalie Cochran was on a waiting list to actually confer with the oncology department at Duke University?
I would be unaware of that.
Were you aware that she and Michael Cochran drove down to Duke University to go through the emergency department because it was so long for her to get to the oncology department?
I do know that there was an ER appointment at that time.
Okay. Did you receive or get any records from Duke University?
Just from that ER appointment, and I think there may be some cardiology appointments in there too.
Okay. Now, because of Michael Cochran's subsequent death in February of 2019, the investigation into the fraudulent schemes and Natalie Cochran having problems from that, we don't know at this point whether or not Natalie Cochran indeed has cancer. Isn't that correct?
That's fair.
A moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let's see. Now, isn't it also true that Natalie Cochran left your care in March of 2019, so you don't have any further knowledge of her care, treatment, etc.?
Correct.
A moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
The prosecutor asks you about Michael Cochran's supposed allergies, and you don't know from your review of those records whether those were actual allergies or side effects of medications. Isn't that correct?
That's true. I wouldn't have put I believe those were put in prior, so I don't know what the reaction that he may have had with those was.
Thank you very much.
Further questions, Mr. Truman?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
As Michael Cochran's primary care physician, you never treated him for diabetes, did you?
No.
Because he didn't have diabetes.
True.
You never prescribed insulin because he didn't need insulin.
True.
Back to the defendant for a moment. Any information that you have as her primary care physician was only what she told you in terms of cancer, correct?
Correct.
And you made efforts to refer her to Duke, correct?
Correct.
Ask this be marked as 34, please.
State's Exhibit 34, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Whoops.
Just putting in more circumstantial evidence. Okay, now. So the grilled cheese in the air fryer, okay? Just to say, so I put all four sides. Do you mean? Hang on, let's pause it for a second. And then, like as a dot toast, as in bread. Then put the cheese on one side and put that into the air fryer, and then put the other slice on top of it. Right? My father didn't like it as much. He said it's okay, but it's an acquired taste. I would suggest to always turn it so you get both sides evenly. I found as well with the air fryer, it does curl up the toast, so be careful of that a little bit, or it pushes it off a little bit. Just be careful of that. Or if you've got two trays and you don't like putting the toast on top, you can just do two, obviously, grilled sandwiches, one in each. It's nice. It's nice. Jonathan, you're making me hungry again now. Right, let's get back to this.
What's been marked for identification is stage 34. Take a look at that, please.
Okay.
And in there, it addresses your attempt to refer to a specialist, which was Duke, for the defendant's alleged cancer.
Correct.
What'd they tell you, Duke?
That if she did not have a diagnosis of CLL, that they would not see her.
And did they come up with a diagnosis of CLL?
I never received any records from Duke.
Move stage 34 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted.
Doctor, thank you. State has no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to take possession of that case number 34.
Okay.
I've never heard of that, melting the butter before. Never heard of that. I've never heard of that. So how you melt the butter, then lay the bread on?
This document purports to be information about Natalie Cochran's referral to Duke University. Was that correct?
Correct. That would be a phone note.
What is CLL?
It's a form of leukemia.
Which can be indicated by a low white blood cell count. Isn't that correct?
It can be, yes.
Now, this document clearly says that someone from Duke University called, and I don't know if they called you or Natalie.
It would have been.
It just says they called and stated they don't have records backing the diagnosis for CLL, and they won't see her, right?
Correct. That would have been between the referral nurse and my nurse at the time. The referral would.
And because Natalie Cochran was investigating whether she had CLL or any other form of cancer, she would not be able to provide those records. Isn't that true?
That would be true.
She didn't get an appointment at the Cleveland Clinic for the reasons discussed. Now Duke is saying, we need records that show you've already been diagnosed with CLL, or we can't take you, right?
That's correct. That's what the note says.
And you didn't have any of those records which definitively would diagnose Natalie Cochran as having CLL. Right?
Correct. Correct.
Because she's investigating, right?
Correct.
She's trying to see these people. They're telling her they can't see her in the oncology departments because they already need proof that she has CLL. Right?
Yes. Yes.
Kind of a catch-22, isn't it?
That's medicine.
No further questions.
Anything, Mr. Truman?
Oh, unfortunately, I do. Doctor, the circular logic of that is this. She told you the month before that Duke is who diagnosed her with that, didn't she?
I believe it was from CAMC, not Duke. Duke came later.
And you never got your records from CAMC either.
No.
Wouldn't a primary care physician be aware if his patient was being treated for cancer?
We would hope so. We don't, unfortunately, we don't always get records.
don't always get records, but usually you would have something to indicate that your patient had cancer.
Generally, we would have those records.
Almost always, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Thanks, Doc.
Briefly.
Okay.
You don't have anything in your records that says CAMC said she had CLL, just that she might have it because of her elevated lowered white blood cell count. Isn't that right?
The only thing in the chart that I would have for that was the notes to my nurse and myself at the time during that first office visit.
And once again, I'm sorry to belabor the point. She suspects she has CLL because of conversations with CAMC or some other hospital or entity. She wants to be referred for further diagnosis as to whether she has it or not, right?
So I think the very first visit, she had already had apparently an appointment with Cleveland, so that didn't involve us. And that she was telling the nurse at the time that she was informed that she had CLL. That's what the
what
note
nurse
says.
informed
My
you?
nurse at the time.
You don't know if Natalie said, I'm pretty sure I have CLL and I want to be further diagnosed or treated, right?
Yeah, I can't remember the exact conversation. That was
okay.
6 years ago.
Did you or anyone from Access Health or any of these other entities, especially Duke, contact CAMC to get the lab results that indicated to Natalie Cochran she might have CLL?
I know that we would have. I can't speak for other entities, but I'm sure that we would have tried to get the documents from them.
But you didn't get them.
Correct.
Just a moment.
Okay.
I need to get states 34 again.
Very well.
And I need just a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
At the bottom of this document. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm showing you what the market states, number 34. Now, right under here, at the bottom.
Okay. You're going to have to speak loudly, Mr.
Okay.
Sullivan.
Under here, under case description, and I'm going to read from this, okay? It says, Natalie was returning a call to the nurse, and that's the nurse at Access Health,
Yes.
right? Regarding lab results. Says, Natalie says, I tried to call the nurse around 12:20 p.m. There was no answer. And then the nurse says, in which I told the patient, and I don't know who I is, someone at Access Health, right?
Correct.
I would send a phone number to the nurse to return her call. The patient, that's Natalie, stated she is on her way back to her appointment with the cardiologist and then an appointment with the oncologist, and she wants her to be called at, and she leaves her phone number so she can try to get these records, right?
That's what the phone note says, yes.
Okay. And do you know if this is Natalie Cochran's phone number?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Last word, Mr. Truman.
The last word would be thank you to the doctor. He's been a good sport about all this. We're done.
Thank you very much, Dr. Halsey. You may step down. You are excused, sir. Call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Ron. Before I call my next witness, I need to gather my notes.
Okay.
Well, just call the witness and then fucking say who it is. Oh, I can zoom here, can I? Oh, sir, hang on.
The defense calls Dr. Priya Banerjee.
Priya Banerjee.
Okay, Mr. Selden.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Banerjee.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Thank you.
Tell us your name and how you spell it.
My name is Dr. Priya, Priya, and last name is Banerjee, Banerjee.
I'll be honest with you, I do not want to fuck about this woman. I don't want to fuck about with her. I'm scared already. If she was my line manager or something, I would be shitting my brick every day just to stay down. She's tiny, but oh fuck.
Where do you currently work and what's your title?
Sure. So, excuse me, I'm self-employed at my company named Anchor Forensic Pathology, and I'm based in Barrington, Rhode Island, just outside of Providence.
Have you authored any publications?
Deb, Providence, Rhode Island, let's go. I don't know what she said.
Or anything related to it?
Yes, I don't think I fully answered your last question. So I'm a forensic pathologist. And so I've worked in that field going on over 14 years. And so during my training, well, I mean, I'm talking about I was an attending and then there was training prior to that. So all in all, there were many occasions that I've done research myself and then published those articles, or then became a senior author, helped other individuals perform the projects, and we together presented them and published them.
And that's in your chosen field of forensic pathology, is that correct?
So I have publications throughout. I have cancer research articles. I have some basic pathology articles, as well as many publications in forensic pathology as well.
Okay. Do you have any teaching experience?
Yes, quite a bit. So in Rhode Island, let's see, I used to teach at the Roger Williams University, where I designed and taught a year-long forensic pathology and crime scene investigation course. That was 2 semesters. I did that for quite a while, and then I've subsequently left that job due to personal reasons. I also taught at the Boston University Medical School, their graduate program in forensic sciences. Again, it was crime scene investigation and forensic pathology, and currently still hold since I think 2011 or 2012, a clinical assistant professorship at the Brown University Laboratory Medicine and Pathology program.
As a forensic pathologist, do you conduct autopsies and issue reports from that?
Yes, that's one of the many roles I do as a forensic pathologist. That's really what I'm trained to do. And as you've heard previously, that's one of the main tools we use as a forensic pathologist to make diagnoses.
What? Can you approximate at all how many autopsies you've done in the past?
That's a gross approximation, and I would say probably close to 3,000 now. So autopsy, my training stems back to my days at residency at the Johns Hopkins Hospital, where we learned and performed autopsies. I then went on to do a fellowship in forensic pathology, where I was, day in and day out performing autopsies. And then I was an assistant medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island for over 11 years. So again, very diligently doing autopsies. So all of those together, plus I've done some service work in various other offices that needed help, such as New Hampshire, Maine, Las Vegas. I've done that. And so this is just, I don't keep tallies, but I would say approximately, let's say 2,900 to 3,000.
Fair enough. Are you board certified in any of these areas that you're talking about?
Yes. So after I completed my residency at the Johns Hopkins Hospital, I sat for my pathology boards, which was in the field of anatomic pathology. So that's like being in a hospital, looking at slides, whatnot. Autopsy is a part of that. So I was generally boarded in anatomic pathology. And then after I did my fellowship training, I was then eligible and on the first attempt passed my forensic pathology boards.
Do you have any medical licenses anywhere?
I currently hold 2 active licenses, one in the state of Rhode Island and one in Nevada. I also have a inactive good standing licensure in Pennsylvania.
At this time, I would like Dr. Banerjee certified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Does the state wish to engage in voir dire?
Your Honor, the state accepts the witness's credentials.
All right, court declares Dr. Banerjee to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology and anatomic pathology.
Okay.
Thank you.
Permission to approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I am asking that this particular exhibit be marked as defense exhibit, whatever the next number is.
It's defense exhibit number 12.
Thank you. Yes, you may.
Dr. Banerjee, I am handing you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 12. I'm going to ask you to refer to this document I'm going to go back and ask you some questions, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Could you identify this document, what it is?
So this is my 7-page report that I submitted to you that summarizes or contains all my conclusions related to this case.
Okay. You're starting to fade away a little bit.
Oh,
Please
sorry.
talk in the microphone. Thank you.
I'm very rarely accused of that.
On page 2 of that report, you specify what records you've received in preparation of that report. Would you please go through the records you received?
Yes, so I've itemized in my report in no particular order. All of them were submitted digitally. So just the first autopsy report for Michael Brandon Cochran, West Virginia number 2019-3671. That is the first autopsy that Dr. Kubitschek performed. I also have medical records, 2 sets, one from Raleigh General and the other from Charleston Medical Center. I have an array of scene photographs of the candidate scene, including multiple pictures of a Humalog insulin Lispro vial. I have Dr. Uribe's second autopsy report and Dr. Diane Krieger's expert report.
Now, you listened in to expert reports or expert testimony in this case, but that was subsequent to you authoring this report. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, I was allowed to by the judge with permission to also listen to Doctors Uribe and Krieger testify, but my opinion as written here is all formulated based on their written reports as well, and the summation of all this.
Okay. I'd like to skip down to the bottom of page 2.
Okay.
You have a heading marked discussion. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to skip over paragraph 1 for now and go to paragraph 2. In that paragraph, you state that Mr. Cochran first underwent an autopsy by Dr. Kubitschek on September the 4th, 2019, which was 7 months after his death. Is that correct?
Yes, approximately 7 months.
Okay. Your Honor, I have another exhibit that I'm going to be questioning this witness about. Permission to approach the clerk.
Very well.
Defendant's exhibit number 13, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, I'd like to warn the jury ahead of time. These are photographs and they're somewhat gruesome.
Okay, I'm not sure if we get to see these or not. I don't know. But be careful if we do. Be mindful that these could be gruesome if we get to see them.
Dr. Banerjee, can you identify this exhibit?
Yes, so this is a hard copy printout of an array with 4 autopsy pictures with the same case number that I referenced, 19-3671, with Dr. Kubitschek's initials also on the placard in the photos. So these are at least 4 of the many autopsy photos that were submitted to me.
At this time, I'd like to move for admission of Dr. Banerjee's report and this exhibit.
Any objections, Mr. Truman?
No objection.
All right. Defense exhibits 12 and 13 will be admitted into evidence.
Now, you've already identified this photograph. I want to go back to your description under decomposition, page 3, paragraph 2.
Okay, let's flip there. Yes.
Does this photograph accurately convey the advanced state of decomposition as photographed by Dr. Kubitschek in his autopsy?
Yeah, so this, unfortunately, embalming and burial does not keep the body in the same state as when one passes away. So even though the procedure is supposed to, it's still not perfect. And so you can see that 7 months later, Mr. Cochran's body was in a moderately decomposed state with moderate insect activity present. And those are words extracted from Dr. Kubitschek's autopsy. That's how he described it.
I'm going to remove the photograph.
All right.
On that same page, what was the description and the condition of Michael Cochran's heart on autopsy?
Yes, so the heart weighed 450 grams, and it wasn't described clearly as such, but assuming it was also moderately decomposed like the rest of him, it was, it follows that weight, as you've heard earlier, tissues and organs, as they fall apart with decomposition, they get lighter in weight. And so taking that into account, this is a relatively enlarged heart for someone his size and his stature.
Why is that significant, the enlarged heart?
So the heart is ironically one of those muscles that you don't really want to enlarge unless you're an Olympic athlete or very well conditioned. It often enlarges secondary to what we say stress. Now, stress can be anything like high blood pressure, anything that's sort of a continued stress on the body. It's not one episode. It's going to be longer term effects. So sometimes chronic substance abuse, exercise can help. But when we say it's a pathologically enlarged, abnormally enlarged, that's not a healthy heart.
You have a discussion about pseudoephedrine use.
Yes.
Please explain that.
Sure. So within the clinical records I was given, certain substances that are considered controlled substances, which pseudoephedrine is one, is monitored, and the prescription sort of history is monitored. So that's how I knew he was on it. And Pseudoephedrine is Sudafed, and we know that one of its side effects it's a stimulant, meaning that it will raise your blood pressure.
What about your statement about reported history of pseudoephedrine and stimulant use and the use of enclophamine use? How could these factors have affected Mr. Cochran?
Sure. So I assume that enclomiphene, wasn't a prescribed medicine. It was what the records say was illicitly obtained over the internet and non-prescribed, I should say. And so all of these factors, when your heart is enlarged, it is a risk for sudden death, which is what we call an arrhythmia. The heart has an electrical system that helps us beat. Even as we sit here, we don't have to think about it. And when the heart gets thickened, abnormally so, the electrical system can basically short circuit, and then you miss a beat, you don't have a heart rate, you don't have a blood pressure, and you die. There really isn't any fingerprint of an arrhythmia. That's an electrical signal, right? So when you're alive, there are cardiologists that specialize in that, and they could, like an EKG is the electrical tracing of the heart. But once you are deceased, there's no way to really, there's no traceable rhythm. And so structurally, when we see an enlarged heart, we're worried about an arrhythmia as a possible cause of sudden death.
Could these factors in your discussion about a fatal arrhythmia or heart attack could this have been a possible factor in Michael Cochran's death?
Yes, I just say arrhythmia, heart attack, I sort of classify differently, which I won't get into, but the abnormal rhythm would be an arrhythmia. And if it's a fatal, there's different tracings, which I'm not going to get into, but fatal arrhythmia can occur. And obviously with a decomposed heart, just like the rest of his body, that really limits making the diagnosis under the microscope. We can, again, just say that the heart was enlarged based on its weight.
So from that explanation, a fatal arrhythmia would not show up in autopsy, correct?
Correct. We have a structurally abnormal heart, which we know is at risk, but a fatal arrhythmia leaves no identifiable sign at autopsy, especially in a decomposed specimen.
What findings were made regarding the possibility of pancreatic tumors in Michael Cochran's body?
I know there's been some discussion about this, but upon review of the first autopsy report, again, the pancreas is one of the first organs to decompose in the body. It's full of enzymes, and as soon as we die, they start leaking, and that's what causes the pancreas to basically disintegrate. And so I think it's difficult, and I think it's improper to say that a pancreatic tumor was excluded, because 7 months later, the pancreas isn't going to be very recognizable. Even if it is, it's not going to be intact anymore to really see any types of tumors. These tumors, such as an insulinoma, can be less than 1 centimeter big. It can be millimeters, but it can still have a functional effect, which I find fascinating. But again, that's not going to be identifiable on a decomposed pancreas or organ.
Okay, and I may have missed it in your explanation. I just want to clarify. Can pancreatic tumors cause hypoglycemia?
Oh, yes. Sorry if I wasn't clear on that. Yes. So that's in one of the causes, potential causes of hypoglycemia, is a pancreatic tumor if it creates insulin. So tumors don't act like normal organs. And so if it's a tumor of the cells that make insulin in the body, and there's an sort of bad acting collection of them, then they form this tumor, and then they can pump out insulin that could cause low blood sugar hypoglycemia. There was no such, I think the capabilities of identifying such is very limited in a decomposed body.
Dr. Uribe stated that pancreatic tumors on autopsy were excluded in the first autopsy. Is that a correct statement?
I think not identified versus excluded are two different issues here. Not identified is true because the pancreas and other organs, again, are decomposed. Excluded is inaccurate because, again, that decomposition means it's 7 months later and it could have been there. We just can't see it based on the condition of the organ and the body in general.
I'd like to call your attention to the paragraph that's numbered number 3 on that page. Okay?
Yes.
You discussed post-mortem, meaning after death, toxicology tests performed. What's toxicology?
So toxicology is the basic testing of blood and other body fluids or tissues to see to try to detect, identify, and quantify any medications or substances that's in someone's body at the time of death.
Would you please discuss what tests were done or weren't done in connection with Michael Cochran's body? And along those lines.
So again, this is 7 months later.
I have a specific question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
That's
you
all right.
wanted me to answer.
There's a discussion that there was no testing prior to Michael's death of, first of all, insulin. What's the significance of that?
So when he was alive then, you're
Yes.
saying? Okay. Because we talked about postmortem testing too.
No,
So
I'm talking about prior to Michael Cochran's death.
sure. So my review of the hospital record showed that there was, although low blood sugars were noted, there was no associated laboratory testing related to insulin, C-peptide, proinsulin levels, or any other medications like oral anti-glycemic agents, which are what you take to lower blood sugars, done in the hospital.
So those various tests that you're talking about, tests for insulin, tests for C-peptides, anabolic steroids, those all could have been done prior to Michael Cochran's death, correct?
Yes.
But they weren't done, right?
Per the medical records, they were not done.
And according to hospital records, etc., one of the reasons those tests weren't done was because when Michael Cochran was admitted to the hospital or hospitals, there was no suspicion of insulin being introduced into his body. And I'm talking about what they call exogenous insulin, insulin that's not produced by the body. Would that be a correct statement?
Yes, I saw no notation or differential diagnosis listed that, sorry. I did not see any notation or differential diagnosis listed within the medical records for that diagnosis, like exogenous insulin having a role in his hypoglycemia.
Okay. Is there any explanation for Mr. Cochran's urine screen, which was positive for benzodiazepines?
So this was a perplexing result to me. I think there was some confusion. Dr. Uribe said that, and there was midazolam detected in the postmortem toxicology. Midazolam is a benzodiazepine that can be used as a sedative or anesthetic, but that was given later in the hospital, and the urine screening was done very close to his admission to the hospital. It was done at 21:05, which is 9:05 p.m. The day of February 6th. And so he had not been given, there's no records within the nursing records or the doctor's orders that he was given any such medication in this class yet. So that means in the urine drug screen, there's an unexplained benzodiazepine positivity. Now, that just means I don't know what it is. I don't know where it came from, but it's a suggestion that he's on this something, at least one, if not more, benzodiazepine medications. And that's from the urine testing.
Let's go down to paragraph 4 on that same page.
Yes.
In that paragraph, you discuss the second autopsy, which was done by Dr. Uribe 4 years after Michael Cochran's death.
Yes.
What's the significance of an autopsy being done 4 years after death?
Well, I think in this, speaking specifically with this case, unfortunately, again, the embalming is not perfect, as we saw 7 months. So although there's no photographs, there was a description written by Dr. Uribe that the body was nearly skeletonized. There was some residual tissue, but mainly bones. And so obviously that decomposition has continued. Mr. Cochran's body was, buried again and then had to be re-exhumed. So again, his body's undergoing decomposition to almost no tissues remaining. And the ones that he had described that were there with the body were all very disintegrated in a medical bag and a plastic bag. So you can't really make any further conclusions from them. They're not intact anymore to make anything meaningful.
Because of the advanced state of decomposition, which has continued, does it make it harder to reach a conclusion in an autopsy?
So we have 2 autopsies here with 2 varying stages of decomposition, one obviously far more advanced than the other. But anytime we have decomposition, you really are working with not as perfect a body as it had been when he first died. So obviously, when I get asked the question, when do I need to autopsy my loved one? Usually I say within a week to really get meaningful results. And as time goes on, even with embalming, as you've seen, there's decomposition because the way our bodies, our tissues react, they're just going to start disintegrating. They're not healthy living tissues anymore because the person's not living. And so you're automatically handicapped to make some diagnoses. It's still very worthwhile doing a decomposition or decomposed autopsy. You want to make sure there's no trauma, there's no big, you can see some diagnoses, even natural diagnoses, you can see trauma, even some toxicology can be done, but it's still a hindrance due to the decomposition being there. And actually, in decomposition autopsies, there's an extensive explanation that I, sort of qualify the description of the organs, as well as the toxicology lab has to be, notified that, hey, this is not an ideal specimen. This is a decomposed specimen. And sometimes you even can't send as good a specimen to do the testing because it's not available anymore.
Now, if you can answer this question, fine. If you can't, that's fine too. In general, if an autopsy is done 7 months after death and an autopsy is done 4 years after death, would the results in the first autopsy be more easily quantified or valid, let's say, than the second autopsy?
I think that's a very broad question.
Okay.
I can speak that, again, it's still worth examining a body at any time. I really look at it when, even with decomposition present, You want to make sure there's no identifiable trauma. So even some, in skeletonized remains, I've done many of those. You look at the bones to make sure there's no fractures, tool marks, gunshot wounds, anything like that. Do the bones tell you about the patient? Sometimes you can have surgery remnants, right? You can have hardware, you can have skull fractures, whatever it may be. We x-ray them, we look at them. That can be very meaningful. You can do DNA on bone, etc. But as the organs and soft tissues decompose, more information is leaving, right? So as time goes on, less and less information is available to make, I guess, like toxicologic analyses, even looking under the microscope, even at 7 months. You can see with moderate decomposition, it's not a worthwhile exercise.
I believe that Dr. Kubicek took some tissue samples, or was it Dr. Uribe, for toxicology analysis? Do you remember?
Yes, so Dr. Kubicek did. Yes. So there was at least clotted blood and maybe some tissue samples that he sent. I don't have the report in front of me, but I know that was the analysis that resulted in the midazolam, that one therapeutic, meaning medically given, prescribed medicine in his blood detected.
But generally speaking, those slides were pretty much useless. And I believe Dr. Uribe said he couldn't make any definitive findings as to those slides. Is that correct?
Sorry, just to clarify, I was speaking about the toxicology.
Okay. I'm talking about the slides.
I see. Maybe I misspoke or misunderstood. Excuse me. When you talk about slides are where we look under the microscope. So the way it works is you have to have a light and you have to have the glass slide that has a very thin, even thinner than paper layer of tissue on there. So that tissue means it's a section cut from the organ you want to look at. So heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, whatever it may be. And it's specially prepared in a lab, and it has at baseline usually pinks and purples to help me with my trained eye, or my colleagues like Dr. Kubicek or Dr. Uribe look under the microscope and make an interpretation. But that also, again, depends on the integrity of the tissues. So as the tissues fall apart, the detail under the microscope is no longer available. So I don't recall exactly what Dr. Kubicek's conclusions were if he took slides, but I know Dr. Uribe basically didn't submit them because no meaningful diagnosis could be made. The tissue was in such unrecognizable, decomposed state that it's not worth anybody's time, effort, or money to do it.
Analytic purposes, those tissue slides were pretty much useless. Is that correct?
I'm not even sure he made slides. I thought he just retained them in little plastic containers in case he needed to, but I don't think he even made the slides. His comment was that it was something like no meaningful diagnoses could be made from them.
Pretty much useless, right?
Yes.
At paragraph 5 of your report, you discuss the documenting of Mr. Cochran's pseudoephedrine prescription, and then you discuss benzodiazepines, which were positive in his urine. How are these two substances related, and what's the significance of them?
Okay, so there are two medications that are controlled, meaning they have medical uses, but they're also regulated because they can be abused. So that's why each state usually has a prescription drug monitoring program. And as a part of the investigation and medical records, I received the printout for Mr. Cochran. That printout has a log that he was on pseudoephedrine on the state prescription drug monitoring program. So
Well,
I'm sorry, just to
and
conclude
from your discussion and report,
Mhm.
could Mr. Cochran, prior to death, have overdosed on benzodiazepines?
So yes, that's where I was leading that, a urine toxicology, when someone shows up at a hospital with altered mental state, meaning they're not talkative, they're confused, or they're not responding. That's why it aids doctors and clinicians that maybe we can find out what's in him because he can't tell us, and maybe that'll help us undo the effects of it, and if it'll allow him to wake up. Does that make sense? And so that is one. Overdose is a possibility. I have no idea which benzodiazepine this is. I don't know how much it is. It could be one, it could be more than one. I have no idea. I just know that that was a very strange result, given that he's not prescribed this at home. And then again, it's a drug of abuse, meaning if you're not prescribed it and you're using it, that is misuse of a prescribed medicine, or unprescribed medicine for that matter. I know you can get it off the internet. I've had other cases related to benzodiazepine overdose that could be illicit, if you will. So I think that's a strong differential, given.
Let me interrupt you right
Okay.
here and clarify. Did you state in your report that benzodiazepine overdose is a common cause of death alone or in combination with other substances?
Yes, at least where I've practiced, benzodiazepines are often misused, abused, if you will, and if taken in excess can cause overdose, as I said, alone, or it's often used with many other substances that may or may not show up on a urine drug screen.
Okay. Did Mr. Cochran, prior to death and according to the medical records, exhibit any symptoms of benzodiazepine overdose?
I mean, any overdose, the way it affects your body, and a benzodiazepine.
I'm asking specifically, Mr. Cochran, in your review of the medical records,
Yes.
did he exhibit symptoms of benzodiazepine overdose, and what symptoms are indicative or indicate possibly benzodiazepine overdose?
Sure. So they're non-specific, but respiratory arrest, where he stops breathing. He can aspirate gastric contents into his lungs, like meaning vomit will come up and he'll breathe it in. Confusion, collapse, all of that is possible as the excess medication use and abuse causing overdose.
Can it cause seizures?
Not usually.
Okay.
I think, just to clarify, I think if he's in a prolonged state due to an overdose where his brain is deficient of oxygen, that could have seizure-like activity because the brain is injured. But the medication in and of itself does not cause seizures. It can sometimes be given for seizures.
Is hypoglycemia related to benzodiazepine overdose?
I think it could be. I don't know that it's directly related, but I think once the body starts getting in dysfunction and disarray, you can see hypoglycemia.
Okay. So it might have been a possible cause of Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Is that possible?
Benzodiazepine overdose is in the differential.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Let's take our afternoon break right now. Members of the jury will break for 10 or 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room. Doctor, it would be improper for you to talk to Mr. Selden or anyone else about proposed lines of testimony or cross-examination. I'm sure you understand that. But with that admonition, you're free to walk about and relax for 10 or 15 minutes.
Jeepers, it is dragging. It's dragging now. I think this is their final expert, I think. Oh, my days. I feel for everybody. Thanks for sticking around, people. It's getting a little bit... yeah, I agree as well, Deb and Lady Di. I agree. It's starting to get a little bit... Come on. As I said, though, it all comes down to the jury, how they interpret everything. And this guy's so slow. It's just like, oh. There's never, like, all jokes aside, there's, you know, how can you convict this person? In all seriousness, like, there's plenty of people been up there going, yeah, we don't know. Even the state witnesses said, we're guessing it's her, but we don't actually know. We don't know how she did it. It's like, well, yeah, I know it's circumstantial, but fuck. We're not in the world of guessing. I would, as a juror, I would want to know 100%. Well, did she do it? I'm not guessing here, people. If I'm putting someone away in prison for the rest of their lives, I want to fucking know. Do you know what I mean? There's a huge burden there on the jurors. So that's why, as a juror, this is for me. If it came to me, like slam dunk, not guilty. I mean, I'm not putting someone in prison without fucking a lot more than just circumstantial evidence. But unfortunately, in the society these days, we're willing to just incarcerate anybody. Deb, I was saying, I can't believe. I think she wants to clear some stuff up. I think. But also, let's be honest, she's not a very nice person. She's a narcissist, without doubt. I mean, I'm not going to give her a pass because she's a bitch. You know, she's a female Alex Murdoch. She conned family and friends, so I've got no sympathy for the woman. I'm just trying to base this on the fact that I do not believe that the state met their burden of proof. But yeah, she's a piece of shit for what she did. So I don't really care in terms of, you know, her 11 years in prison. Good. But this is, you know, because she admitted to that anyway. So if fair play, she did admit to it, which is good. But I don't think that leads to murder. And same with, you know, in the same way, if you watch Alex Murdoch's trial, that was basically just a financial crime trial. So, yeah, I got enough. She's admitted to her crimes. Fine, let her suffer for those, but then don't let her suffer more based on this. Hey, look what I got on the weekend. Honey, I washed the kids' Lush. Trying the shower gel version. It's expensive though. And so I ordered on Lush online for the first time, properly first time. And I got, this is my usual shower gel. I got 6 of these, right? They're all 100, well, they're all in here, 100 grams each, right? And you pay, I think it's like $5.50 or something for each one of them. And yeah, in the store, if you go to the store to buy Lush, they'll cut there. They might be 110 grams, and they make you pay 110 grams. And then all of a sudden, it's more expensive. But if you do it online, they don't make you pay for the extra. And I weighed it all up, and it was like, it should have been 600 grams, but it came out with 720 grams. So I got 123 grams worth of shower gel. So tip for you: if you buy a Lush, buy it online and buy in bulk. Then you get a lot more for it, for your bulk. Is he getting another trial? Is Alex getting another trial? If he is, then 100% of covering it. Fuck, hey, Lady Di, if you're ever on Twitter or wherever, you should see the arguments I had on Twitter, the abuse that I gave and I took. I was one of the most hated people on Twitter. All because I was like, well, this guy should get a fair trial. And everyone was like, fuck off. People have suffered from him. I was like, yeah, but that's the financial element. That's not the fucking murders. Like, you can't. Like, just let him get a fucking fair trial. And if he's found guilty for murder, then he's found guilty for murder. Don't fucking try him for financial crimes. Yeah, fucking Twitter. I've been off Twitter for a while. I don't really do much on Twitter these days. But yeah, I'm not the yeah, whatever. But yeah. Raul says, hang on, sorry, I'm skipping stuff here. Raul, 11 years plus, she get 11 and a quarter years, I think it is, and a 2.5 million Ponzi scheme is a lot of time, but she would have got more, but she admitted to it all. She admitted to it, she pled guilty, and that's the deal she got, which she took, which, that's fine. That's the best way to do it, I think. She'll be out probably after about. I think she's done 5 already. She's done 5. Then she'll be out in about 4 years. So but dependent on this, if she's found guilty, then she's in prison for the rest of her life. Oh. So yeah, so I'm interested. I'm sorry, I'm trying to look for Alex Murdoch to see if that's coming up. Then 100% they'll be streaming it. Oof, there will be a lot of hatred and a lot of stuff on if that comes back up. That was very heavy. People thought he was guilty, and again, I don't care if you think he's guilty, but don't tell me he's guilty before the trial's even commenced. Or 10 days in, oh, he's guilty, but where of what? People used to tell me, oh, people have suffered on his hands. You don't know anything. Go back to Wales. You don't know anything. It's like what? Or can you just explain to me what the fuck this has to do with murder? Is he a piece of shit? Yeah. But that's it. It was a Snapchat. Yeah, it was a Snapchat thing that convicted him. But I always stand. Yeah, and again, I actually, I'm not one of those that think that he didn't do it. It's more of a prove to me how he did it. Because if he did it, he did not do it on his own. Alex Murdoch, Colleen. Alex Murdoch, in South Carolina, the Murdoch family. I just want to know who helped him, because he did not do it on his own. If he did do it, and the cleanup was spotless, and he did it all in like 12 minutes. And he's a fat bastard at the time. He's the same size as me, basically. There was no way he would have done all that. And got to the house, cleared everything, got everything. It's impossible. The only way he would have done it is if he'd have gone straight up to the house, got changed, and then someone else cleaned up whilst he was away. That's the only way he'd have done it. Allegedly, he might be getting a new trial. I've not heard that, but Lady Di says that he might be. So if he is, that'd be interesting. Look after yourself, Crystal. I've just seen your message here. Numbness is wearing off. Oh, well, yeah, that's not good. We never found out what happened to all the money. Surely some must have gone to the judges and Ellie. Huh, you were not surprised. That, yeah. people, corruption's everywhere. People, there's nowhere more corrupt than South Carolina. Buster, I feel so bad for Buster. He was there every day. I believe so because of that juror, though did a video a while back because I don't know, they'll Google it. That's all right because I think you're wrong. I don't think they definitely put in for stuff, but I don't think they're gonna get. It's confirmed that they got a new trial because of it or anything. I think they've just put another motion in towards it. Is I think what it is. It's gonna be far fetched for him to actually get a new trial. I think if I were the state of Carolina, I'd be like, just give him a new trial. He's gonna be found guilty. Just give him a fucking new trial. You're not gonna find a jury that will find him innocent. So he's gonna get a new trial. He's in prison for 25 years for financial crimes. Anyway, so just fucking. I know it's a lot of money, but there's just too many question marks over this case. I just don't like the celebrations of people thinking it's fine to put someone in prison. And I've just got too many questions about the case. If he did do it, he did it with someone else, but that person's getting away with murder. And if he didn't do it, someone else is getting away with murder. Crazy Eddie got off, didn't he? Nothing. He got acquitted, didn't he? Because he helped the state. Unless he's been in trouble since then, but Uncle Eddie, cousin Eddie, he got off out on bail. I think they were going to drop his charges. I think he can't stitch for a deal because he still presumes he's innocent. Yes, he's stuck. Really, he's a little bit fucked. I don't know. It's Crazy Eddie, your neighbor. My neighbor's a Pedo. I never see him, thankfully. I'm trying to get rid of him, but other people try to get rid of him. I'm keeping out of it. Not keeping out of it. I'm in full support, but no, he's not moved. He's next door to me. I've not seen him once since he came out of prison. Not once. Seen him drive a car, but I've not seen him in person. So, but yeah, a lot of people around me. There's like 20 houses where I am, like the cul-de-sac, and like everyone else is trying to get rid of him. Didn't your sister have one by? Yeah, no. So it's my next door neighbor. So my sister used to bring the kids over. So no, it's me. So when my nieces used to play in the back and stuff, obviously now looking back, it's like, oh, I hope he, I don't want to think about it. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. Well, they don't live permanently with me, you see. So that's why. But then there are other children around. But again, I don't know. People have, my father spoke to him when he first came out and said, "Look, what are you doing? Just leave. It's better for you." But he might leave. They might be going through the process. I don't know, but he's kept himself to himself. He used to have dogs and he used to walk them and stuff like that. We literally don't see him. He goes in the car sometimes. I don't know what he does. So literally don't see him. I will say he was like a martial arts instructor for kids for years. Do you know what I mean? Jeepers. Oh, it's crazy. I just can't dream. Lady Diane Colina. We're saying crazy. No one's more crazy than Lady Di too. Lady Di's making up fucking trials here about Alex Murdoch. Jeepers. You drive me crazy. Who sings that? You drive me crazy. I just can't sleep. Da, 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 da. I hope we get through this witness quickly now. Come on. I wish that the judge could just go to the jury and go, "Hey guys, are we all not guilty? Yeah." No, it's Boston time. Eastern time. Thankfully. So a maximum of another 2 hours, max. They've been what do you call it? Finishing early every day. But they probably want to get rid of this witness and then see what happens tomorrow. Oh, Britney Spears. Thank you, Robin G. Robin G. Riding through the glen. Robin G. Chasing all the men. They can find Robin G. G Spot. No, afternoon break. They took an hour for lunch already. I played Lawyer Lee for an hour, and then this is the afternoon break, and then they'll be back, and hopefully then done. Do you know what? I've not watched Eden show. I watched probably 5 minutes of it because obviously he streams at 2:00 in the morning my time. And the next day I put it on. I tried to catch up with it, and one thing after another. I switched Brother Council on with Christian and Plevin. I switched it on right at the time where Plevin was there going, "You hit John's arm here," and I just went, "Oh, this fucking guy. I just can't." I switched it off. I was like, they're idiots. Apparently they were shouting over him and stuff like that. I think Brother Council, I've not heard his Karen Reed stuff, but he's I've followed him for other cases, and he's very respectful, very even keeled. I think from what I've seen, and I don't think he's not into drama. So I watched some of Eden's, but to be honest, it was just the same stuff. People messaged me. Somebody messaged me over the weekend and said, because I did a stream of Karen Reed on Friday, and it went okay, but I mean, it is what it is. I try and keep away from doing it because everyone streams the same things, so I try not to even. It's hard. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Christine Plevin. Oh, they are an absolute. What a pair. What a pair. What a pair of ding dongs. He was good until it was streamed. There you go. I watched about 5 minutes of it, and I got other stuff on. It's hard. That is one of the problems. I can't do it. You see, this is why I don't watch these things. You see, Lady Di, because it's the same regurgitated stuff left, right, and center. I personally can't do it. I haven't got the attention span for it. I just that's why I've stopped doing Karen Reed stuff, because I just can't. I respect the fact that people love it, but I don't know. I just can't do it. Christine Plevin were brutal. Ooh, I couldn't do it. It sounds so ridiculous, legit making excuses and lies. I like hearing everyone's opinion, though. Yeah, so do I. I listened to them once, and then that's it. I just think it all becomes repetitive then. I'll say each to their own. I mean, I just think it's dramatized too much now. I think it's becoming more drama filled for my liking, because there's nothing to report on it. it's just all drama then. Just in my personal, and I don't watch enough. You guys watch a lot more than me, so I could be talking shit right now. So, yeah. And also I appreciate the fact that a lot of people love it. So, you know, it's each to their own on it. Brother Council's great. I've watched his other stuff. I might watch his Karen Reed stuff. I've liked his other stuff, Brother Council. I have liked his other stuff. I know I love the Glare, but it's super repetitive. I know. But I like the Glare as well. I've got to that point with some cases myself, and it's no respect to anyone. It's my attention. Yeah, you get it. You're the same as me, Di. My attention span. I just can't. It's just the way my brain is built. I just can't take it. But that's more of a me thing, not a other creator thing. Do you know what I mean? That's just me. My head, and I get over the top of my head then. Too much. Then thinking I don't want to do more of this stuff because there's only so much you can listen to. I don't know. That's what OCD for you. I overthink every situation. Do you know what? I think there's a great community, and I think it's great that everyone supports each other on it. And I think there's a place for everything. And I do think, as Robin said, everyone's got different views, I think, to a certain extent. Clara, Brian, Mike, Tillboy, Melanie, and all that. So there's plenty to go around. It's just that I think they're all saying the same thing, but that's interesting. You see, who else agents doing? Yeah, there's a lot probably. There's I think there's 4 or 5. Somebody said that he might sue. That'd be interesting, and his trial would be interesting as well. I like listening to lawyers. It depends which. I like listening to EDB. I like Emily Baker. I like Peter Tragos. I don't really listen to Melanie Little that much, to be quite honest. Just because I don't have the chance. Because I like the recap stuff.
All right, we continue with the direct examination of Dr. Banner.
I don't listen to any of the lawyers, though, to be quite honest with you, because the main reason for it is because everyone's a lawyer these days. So those main ones, they're really good. I think Melanie Little's good. It's just I don't have a time to. She streams normally at a time where I'm not streaming, late at night or something, so I can't really watch her. And her streams like 3-4 hours sometimes. I can't catch up with it. Same with Aiden's. That's why I like Tragos, like 50 minutes, boom. But also the one I like is EDB. Her end of day recaps. I love those recaps. I really do like those. They're really good. But apart from those, I don't really listen to any of the lawyers. Well, mainly because most people call themselves lawyers and they're not really very good. Like, I forget his name now. The people, the anti-Karen Reed people, the lawyers. I don't think they're lawyers. Well, they are lawyers, but they're civil lawyers. But anyway. Oh, EDB's recaps. I always listen to them, Colleen. End of every trial day, I still always listen to them. They're great. They're great to understand some of the legal basis. She breaks it down. Now, it depends what you're into. Like, I'm more interested in the jury stuff. So I like Jessica Machado, her breakdowns of the jury, and stuff like that. But because I'm more interested in that than legal aspect. I don't really mind the legal aspect. It's more the jury aspect because they're the most important people. Do you know what I mean? So, do they have anti-Karen Reed? Yes. Yeah, they do. They do. There's a couple that were very anti-Karen Reed in explaining stuff. I don't remember his name. There's a guy that he's a lawyer. I think he's a lawyer in Boston. He was on the anti-Karen Reed. Well, he said that he wasn't, but he did find Karen guilty as part of it. So that's it. Prosecutor channel there is. Yeah. He probably talked about the same one. It is. I'm a Google certified lawyer. I know. Do you know what? There's so many now that for other cases say they're lawyers on this civil. I could become a lawyer in a year in the UK if I wanted to. I just can't be asked. Roberta Hourglass. I've never watched it. These people, I don't want. Ichtmel as well. I can't stand him. He always attacks Aiden, and I can't stand him. Well, no one will go on his channel because he's very calm and collected, isn't he? And he speaks sense. So, and when he speaks to an actual lawyer, you know. Anyway, doesn't matter. Here we go. Let's listen to this then.
Where we left off. You state that although it is not studied well, hypoglycemia is a real and life-threatening condition that may occur in benzodiazepine poisoning.
Oh, one more thing. The only other person that is great to follow on Twitter, because I don't watch him anymore, I haven't got time. Mark Bedrow. Mark Bedrow on Twitter is a godsend because, you know, I can't watch a show for 3 hours that he does with Mike. Again, time zones and stuff don't allow me to do that. But his Twitter presence is fantastic. He answers all the questions on Twitter. He will give you his thought process and everything. So shout out to Mark Bedrow as well. He's probably one of the number one guy. As I say, I can't watch him because I haven't got the time, but on Twitter, he's fantastic. Dennis Sweeney in the house. How we doing, Den? Hope you're well, my friend. There you go. Dennis is busy today.
And you go on to say, thus, this is a real possibility for Michael Cochran's cause of death. If I am interpreting that correctly, what you're saying is benzodiazepine may cause hypoglycemia. Then the hypoglycemia may result in death. It's kind of a progression. Is that a correct interpretation?
Correct. I say that this unknown benzodiazepine at unknown levels, there's reports of benzodiazepines causing low blood sugar and could be critically low, as in his case, to then cause death. I don't know that to be a fact, but it's in the differential.
So benzodiazepine poisoning may cause hypoglycemia. Is that correct?
Yes, there was an article that I cited related to that matter.
Okay. I'd like to go to paragraph 6 on page 4.
Mhm.
You state that, quote, the focus on hypoglycemia as the sentinel, or most important, abnormality is surprising. What do you mean by that?
I get further into it in the discussion, but basically, when Mr. Cochran presented, not only was he not alert, not responding to commands, etc., when they tried to figure out what was wrong with him, there were multiple laboratory abnormalities. So they drew his blood, analyzed it, and there were a whole bunch of laboratory abnormalities, including the hypoglycemia, but also elevated white blood cell count. And then that had a part of it when they look at what's composing that white blood cell count called neutrophils. Those are like the soldiers that fight infection. Those were high in number.
Let me stop you right there and ask a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Elevated white blood cell count is more or less showing that there's some kind of infection in the body or some kind of toxins, because white blood cells fight infection. Is that correct?
Especially this component of white blood cells that's now increased the number. They're like the first responders, the neutrophils. And it wasn't just the neutrophils were high, but there's another enzyme called lactate that they tested that was also high that can be seen in sepsis. So it's sort of like painting the picture that, again, that differential, like what could be wrong with him? You then really worry maybe there's an undetected, untreated infection that's causing him to be in this state.
Okay, so, and if this infection was present, which the white blood cells elevated count would indicate, was there any explanation for what this infection is, how it may have occurred, anything about the infection itself?
No. So the clinicians in the ER did say suspected infection, but they did not say what the suspected source was. They just gave him IV antibiotics. And I don't remember which antibiotic, my apologies. But nonetheless, they are also concerned that he was sick from an infection. So it's better to just give him antibiotics and we'll try to stabilize him and then possibly figure it out. That was never figured out from a source, but they did give him intravenous antibiotics. So it got into his body right away.
Okay, now, some mysterious infection in Michael Cochran's body, could that be a possible cause of Michael Cochran's death, either alone or in combination with other things?
Definitely. So if a infection becomes overwhelming and into the blood and really taking over the body, it can be serious enough to cause death.
You talk about there being no suspicion for insulin overdose or self-administration as the cause of Michael Cochran's seizures and coma. I want to make a point here. You listened to some of the testimony. Did you hear any of the testimony that said Michael Cochran did routinely inject himself with insulin? Did you hear any of that?
I think there was some suggestion. I don't remember who said it.
Okay.
It wasn't in the records that I reviewed and made this report based on.
Okay. So given that testimony, an overdose by self-administration is a possibility, right?
After that testimony was given, it's in the differential diagnosis.
Okay. Moving on down the page, would you discuss the broad list that you go through of potential causes of hypoglycemia other than an insulin injection?
Sure, this is a very long list. So I think I've used the word differential diagnosis a few times, and it's what we're taught in medical school and then into practice. You consider all the possibilities, some may be more likely than others, but you do testing to sort of tease that apart. Does that make sense? I sort of work broad and then narrow down. And so when you think about hypoglycemia in a living individual or even postmortem, you have to think what's contributing to this. And so this is a very long list. Do you want me to go through it item by item?
No, just...
Okay, we'll read the broad diagnoses and then go from there. So medication induced, that should probably be, whether it be prescribed or not. Alcohol falls into there, some antibiotics.
Okay, let me stop you here. Now, you're listing other possible causes of Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Is that what you're doing?
I'm listing what's called the differential diagnosis, whether it's applicable to him or I think this is organized medical way of approaching this laboratory abnormality, and it applies to him. Was this a possibility in him? It's how you have to think. And then if you go so myopic and pinpoint, you might miss something important. So it's always broad to narrow.
Okay. So these are possible causes, not necessarily in Mr. Cochran.
This
but
is medical,
possible.
right?
Okay.
All sorts of causes. So
Okay.
medication related, which alcohol or other unexplained medications may be there. Endocrine. So endocrine is like what Dr. Krieger practices. That's working of glands and hormones in the body. There can be various abnormalities. Pancreatic tumors. That's why I was saying that sometimes we really look at the pancreas to try to see if there's a identifiable tumor. Sometimes they're so small that you really need like an MRI or like a radiology to pinpoint them, but they can be so subtle but still cause medical problems. And then there's other sort of broader issues such as liver disease, in certain cases, malnutrition, starvation, critical illness, so like sepsis, which is that overwhelming infection in the body. You can have certain surgeries, like your immune system can attack insulin in and of itself, even though you have a working pancreas, genetic disorders, sometimes eating disorders like over-exercising, not eating enough, that can
Okay.
really throw your body.
Let me interrupt you there for just a moment, okay?
Yes.
You say that other causes include liver disease. Were you aware in the medical records that at some point it was revealed that Michael Cochran, prior to death, had some problems with his liver enzymes?
I'm aware that they're elevated. Usually when I talk about liver disease being a cause of hypoglycemia, it's not just any liver disease, it's severe liver disease.
Okay, but that could be an indicator of liver disease causing hypoglycemia, possibly.
Quite possibly, I'm not clear on the extent of his liver disease.
Okay. You list severe malnutrition or starvation. Were you aware that at certain times, Michael Cochran didn't feed himself adequately, trying to cut his weight for bodybuilding?
I'll take that at face value. I don't know his personal history.
Okay. You say critical illness, sepsis. Sepsis is infection, right?
Correct.
You say immune hypoglycemia. What is that?
It's a rare cause. It's anti-insulin antibodies. So anything autoimmune means your body's reacting to itself.
Okay.
And in this case, it would be a very rare circumstance that your body's attacking its own insulin and then getting rid of it so that your body thinks you don't have it.
And again, these are possible causes
Right.
of hypoglycemia.
Right.
Okay. On down, you talk about non-pancreatic tumors. We've talked about pancreatic tumors already, right?
Correct.
And these are other tumors in the body.
Yes, and I'm no expert in this field, but my understanding is so different tumors can do whatever they want. And there's something called paraneoplastic syndrome. So these tumors that are already abnormal, they're doing their own thing, can start making chemicals that in the body that act like insulin or even make insulin potentially, but your body's getting those signals, even though it's not from a normal pancreas, if that makes sense.
Okay. Now, just to fill in a little bit of information, insulin promotes blood glucose or blood sugar, right? Most often, especially in diabetics.
Yes, you need insulin.
You list skipping meals. Is that a real possibility in a bodybuilder who's trying to cut weight?
I'm not really clear on that. I mean, skipping meals potentially, I think it could be. It probably depends on how severe it is. And it's not something I'm an expert in quantifying. I think it can be a slippery slope to get into a malnourished state
Okay.
that could affect electrolytes or, glucose levels.
You say increased exercise without sufficient nutrition. If Michael Cochran was exercising furiously and he wasn't feeding himself properly or sufficient, that could be a cause of his hypoglycemia. Would that be a correct inference?
I think it's in the list of possibilities.
Okay. Let's go down to paragraph 7. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I've collected what was previously marked Defendant's Exhibit Number 10. I'd like to show that to the witness.
All right.
Dr. Banerjee, this is an exhibit that was previously introduced. You created this table that's reflected in Defendant's Exhibit Number 10. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also have that in your report, page 6. I'm going to put both of them on the viewer if I can, or just your chart on page 6. Okay? This is your unaltered table. This is the one that the jury has seen previously.
I see. Okay.
Except for my handwritten notations as to a conversion of military time to regular time and my circling of certain entries. They're pretty much the same thing. Would that
Yes.
be
Yes.
correct? Okay.
I think they're identical. You just highlighted some stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, with time conversion,
All right.
but the data is not altered.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. I think I'm going to use your chart, which is unaltered. Okay.
Sounds good.
I'm handing this back to the clerk.
Just like it. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Banerjee, at paragraph 7 of your report, which hopefully you're looking at, You discuss Mr. Cochran's hypoglycemia when he reached the hospital and a timeline of his sugar levels at pages 5 and 6 of your report. And we have page 6 shown.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you created this chart, did you not?
I did.
And it was based on information that you got from the medical records, is that correct?
Correct. So the date and time plus the glucose.
I'm going to get into that.
Okay, sir.
I'm going to ask you questions about that.
Okay.
I want you to look at the headings at the top of the chart. And I'm talking specifically about right here. Okay?
Okay.
The first asterisk notation at the top is that the alleged event is approximately 12 p.m. on February 6th of 2019. I want to clarify that. Because there's no information reported as to an exact time that Mr. Cochran was allegedly injected with exogenous Lispro insulin, you chose 12 noon on February 6th, 2019, correct?
Yes, based on my review of the investigative information and the medical records, it appeared that that was basically, again, it's approximate. So
Okay.
I'm not saying it's noon, but it's around then that they were saying the event or his problem started.
It's kind of a guess from you, from all these records, because we don't have any exact time, correct?
Correct. There's no exact time, but if I made that assumption, and that's why I asterisked it, that to make a meaningful calculation, I just chose, when they say noon, I chose the number evenly, 12:00, as a time to calculate, as a starting time point.
And that information is essentially gathered from when it's alleged Michael Cochran passed out, and when he got to the hospital and the series of events after that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. The second heading right here, and you can't see it very well, but it says hypoglycemia is sugar less than 70 milligrams per deciliter in a person without diabetes. Correct?
Correct. That was the medical definition of hypoglycemia, as I understand it.
Okay. And you remember Dr. Krieger's testimony. She kind of went back and forth. She estimated, but she said at your first timeline, February 6th of 2019 and you've got 2020, which is 8:20 p.m., right?
Correct, on the 6th.
She said, in reference to these questions, that a reading of 21 blood glucose was certainly hypoglycemia or indicated hypoglycemia, right?
I don't recall exactly, but I would agree with that statement.
Okay. But you chose 70 milligrams, and you say that's based on your research and the literature you reviewed. Is that correct?
Sure. So hypoglycemia is a range or a critical level, if you will, a critical blood sugar. And my understanding and research is that anything below 70 is abnormal, and the lower you get, the more abnormal it is.
The first column is date and time, right?
Yes.
The second column is the reported blood glucose levels in Michael Cochran's body, or allegedly, right?
Yes.
Third column is the hours since the alleged event, and you're picking 12 noon as the alleged event when you believe he may or may not have been introduced with exogenous insulin.
So, right. So let me just clarify. The blood glucose wasn't an allegation. These are laboratory values I've extracted from the medical record. So they're the exact numbers. And again, I had to define a starting point as an assumption, and then those hours are how long after we're looking at those, at that timestamp, if you will, the resulted blood glucose.
Dr. Halsey today testified that he thought the activity of Lispro insulin, or how long it's working in the body, was 4 to 6 hours. Did your research in the literature indicate the same thing?
Yes, so my main source was the manufacturer's insert that has all the sort of description, dosing, and what's called pharmacodynamics, how it works in the body. So it goes through what the activity of this is, because I'm not diabetic.
Okay.
So I had to educate myself.
And I just want to clarify that statement.
Right.
You're talking about if Lilly Pharmaceutical is the manufacturer of this type of insulin.
Yep.
They put a information sheet or sheets in with the Humalog insulin, and they have all of this data in that information, correct?
Correct. I'm familiar with insulin, but I had to refresh my mind with the details of this short-acting insulin. And so what Dr. Halsey said was supported with that literature. It's 4 to 6 hours of, the longest it'll act in the body is 4 to 6 hours.
Okay, and another point of information I have to make clear to the jury. Is it your estimation that once Humalog Lispro insulin is introduced into the body, although it's fast acting, it still takes time to work, approximately 15 minutes. Is that correct?
Correct. So this is deemed a fast-acting insulin that starts to work about 10 to 15 minutes after injection.
Okay. The first reading has a blood glucose level of 21. Where did that information come from, if you recall?
Yep, it's within the first pages of his medical records when he presented.
Okay. Now, the significance of that is the hours after insulin was allegedly introduced to Mr. Cochran's body. This is 8 hours and 20 minutes afterwards, right?
Yes, approximately.
Can Humalog Lispro insulin possibly be working in the body 8 hours and 20 minutes later?
I can only...
From your research
Right.
and your literature.
Exactly. The way I was, that it's been described and I read about, the maximum window of action is up to 6 hours. So we're beyond that time in this chart.
And you have listed in the last column, was Lispro active in his body? You state no at that first entry, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm not going to go through all of these listings because the jury's seen it before.
Okay.
Would you describe for me the important blood glucose readings which you have marked in bold?
Sure. It's just for ease of reading and pointing out the events which were hypoglycemia as defined by blood sugar less than 70. There were a total of 4 events during his hospitalization, the first occurring at presentation, and then subsequently on February 7th, there were 3 events throughout the day, or throughout the morning, from a little after midnight all the way through 10:30 in the morning. There were 3 other episodes of hypoglycemia.
Okay. I'm pointing to the first one, correct?
Correct. That's his presentation. Yes.
Okay. I'm pointing to the next one, which is right here.
Yes, the second bolded number.
Okay. The third one is right here.
Correct.
And the last bold one is right here.
Yes, the bold doesn't necessarily come through as clearly on the
Yeah,
projection.
That's why I'm trying to point them out.
Got it, okay.
Now, according to your chart, your research, all the information that you've gathered, if Michael Cochran was allegedly injected with Lispro Humalog insulin, and its activity is 4 to 6 hours, can you affirmatively state that these listings definitively show Michael Cochran could not have been injected with Humalog Lispro insulin to cause these blood glucose readings?
Correct, that this far out, starting 8+ hours out, and based on the nature of Lispro, these are not resulting from that administration.
There was testimony that the volume or amount of Humalog Lispro insulin introduced in the body changed the duration of activity. Is that what you discovered?
Well, I think that's a complicated question. You can't really inject anybody safely with a volume to test it. What Lilly has said, they don't specify dosages, okay? They just say that upon administration to the body, this is the peak time, like it starts working at 10 to 15 minutes, it peaks at 1 hour, and then when it fades off, it still has activity up to 6 hours. That's all I can use as a reference.
Okay. Now, if Michael Cochran were injected with another dose at a later time from 12 noon on February 6th,
okay,
that would actually confirm your listings. In other words, it would put the timeline farther out, and the blood glucose levels could not be affected by a second injection later on. It would, because your first reading is 8 hours and 20 minutes after injection. If someone injects later, it pushes everything back, right?
Correct. This chart is based solely on the assumptions of a single administration around noon. Okay, I was not aware or did not calculate anything based on any other times.
And I think you may have answered this, but I'm going to ask again. Does the volume of insulin introduced affect the duration of the activity in the body? Is its duration still 4 to 6 hours, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
Can I just clarify that answer?
Sure.
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
mean, I'm basing my information completely based on the manufacturers and published literature. Everywhere that I've read about Lispro, Lispro insulin, that's the time range that's given. It's never differed. It's really reliable. We have a lot of diabetic patients that use it, and it's given basically around meal times too. When you eat, you've got to have a response that diabetics don't have. And so it's well timed out to help them respond to the carb load, the glucose load from meals. So everywhere I've read, it's 10 to 15 minutes after injection, peaks at 1 hour, lasts anywhere from 4 to 6 hours. And I was not provided anything in the literature or the insert to say otherwise.
So the literature and your research, et cetera, doesn't address the volume question and the duration of activity. Is that right? There's no literature or information about that. As far as you know.
I mean, volume is dependent on the dose you need, the units, which is calculated based on a carbohydrate load. And this is going beyond my expertise because I'm not an endocrinologist.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I
We've
don't know
got-
anything further about Lispro than what I stated.
Fair enough. In a kind of summary and conclusion, all of this discussion that you presented here today in your report, does it indicate, as Dr. Kubitschek stated, that the manner and cause of death are undetermined, and his conclusions and findings say that? He doesn't specifically say any actual manner and cause of death. He says they're undetermined. Do you agree with that finding?
Sure.
Based on all of this testimony in your report?
Yes, my report has detailed my thoughts, and as I've spoken to you today, various factors, regardless of what we think might or might not have happened, the body was decomposed, and both examinations, postmortem examinations, did not help narrow all the possibilities. And so given that, a cause of death is undetermined in my opinion, as well as the manner of death. So causes, why did he die? I cannot tell. And once I can't tell that, although there are various reports of circumstances around his death, I cannot be sure to pigeonhole it further. And so it needs to stay undetermined. So that's how I would certify this death.
Would you agree that any other finding, including Dr. Uribe's conclusion of homicide due to exogenous insulin administration, is unsupported and unsubstantiated by all of your research and testimony?
Yes.
Are your opinions in your report and what you've testified to here today to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
And your conclusions, testimony, report, they are in your work as a medical legal expert and consistent with the standards of your profession?
Yes.
And I believe I've already moved for the admission of Dr. Banerjee's report. If not, I'll do so now.
I think you already have.
Yeah.
Right, Madam Clerk.
It's 12.
12. It's been entered.
I have the official copy.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Okay.
Doctor, you'd agree with me that to make an accurate report and render appropriate opinions, you'd need an accurate history. Isn't that true?
Sure.
Okay. How did you get into this case?
I was I don't actually remember. I think someone contacted me. I can't tell you. I don't remember who it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when they did contact you, what information were you provided? Just the medical reports you list there?
There's always, I can just be general because I
Go
can't
ahead.
state accurately. So usually when an inquiry comes in for my help, there's some email exchange back and forth. And once I'm officially retained, there's basically saying that I'm going to work on the case that allows me access to the privileged information, such as medical records and investigation. Like no layperson can just ask for that. And so that's where that list of resources that I reviewed was provided to me.
Okay. The actual facts of the case, though, were other than medical records. Where did that come from?
I mean, there's scene photographs. There was potentially some history given to me. I don't recall.
Okay. You don't remember reading any police reports?
I was not given the police reports.
You don't remember reviewing any witness statements?
No, I was not given those.
So a from what you said about emails, I gather that most of that kind of stuff came from the defense attorneys.
Potentially, my understanding is that a police report was never turned over as discovery. I definitely don't have it in my list.
Okay. You've listed and discussed with us your professional background,
yes,
your work employ. You were the Rhode Island deputy or assistant medical examiner till 21,
yes.
August 21. Why'd you leave there?
You want to know? My mom had a massive stroke.
Oh, okay.
So please,
I'm
I'd
sorry.
rather not get upset. Yeah.
No, don't do that. And you started your Anchor, I believe is the name of your company?
Yes.
In 16?
Yes.
But you're still a contract medical examiner for 2 jurisdictions and then sometimes Vegas as well. Is that right? So Maine, New Hampshire.
It's very sporadic. So like it's, so we are less than 500 medical examiners board certified in the country. So there's unfortunately many more needs than active bodies. So sometimes we're shared, you help out when you need, when they need, they'll call, but that's variable. I'm also looking to try to get closer to home. My family needs really require that.
Sure.
And that 3-year interval that you're speaking of is when I took care of my disabled mother at home. So I had a 6-year-old. And so the family needs really pulled me away from being on call 24/7, usually once every 2 to 3 weeks a month. So it gets very busy very quickly, including having to give my 3-month-old to my husband to go to a homicide scene. So you can imagine that that's not necessarily conducive to having, also during COVID. Yeah. So, it sort of became too much. And so I decided to step away for personal reasons.
You've indicated you don't know the number of autopsies and you've done them for years. So
yes.
That's fair. But can you maybe, let's take 2024. Do you know the number you did that year?
I don't, because I was practicing in various areas, but I also do private autopsies. We didn't really get into my full structure of my business as it stands now. So I do this kind of work, which is called expert witness work. I do advise, I interpret autopsies. I do that for lawyers and families. Sometimes they just want to know why their loved one died and they pay for my expertise. Secondly, I also run a private autopsy business. There's not enough, again, forensic pathologists. Just because you die doesn't mean you get an autopsy. And so autopsies, I would say medical autopsies, the ones that are not done by a medical examiner office or coroner, whatever the structure may be, because those offices are very heavily inundated with cases that need the legal oversight. I'm hired by families. I've been getting queries every week for private autopsy. So I do those really frequently. And then I also teach. So it's my time is spent, and it's not like I can predict who's going to call me, who's going to, and I don't recall how many I've done, but I do private autopsies at least 2 to 4 a month.
2 to 4 a month. And then, that's why I'm trying to get a handle on how many autopsies you did in 24.
I can give you an accurate answer.
Like 300 or less than that?
Probably less than that.
Pardon?
Less than that, probably. Yeah.
200?
I don't know. Possibly, because between locums and everything else, yeah.
Okay. You ever heard of an outfit called the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes, name.
Okay. And are you a member?
Yes.
Do you know what their accreditation standards require in terms of to be, lack of a better word, current or accredited?
I don't.
Okay. You've written a bunch of stuff, a bunch of papers.
Yes.
None of them had anything to do with insulin, did they? Unless
No.
you've written some since 23.
No, I have not.
So you've done no research on insulin as a potential murder weapon or cause of death or anything like that?
I mean, I've performed insulin levels at an autopsy level, but from a research standpoint or publishing on it, I have not done that.
Okay. And you've been on TV a lot and you've done a lot of presentations
Yes.
to national and international organizations. None of those concern insulin either, do
No,
they?
they do not.
Have you ever been retained in a high-profile case for an insulin investigation?
No,
This is your first one.
correct.
Um,
As far as I'm aware, they're also exceedingly rare cases, but yes,
yeah, they are very rare.
yes.
Based upon what you know, wouldn't it be fair to say insulin is almost the perfect weapon if you wanted to kill somebody? It's
I've
pretty
never
close,
tried,
isn't it?
and I've never thought of it as a murder weapon. I know it can be administered in fatal levels, and that's in the differential that we went through of hypoglycemia. I never said it wasn't in the differential.
But that's what I'm trying to get at with you, and you can help us out here.
Sure.
If you wanted to kill somebody, and you
Personally
wanted to,
never wanted to kill anybody.
That's kind of the generic.
Okay, my life work is figuring out what happened.
Not the good guy. But if you wanted to,
Okay.
it's very, very difficult to detect for a lot of reasons. For instance, you had mentioned a number of tests that could have been done at Raleigh General Hospital to determine insulin level, and they didn't. And once they start treatment, it's too late, isn't it?
Yes.
So in fairness to the emergency room people, somebody comes in with a blood glucose of 21, the natural reaction would be to raise that up by giving them sugar, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay. But once that happens, no testing is going to help out.
Sure.
And that's what makes insulin such an insidious drug to use. Not you,
That characterization, insulin's used for many, many, many purposes, and the characterization is insidious. I objected.
Overruled. You may answer. Go ahead, doctor.
I'm sorry, can you just restate?
Sure.
There's a little bit of back and forth there.
Sure. If you wanted to kill somebody,
Which I personally do not.
Which
For
not
the
you.
record, do
I
not.
keep saying you, but please exclude that
Okay.
as directed to you. It's kind of the
Generic, okay.
Yeah. It would be a great weapon to use and not get caught with it.
I think you could use it. I'm not qualifying it as a weapon of, yeah.
All right. If you wanted to kill somebody with insulin, we're not going to use it as a weapon. That would be a very effective way to do it because it's so hard to determine that that's the cause, isn't it?
So from a detection standpoint, if I'm judging it, okay, I'm not talking about the administration and all that. Yes, it's quite difficult. It's a large molecule. It can degrade. You have to suspect it. So it can be challenging to detect. Absolutely.
As understatements go, challenging would be a good way to put it.
Okay.
It's very tough to do.
Correct.
Now, are you familiar with the Clarksburg VA cases?
I don't know.
Okay.
This is my one and only foray into West
Got it.
Virginia.
Oh, well, yeah.
And
I
I'm
understand.
not particularly a nature person, so I don't think I'm like out here otherwise.
You're a city girl.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. If I could have defendants 12, please.
The chart's right there.
Well, that's 10.
Oh, 12 is my report.
It is.
I think she may.
Yeah, I have the formal copy if you need it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me borrow that from you, please, Doc. Doctor, let's just go through some of the opinion and supporting facts. And that's what we were talking about earlier.
Sure.
A brief history is that Michael Cochran was 38-year-old with possible history of seizure.
Yes.
That's all it is possible. You didn't have anything affirmative in the medical records that said this guy has seizures.
He had a prior episode.
But did they say he had a seizure disorder or did they just say he has seizures or we don't know, suspected?
Right. It was one episode And I don't know that it was worked up further. So I noted the history of, they said possible seizure disorder, I think resulting from that episode that he had. So that's how I stated it.
Is a possible seizure the same thing as a diagnosis of
No,
seizures?
no.
Okay. And the same thing with the possible brain mass. That's not the same thing as here's a brain mass. is it?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
I think what they were lending it, and this is directly extracted from the medical records that I reviewed, that they were trying to see if he had a brain mass as a cause of that seizure, adult onset seizure.
And nobody ever found out.
Not that I'm aware of.
Complained of dizziness and basically fainting. Who did he complain to?
I don't recall.
Okay. He later fell to the floor and was unarousable by his wife. Where did that information come from?
Again, this is within all the materials given to me. I couldn't cite a page number or anything like that.
Okay. She, being the defendant, drove him to the ED. That's the emergency department at Raleigh General?
Correct.
Okay. And he had vomited. You list some other things. You don't put in there that his blood glucose was 21 at this point in your report.
It's 2 paragraphs down. If you see it, it's
Right.
not far because it's still within the background.
It is.
Okay, so I don't really get into the labs until later. So it's all with its partners, all the laboratory results I talk about.
Okay. Investigation showed he was taking some unspecified benzodiazepine. Who did the investigation?
I don't know. There was some report of that.
And it was in the form of a positive urine screen, right?
Well, that's there too.
Okay.
Yes,
But
definitely.
the investigation that showed he was taking some unspecified benzodiazepine, there really wasn't any investigation that you know of, was there?
I can't cite a specific. I don't have the police report either. It was never provided.
Same thing with the anabolic steroids. That's just something somebody reported to somebody else.
Well, yes, and any potential history that is reported by whoever is still important, and that's why I note it. You can't just you take it at face value.
Okay. You note his longstanding use of pseudoephedrine. Was that Sudafed? Is that
That's a brand name in medical school. We're always taught to do the generic, and pseudoephedrine is how it's documented in that West Virginia state report as well.
okay? But I mean, that if that's what he thought he was taking, Sudafed, that would just be a name brand of the stuff you're
So
talking
he
about?
was prescribed it. I don't know where it was tracked. So I don't know if that's tracked by a pharmacy. I don't know exactly how the states run, but it had a months and months of use documented.
Okay. Back before you started working with dead people, you were doing other doctor stuff, right?
Correct. So I always tell people that I did a year of training to know what it's like to treat living people.
Okay. And had you did a rotation in the ER or ED?
So let me backtrack. So
Go ahead.
my only experience in the ER or ED, we sort of use that interchangeably, is through medical school. My preliminary year that you're referring to, so that means similar to Dr. Halsey, the first year of internal medicine training is what I did at UPenn. So I graduated medical school and did that. I did not have any other emergency room training as a part of that internship. Okay, we would go and get patients. They would get worked up in the ER and then admitted to internal medicine, where I could be their intern, their first doctor, their junior doctor. But I never represent myself to be an ER expert or ER physician.
If one of those patients had presented to you from the ER with a blood glucose of 21, that would have gotten your attention, wouldn't it?
I sure hope so,
Yeah. How come?
because it's low.
Very low.
Correct. And I'm hoping the ER wouldn't send someone to me up to the floor. I hope they would take care of that. That's it, to me, what an emergency room should do.
In your history of this case, were you told that at one point the defendant made the claim that this Michael Cochran hit his head so hard that he chipped a stone countertop?
I don't know that. I just know that when I read through the medical records, there was a documentation of a fall with possible head trauma. He had a CAT scan done and there was no internal head trauma. As far as I know, there was nothing like a bump or bruise notated in the medical record. That's really what I'm relying on to make my assessment, because obviously histories can vary, as we've discussed. And so I rely more on the medical history and the medical notations made.
Had he hit his head hard enough to cause damage to a stone countertop, you'd expect to find something, wouldn't you?
I'm sorry, find something where?
Damage through a CT scan, visible bruising, visible cuts, that kind of stuff.
Right. So I think the method of detection depends on the answer. So whether it's a physical exam, like a bump or a bruise or laceration, yes. Hard falls, as surprising as it is, don't always yield internal injury. So even at autopsy, we see that people who don't catch their falls, they might have a laceration, but they may not have anything internally. And that's why the CAT scan is done. You can have a bump or bruise on the outside. You really need to make sure what's going on the inside. And per my recollection, his CT scan was completely normal.
And from all accounts of both medical and non-medical people, there was no external evidence of trauma.
Not that I saw noted.
Okay. There is a text from the defendant saying that Michael's been asleep since before 9:34 in the morning. There's no evidence after that he ever regained consciousness. Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that when he allegedly hit his head so hard that he chipped this or broke this countertop, that instead of calling 911, she called 2 construction guys who carried him from the kitchen floor to the couch? Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that she left him lay on the couch until he urinated himself sometime in the afternoon, about 3 or 4 o'clock?
No.
Were you aware that even after that, she didn't take any steps to get him medical care until she showed up at Raleigh General Hospital many hours later?
I don't have a detail of what happened prior. I just know what happened starting at the hospital presentation.
Okay. If this is a mischaracterization, tell me. But it sounds like you're pretty dismissive of the opinions of Drs. Krieger and Uribe.
I mean, Dr. Krieger's really a clinician. And I think as Dr. Dragovich said, she's not really an expert in classifying cause or manner of death. So I am not here to refute. I don't know honestly, I don't remember a lot of her testimony because it was outside the area of my expertise. I think Dr. Uribe has potentially overstepped. I have a different professional opinion, which I also answered with Mr. Selden, that I think it's the cause and manner of death should both be undetermined based on the condition of the body and what can and cannot be collected from the body or what was, excuse me.
And that's strictly based on the 2 autopsies?
No, and the medical records as well.
Well, you had the benefit of the MRI report from CAMC from February 8th of 2019, didn't you?
It's probably in there. Yes, I'm assuming. That's after his initial presentation. So assuming it's there, I don't have it memorized.
No. I understand that. But it showed that massive brain swelling, basically.
Yeah. Oh, yes. There was cerebral edema.
Yeah. But you're not willing to say that you think that caused his death?
So I think if we get into it, cerebral edema is significant, but there's many routes that lead to cerebral edema. Drug overdose is one. Hypoglycemia could be one. But I can't just look at medical records to make a cause of death That's what the autopsy is there for, okay? So we don't practice in a black box. We always consider the circumstances. We consider whatever records we have made available. But the autopsy is the gold standard, okay? That's where I'm looking at the condition of the body, the organs, and the main data that I take to synthesize my cause and manner of death, along with ancillary studies such as toxicology. So I am here as a forensic pathologist to opine on what I think his cause and manner of death is. And I really can't tell you what that is. His body's too decomposed. And in our field, it is acceptable to use undetermined as a cause of death and undetermined as a manner of death.
It is, but it's also the option of the forensic pathologist to state a determination of what they believe the cause and manner of death was.
They're professional opinions.
They are. The defense has kind of tossed this out here that there were these sinister sounding purchases from Mexico. Where's stage 2? Oh, very funny, Miss Smarty Pants. It's not here. It's the FBI report. Or is that? No, I'm sorry. That's 17, isn't it? Never mind. 17. Dr. Haney, what's been marked for identification, it actually entered into evidence in state 17. Take a quick look at that, please.
Just to advise, I've not seen this previously.
I understand.
Oh, okay. It's quite detailed. Yes. What would you like me to
Well,
look
just
at?
the conclusions.
Oh, sorry.
The testing.
Where is this? Results or the interpretation? There's quite, which one?
Yeah, could I have that back?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Yeah. Take a look at item 3.
Can I just read it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Take your time.
Item 3 was a bottle marked in part as quote enclomiphene citrate containing a clear, colorless liquid. It goes on to state it was containing glycerol and letrozole, and clomiphene was not identified.
So the mysterious and sinister sounding Mexican purchased drugs were not what they were purported to be.
It was a different one.
Yeah, it was a different one. Not the same thing at all, is
Your
it?
Honor, I'm objecting to this line of questioning. We don't know what these substances were. They weren't actually clarified. They weren't stated. They're just unknown substances.
Overall,
It's the FBI report. I think it's a known substance. Wouldn't you agree with that, doctor?
I'm just reading what they reported.
Right. But you have no reason to question the FBI lab results, do you?
I'm taking it at face value.
Okay.
Just to clarify, Your Honor, I'm not objecting to the FBI report. I'm objecting to the so-called Mexican substances, which were never documented. We don't know what they were.
Well, the state would agree with that. They were never documented.
I understand the objection is overruled. I'll preserve your exception.
This is a text from the defendant. And I call your attention to this part. Mike was so mad this AM about not being able to go today, he had to take 2 of my blood pressure pills. Did you see any evidence from the medical records of a blood pressure pill in Michael Cochran's system?
I'm sorry, let's clarify. In his system, like a postmortem
Do you have
toxicology?
any medical records that say he had taken 2 blood pressure pills?
I don't have any data to support
No.
that. Okay.
You don't.
And no toxicology.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, the defendant affirms that taken 2 of her blood pressure pills. And you don't know, medically, there's no evidence of that one way or the other. Right?
Okay, I'm not sure how this leads back to my cause and manner of death.
We're going to get
Okay.
there. Bear with me. We're right on the doorstep.
Okay.
At 102, this picture goes out, and the defendant says that she checked his blood glucose, and it was 145. Can you read that?
No.
Oh, there you
It's-
go.
Okay.
Now you can read it. That's my fault.
Okay. And it's a lot hazier on my screen as well, but yes, it's just a listing of some vital signs and a blood glucose of 145.
And that's it. 105, 106,
I have
102.
no idea the timestamps cut off.
Here's another one
Okay.
to a different person.
Okay, yeah. That says a timestamp of 106.
Okay. Bear that time and that number in mind, please.
Okay.
Did you know that?
No, I did not.
At 6:30, the defendant says blood sugar 115.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes, that's what it says in the text message.
We can either use defendant's 10 or we'll just use the same chart from
Oh,
your.
sure. Okay.
Okay. You were not told about those 2 blood glucose level measurements until today. Is that right?
Correct.
The very top of your chart, you base your chart on the assumption that an alleged event occurred at approximately 12 o'clock.
Correct.
The alleged event was what?
That's when he fainted and due to possible exogenous insulin administration.
Would the 2 readings that she claims she got, would that be consistent with a 12 o'clock on a non-diabetic injection?
It could, because I don't know what all is in his system. Obviously, there's some drugs that are not the correct ones. And I have no way of assessing what was in his system. My understanding is he used multiple supplements that are not regulated by the FDA. And, I don't know. And so whether they're foreign, domestic, et cetera, I have no idea what any medication's effects would be on him, his blood glucose, his other vitals, et cetera.
Well, those are all unknowns, and those are fair points. But we do have a known. When he got to Raleigh General 2 hours later, his blood glucose was 21, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so in theory, it dropped from 115 to 21 in a couple hours.
Okay.
Now, Doctor, you are not expected to be familiar with Raleigh County geography, but I'm going to ask you to assume that this is true.
Okay.
From the defendant's residence on 4H Lake Road to Raleigh General Hospital would be approximately a 30-minute trip. Accept that for the moment, okay? On February 6th of 2019, at 7:30 in the evening, it would be dark, correct?
In this, well, it's February, so right, still winter time. Yes, relatively so. Yes, I would say shorter days.
Now, in your information coming to you was that this defendant drove her husband to the ER.
That's right.
In fact, his best friend drove him to the ER.
Sure.
He was laid out in the back of the SUV, and she was with him. Those are the only 3 people in the vehicle.
Okay.
It's night. It's 7:30 or so, and by the time they get to Raleigh General Hospital, his blood glucose is 21.
Yes.
Does your chart or does your report in any way negate the possibility that he received more than one injection of insulin, or 2, when he got it? You don't know.
That chart is solely based on those assumptions as stated. Okay.
Fair
So
enough.
I haven't made other charts based on other scenarios.
Right.
It's all it's that approximation, and anything else would be a chart based on another hypothetical situation.
Based upon your research into Humalog, it would kick in how many minutes? 5 to 25 minutes?
I had 10 to 15, but sure.
10 to 15 minutes?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So that's when the Humalog would be effective.
So what I read, just to restate clearly, is that you administer it 10 to 15 minutes later, it sort of gets into the system and starts acting. It peaks at 1 hour and can last anywhere from 4 to 6 hours.
And the effect of that would be to bring down the blood glucose level, correct?
That's what insulin does, yes.
Doctor, you on the last portion of your report, you say, I am relying on information you have provided me at the present time. Thus, my opinions are preliminary, may change if other information is offered for me to review. And you reserve the right to change your...
Absolutely.
Since you were not provided with blood glucose readings in the afternoon or the early evening, you were not provided with the circumstances under which the victim or Mr. Cochran got to the hospital. That's all new information to you today, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Are you aware that the defendant is a trained pharmacist?
I was told that, but I don't know her qualifications.
Okay. Are you aware that she held herself out to be a specialist in diabetes?
I did not know that.
Wouldn't you agree with me that someone with that kind of background and training would be well acquainted with the impact of insulin?
I don't have any way to judge that. I assume so. If she has those qualifications, even as a medical student, I was aware of insulin, and I'm sure parents who have, or other people who deal with diabetes know how insulin works, but I haven't judged her on her qualifications or discussed it with her.
Right. But just as kind of a generic matter, somebody that's a pharmacist and an insulin specialist would certainly be well acquainted with insulin and how it affects the human body.
Correct. If those first two statements are true, then the conclusion would be that he or she should know how insulin works.
Right. Doctor, you've been presented with a bunch of new information today. Has any of that caused you to change or alter your opinion?
No, it has not.
Thank you, Doctor.
Redirect Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you. Dr. Banerjee, since the prosecutor has brought it up about other cases, what famous cases have you worked on before?
I don't know what's famous per se, but
Well-known,
well,
lot
you
of
get,
notoriety, a lot
I
of
mean,
press coverage.
yeah, it's hard for me to distinguish in the sense that some of them I consult on and some of them I cover as an expert in the media. Personally, I feel very proud. I know I worked on Breonna Taylor's case for the civil suit.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Could you
Breonna
please speak
Taylor.
up a
She
little
was
bit or
a
get
shooting
closer?
victim. So that was an important interpretation. I worked with an attorney on that case.
Mhm.
I don't want to say more about it, but I cover, so my work as an assistant medical examiner was dealing with deaths within the state of Rhode Island. One of my cases was made into a forensic files that I was interviewed for, and it's also an A&E show. So I don't know if that's famous, but it's been on TV. my specific work on those cases. It was solving actually a very decomposed person solving that murder. So that's one way, I guess you can say, famous. I work on a litany of cases, and it was asked how I was contacted. It's whoever decides to contact me. And then I also do commentary or whatnot, and I'm presented with very, I would say, more known information where I'm not the primary autopsy pathologist. Okay. And then everything in between, right? When I do legal consulting, I'm given privileged information, right? So I say retained, meaning that I'm allowed to work with the attorneys and get medical records or private information and then give my opinion on the case.
Okay. Now the prosecutor went to great lengths to talk about insulin as a perfect murder weapon, unquote.
Definitely his words, not mine. Yes.
I'm going to clarify.
Okay.
Now, insulin is not a perfect murder weapon because it can be detected when someone's admitted to the hospital, right? There are tests to detect it then, right?
Tests exist. They can be done.
Right. And even after death, post-mortem, there are tests to test for insulin in the tissues, in the fluids, etc., right?
It's possible. Yes, the body has to be much more intact, so it'd be soon after death, but it can be done.
Right. If you were told that Michael Cochran's body was not cremated, wouldn't any signs of insulin that you could trace or find out about post-mortem be destroyed by cremation?
I mean, the whole body is destroyed with cremation, so that's
right. And
a very one-directional process, if you will.
Okay. And if someone was trying to hide a murder by insulin, wouldn't it be wise to cremate the body?
I think that's speculation. I have no opinion on the matter at this point. I mean, cremation turns the body into ash. It's a high temperature process.
And you couldn't test that body for anything if it's turned to ash post-mortem.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Now, were you aware in the medical records that Michael Cochran had a seizure event in October 31st of 2018 through about the first week or two of November 2018?
I'll believe the dates, but I know it was like the year before. That's where that seizure event happened and where this possible brain mass was suggested.
Right. And that's well documented in the records, isn't it?
That was solely extracted from the records. I just use those facts.
Were you aware that Michael Cochran was subsequently referred to a Dr. Melanie Ward, who prescribed for him anti-seizure medication?
I'm not aware.
If that doctor prescribed anti-seizure medication, that would suggest he had seizures, right?
I know he had that seizure. I don't know about subsequent seizures.
And there was talk about Michael Cochran's blood glucose level being 21 when he arrived at the emergency room in the hospital. If that occurred, if his blood glucose level was 21 when he gets to the emergency room, they treat that, don't they? They try and raise the blood glucose level by administering glucagon or dextrose or D50, right?
So I'm not an emergency room provider. But in him, he got a vial of D50, which is high concentration dextrose solution, to try to give him a dose of sugar, a high dose of sugar.
And D50 does normally raise the blood glucose levels, right?
Yes, it's supposed to,
Okay.
yes.
Now, perhaps Dr. Dragovich would have better addressed this question, but if someone has a head injury, like is alleged in this matter, fall, hit their head on the counter, pass out, fall to the floor, you don't always have an external sign on the head of any kind of concussion, right? And I'll give you an example. There are many examples of, like, football players who sustain a concussion while playing. There's no external signs of it. And later on, it surfaces that they indeed had a concussion that causes brain problems. You aware of that?
I don't feel comfortable commenting on that. I can talk to you about postmortem diagnosis of what I've seen in brains with and without a concussion history. About the clinical presentation of concussion, I don't diagnose concussion. I do watch a lot of football.
And you're a Buffalo Bills fan, right?
No.
No.
I'm a Ravens fan.
Oh, okay.
That's on the record. And so I'm very sad about the Super Bowl. Nonetheless, sorry.
Sorry.
I was up late watching, but yes. Where was I? I don't clinically make any assessment of concussions. If it's noted in the history, just like if a seizure is noted in the history, that would be a significant history. But a concussion brain, even at autopsy, can look completely normal, which is always something that surprised me because it can be a significant impact leading, that the person sustained previously. And there can be microscopic signs, again, getting into wider diagnosis and issues. But nothing is also always present or always absent. So nothing in medicine is 100%.
Your chart, that, by the way, is still on the viewer.
Oh, it is. Well, partially, yes.
Those numbers are strictly from medical records that you reviewed. Is that right?
So I want to do one thing. So the date, the glucose were extracted data points. Okay. I used a time calculator to then calculate the interval. So it's not like the medical records had that time since 12 o'clock. And then I did an interpretation based on the medically available activity of Lispro to say whether it would have been based on that time calculation, whether it would have been in the body. That's exactly how that chart was formed.
But what I'm getting at is you weren't provided emails. You don't know about statements of other people, blood glucose levels at various times during the day, unless they were documented in the medical records.
Correct. I showed you the sources and I told you the sources of which I relied on to form my opinion.
A moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Now, Michael Cochran was definitely diagnosed with an enlarged heart, and he had that condition, which is well documented. Isn't that correct?
I think there was suggestion of it in the medical records. It's well documented at autopsy. That's the most important finding.
Okay. Now, wouldn't an enlarged heart, on autopsy support the proposition that Michael had high blood pressure?
So it's not necessarily a diagnosis of hypertension, which is what we in lay terms call high blood pressure. I think that is like a genetic disease, which runs in my family as well, and many families, and is a common ailment. However, if you use medicines that relatively raise blood pressure and use them for a long time, they can have the same effect on the heart as having high blood pressure. Does that make sense? It's not high blood pressure in the hypertension diagnosis sense. It's a sequela of using a stimulant like the pseudoephedrine, which is a stimulant, and that acts to tighten the blood vessels, which then would raise your blood pressure. So if you do that long enough, that could cause that enlargement of the heart.
Okay. Now, if someone like Michael Cochran had high blood pressure, but they were attempting to hide it from their doctors.
Wait a minute. This is way out of line.
Sustained.
Okay. You have no concept of the geography in and around Beckley, correct?
No, sir. I walked half a block at lunch. That's about it.
So if the address of Michael and Natalie Cochran were on 4H Lake Road and it's only 7 miles to Raleigh General Hospital, would you accept the prosecutor's proposition that it took 30 minutes to get there? Does that sound reasonable?
I have no way to say
Okay.
one way or the other.
All right. I don't have anything else, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions, Mr. Truman?
The defense brought up about Dr. Dragovich, and the two of you seem to be a little bit apart on this. He indicated that cancerous tumors are tougher, for lack of a better word. You were here. You heard what he said.
Oh, yes.
There was never a finding of a pancreatic tumor, was there?
So let me break that down in 2 parts. One is there in the medical records, there was no documentation, okay? In the autopsy, you could see by the condition of the body that even at the first autopsy that I'm saying, the pancreas does something called autolysis. It eats itself due to the enzymes. And even with which is sort of like dissolving it with acid, if you will, right? It like sort of disintegrates. And so even a tougher tumor, which I don't know that information, he offered that, but now to comment on that, it would still be susceptible to complete degradation by the time the first autopsy was done.
I guess the answer to my question is no. There was never a pancreatic tumor found in Michael Cochran.
So I can't agree to that because
There was one found?
please let me explain.
Sure.
Okay, that's what I'm here to do. One is in the medical records, there wasn't, okay? I think a decomposed body, you cannot conclude whether one was or was not there. That is a limitation. So, right, it is handicapped. So I cannot accurately say if the organ's not there or so in poor shape to evaluate, I'm limited by that to say whether a tumor had been there.
That's not what I'm asking. The question is, there was no tumor found in his pancreas, was it? Not
By who? By who?
Kubitschek.
Dr. Kubitschek did not find one.
Okay. Do forensic pathologists rely solely on what they find in the dead body?
No.
They
So
don't.
if I can explain that,
Sure.
yeah, that we don't practice in a black box, okay? But I think, again, the autopsy is a gold standard. That is the collection of data that's collecting as much evidence, and we have a unique perspective, right? No one else is doing the dissection or collecting that data, like where Dr. Krieger is not qualified to comment on cause and manner of death. With that being said, you still take the investigation into or the circumstances surrounding death into play. But there are so many unknowns here that undetermined cause and manner are appropriate.
Right. Would an enlarged heart in and of itself cause hypoglycemia?
No, but if he has an arrhythmia and then starts getting dysregulated, he could have hypoglycemia.
And that would just happen within minutes, hours?
I couldn't say.
Okay. And would an enlarged heart cause a blood glucose level of 21?
Again, it's not a direct cause. If he becomes dysregulated, if his body's shutting down, that could happen.
And that would take how long?
I don't know. We're all different.
Okay. Doctor, thank you. That's
Yes.
all the questions the state has.
Anything, Mr. Selvin?
Very shortly. Doctor, the pancreas, which is responsible for insulin production in the body, is an internal organ of the body, right?
One of the major organs
Okay.
that I look at every case. Yes, we all have one.
And isn't it true when the body begins to decompose after death,
Yes.
that the internal organs, like the pancreas, are the first to decompose?
So
As opposed to the skin,
okay.
the hair, the bones.
So everything starts decomposing, some at different, like faster level, faster rates than others. I mean, if we look at everything at the microscopic level, once the person is deceased, not getting oxygen, everything is disintegrating. We're no longer living. We're not getting the nourishment. Okay. But I would say the GI tract, meaning like the tube, the stomach, your esophagus, stomach, pancreas, etc., gallbladder, those are very sensitive organs full of enzymes and bacteria that normally live there and are contained, but upon death are released or penetrate through to first decompose these structures. And they're very susceptible to decomposition.
Okay. And after a body has been decomposing after death, and it's 7 months before an autopsy is done, you could not tell whether there were microscopic pancreatic tumors because of the state of decomposition. Isn't that true?
This was a moderate state of decomposition with insect activity, which would limit analysis of all organs, especially the pancreas.
No further questions.
Anything, Mr. Truman?
From the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You may step down. You are excused. Come up, please.
I wish you'd tell us now how many witnesses there are left. I've switched off a little bit on this one. She's a good witness. She's very determined, won't change her mind, I like that. But yeah, now I'm just like, I'm so tired now. I think they're going to end for the day because it's 4:30 Eastern, so we will be ending for the day, so which is good. I just want to know how many more witnesses they got. I don't think they got another witness after this. It must be her testifying tomorrow, which I hope she changes her mind and does not testify. She genuinely does not need to testify. But then again, the jury might find her guilty, then she'll be kicking herself. So who are we to judge? We're not in her position. We don't see the jury. And the jury are the most important people. But I think her kids did the job for her. That must be her parents as well.
Members of the jury, we've gone a little bit late today. We wanted to get that witness in, certainly. And this is a good stopping point. I have to deal with the attorneys concerning some legal matters. that would be boring to you folks. And so I will deal with them in the morning rather than have you sitting in your jury room and wasting time cooling your heels. I'm going to ask you to come in at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
I hate to vary the time because when doctors change my appointments, I usually screw up and don't go in at the right time. But this will give you some additional time to sleep in a little bit and to rest up a little bit. And don't come in at 9, but be sure to come in at 10 o'clock. Are we straight on that? And again, the reason for that is I will be here at 9 o'clock. The attorneys and the defendant will be here at 9 o'clock, and we're going to work on some things and streamline the proceedings for you. Please do not talk to anyone about the case. Do not talk to yourselves, each other about the case. We are fully invested here. We are winding down on matters, and we simply don't want any trouble. We don't want any problems at this juncture. So do not read anything in the newspaper. Do not watch anything on the news. Do not do any research. Do not see anything online, so that when it comes down to deliberate on this case, you will have an open mind and you won't be influenced by other people. All right. Thank you.
Seems they're done. Yeah, it's weird because have a good night, Deb. See you tomorrow, my darling. Right, so it's weird though, because if you watched the Richard Allen trial, not watched it, but followed it with Lana or see Stacey or Andrea, whoever you were looking at, the judge allowed them to chat amongst themselves about the case all through, which is mind-boggling. But anyway, that's it. We got enough for today. Thank you for being here. It's been 8 hours. Fuck, has it been that long? Doesn't feel like that long. But thank you for your support. As always, people, love the fact that you're here. And if Lisa Reed is here, look forward to the video, my darling. Right, I'm going to end it straight on cold there. We'll see what happens tomorrow, see if she testifies. And with that, I look forward to seeing the majority of you tomorrow. Hopefully, Colleen, hopefully you pop back in whenever. You're more than welcome here. As always, Colleen, lovely to see you. Yes, it's dodgy as hell, isn't it, Lady Di? Dodgy as hell. But anyway, peace out, everybody. Love you all, most of you anyway. And yeah, see you tomorrow. 2:45. I'll go live at 8:45 Eastern, 2:45 UK time. Bye bye. Love you all.